Chapter 41, Clash. Jake walked beside the young caster as the teenager happily chatted away. Jake was taken aback from learning about two massive camps that combined held nearly all the remaining survivors in them. He had come here looking for the source of mana before, but instead he found a caster, and from his aura it didn't feel like it was him. Oh well, this is fine too. The archer was able to remain relatively relaxed as he walked. He had naturally inspected the young man when they first met. Human LVL-24. He was happy to see that it now worked on humans finally. It only showed race level, making Jake have no idea about the teenager's class or profession's details. He knew he was a caster based solely on his clothes. Jake didn't feel like sharing any personal information either, despite the other party's subtle, and not so subtle, probes. The caster called himself William, or Will for short. He had stressed the last part quite a bit. Being friendly was all well and good, but Jake seriously didn't like the guy. He was far too chippy and animated to appear genuine. All of that was naturally ignoring the fact that William was likely going to try something. He wasn't sure what, but he had a feeling. If he had to make a guess, Jake would guess a classic ambush, or maybe he would just try to backstab him at some random point. Jake wasn't afraid, though. He was low-key looking forward to it. With the kid being a well of information, he saw no reason not to travel together for a bit. It would also allow him to better understand the level of power other survivors possessed. Even if Jake couldn't win, he was confident in escaping with his high vitality and toughness. They walked a while, the teenager still talking and Jake giving short, brief answers. His sphere of perception passively making him aware of his surroundings like always. He was still half expecting an ambush to be somewhere, but no matter how long they walked, he saw nothing. Suddenly William stopped as he knelt, motioning Jake to do the same. Perfectly aware that nothing was in the area, Jake nevertheless played along. This is silly. Did you spot that? I have a skill that allows me to see hidden concentrations of mana, and there is a big ambush just up ahead. They haven't spotted us yet, but I am unsure how many there are, the teenager said as he pointed down the small hill they were approaching. What do you want me to do? Jake asked, trying to act as seriously as he could. His sphere still didn't pick up quack. While he wasn't going to rule out people being able to hide from it, there sure as hell wasn't anyone close. You are an archer, right? Can you maybe go up that hill we passed earlier and try and see if you can spot anything from up there? I know you guys got like super high perception, right? William asked, motioning with his hands once more. Don't worry, I will keep watch here and help in case they try anything. Jake nodded along as he listened. Cool story, yet he followed the directions. Was he really going with that? Jake started slowly walking up the hill, going backward, trying to act as if he was still actually looking for an ambush. William had turned his back to Jake, as he seemingly focused hard to keep an eye on things. After a few meters, Jake turned his back to William, and the moment he did, a barrage of daggers flew soundlessly out from beneath the caster's robe. Jake couldn't help but smirk internally as the expected attack came, but he quickly frowned his brows a bit at the power and number of attacks. 14 daggers were coming. Without any hesitation, he jumped to the side, all the blades missing their initial attempt to skewer him. As he barely got a footing, the daggers turned in the air and swiftly came his way once more. A bow appeared in Jake's hand with a quick motion, as he dodged once more and returned an arrow towards the caster. William had turned towards Jake at this point, surprised that the archer had dodged his sneak attack. Even as he dodged the second and third blow, the archer seemed to have eyes on his back. The counterattack was quickly blocked by William, as he was once again surprised. What surprised him this time was not the power, but the lack of it. The arrow had been weak. He doubted the attack was from someone with even 100 strength, something pretty much all physical fighters had, especially one an even higher level than himself. The arrow thus easily got blocked by his iron wall, as he continued to manipulate the daggers. This was by far the most slippery foe William had ever faced. He wasn't as fast as others he had met, but he seemed to be perfectly aware of all the attacks aimed at him. The arrows continued as he blocked again and again. It felt like a waste of time, but the archer just kept shooting. Not wanting to lose momentum, William started deploying walls of iron to try and trap the archer, but he kept weaving in and out, never having more than one side blocked at a time. He wanted to throw a disc, but the arrows made it hard to focus. He couldn't lessen his control too much on the daggers or the walls, either. It was beginning to annoy William, and he was starting to get impatient. Jake was in his own mind relatively relaxed throughout all this. He felt in control, and he felt the kinetic energy of the daggers lower than expected. The walls were a bit of a problem, but he reckoned the other party was draining mana fast. Another thing he quickly noticed was the control of the daggers worsening as he moved further away. With a plan in mind, Jake kept retreating more and more as he saw the caster start chasing him. The wall of iron always floated in front of him, making Jake only able to see that. With his eyes, that is. As he managed to jump a reasonable distance back, he felt the caster somehow slide himself forward, almost as if he was flying. No, he was controlling his own body like he controlled the daggers. Jake took this chance to stop retreating, deposited the bow in the necklace, and charged towards the caster. Dagger of bloodletting in hand, he managed to close half the distance as the daggers caught up to him from behind. Taking a gamble, he chose to betray expectations as he allowed 5 daggers to hit him in the back, penetrating into his flesh. However, his movements were unaffected as he vaulted over the wall of iron, swiping down with his dagger. William was surprised by Jake's gamble as he scrambled to activate Mana Barrier, one of his starting skills. The barrier barely did anything as the dagger came down. William did manage to slide himself backwards slightly, only taking a minor cut to his forearm. Smirking, he had the daggers resume their assault at full power, forcing the archer on the defensive once more. In William's eyes, Jake had taken far more damage from the daggers in his back than the minor cut he had inflicted. Of course, he didn't know about Jake's ridiculous vitality, and he hadn't noticed the blood already on the dagger before it cut him. He only noticed as he started getting slightly dizzy, losing control for a moment, allowing the archer to close in a bit more. William, in panic, looked to his arm and saw the wound, now black and festering. What the fuck? He yelled in his mind, now genuinely panicking. He had experienced poisoning from the evolved badgers before, but this felt way worse. To make matters even more horrifying, the archer was nearly upon him once more. As the archer was only a couple of meters away, William made his final gambit, no longer aiming to necessarily kill his enemy anymore. All he thought of was to escape. Even if he won, the poison would simply consume him anyway. The final card William had up his sleeve was called Flashing Steel, the newest skill in his repertoire. His entire body lit up with a bright light reminiscent of a flashbang as small pieces of scrap metals exploded out of him, the whole area around him exploding as a small crater formed. Jake was already too close, and even with his danger sense, he was taken entirely by surprise and only managed to raise his hands as the metal hit him. The metal's momentum shot him backward tens of meters before he finally hit a tree, unfortunately only pushing the daggers in his back further in. It was like he had just been hit by a super powerful frag grenade at close range. The final thing he saw before the caster left his sphere was William flying backward himself, as he manipulated his own body once more. Jake quickly lost track as he saw the caster disappear into the trees. Pushing himself off the tree, he had smashed into, groaning as he tried to reach for the daggers sticking out of his back. They hurt like hell, but his bodily strength was not comparable to an average human anymore. Ripping the daggers out took a while because some of them were tricky to reach, but he got it done in a few minutes. His front side was perhaps even worse than his back. The scrap metal that William blasted him with at the end had quite the power behind them. Luckily, his cloak had absorbed a lot of the impact, leaving it in tatters. He really hoped the self-repair enchant still worked despite the extensive damage. Sitting on the floor breathing heavily, Jake meditated as he thought back on the fight. He had underestimated the other party. He had seemed carefree and inexperienced during their walk, but the caster had been ruthless and calculating in the battle. The control of his abilities impressive. Jake had only met one survivor so far, but his plans of approaching his colleagues just yet were already questionable. He didn't have any clue as to William's relative power compared to everyone else. He knew that the teenager was a part of Richard's base, which led Jake to believe that Richard had to at least be stronger. Lack of information was a great weakness for him currently. What if William was just an example of a regular member of Richard's base? He had confidence in facing one caster of that level, maybe even 2 if he got the jump, but anything more, and he would surely be on the losing side. Even then, he had only won because of his poison. If the caster had known about it already, Jake wasn't 100% sure things would have gone as well as they did. William had during their conversation been very careful to reveal nothing about the powers of others. He did, however, mention that both bases combined had numbers in the hundreds. If facing just one other survivor had ended up with him losing nearly a third of his health, facing any random small squad would likely be fatal. Worst of all, while Jake had won, he had likely failed to kill the opponent. He used the word likely, as there was still a chance the caster wouldn't make it. Before his charge, Jake had used blood of the malefic viper to soak his dagger in his toxic blood, effectively poisoning the enemy. He would need a healer for sure, as Jake doubted the kid had high enough defensive stats to battle it himself. That, or he would need a potion. Which was another thing Jake didn't know about. Did they have any alchemists? If they did, could they make any detoxification potions? Smiths, tailors, and builders had all been mentioned, so them having professions was indisputable. It was also very believable that they would keep any knowledge of alchemy hidden from outside sources, along with other powerful profession types. All of this ultimately led to Jake being very hesitant in trying to seek out his former colleagues. He had parted with Richard by killing a bunch of his men, so he had serious doubts that the guy would just welcome him with open arms. No, for now he needed power. Power to be able to seek them out with his head held high, and at least the confidence to escape if things went sideways. So he decided to hunt. His class was only level 13 and he could efficiently kill level 20+ beasts for some quick levels. His colleagues would have to wait for now. After meditating a while, he took out a health potion and drank it. It filled his pool back up quite a bit, his body visibly healing. I need to get stronger. Turning towards the depths of the forest once more, he started searching for new prey. It was power leveling time. Caroline looked at the gloves in her hand as she smiled proudly at her creations. They were only inferior rarity and didn't offer any stats or anything, but it did give her plenty of experience to her profession. Oh, those are nice. Made for a certain someone, eh? Turning her head, she saw Joanna taking a seat. The premier tailor and the one who had taught her a lot of the techniques she currently used. Caroline jokingly hit Joanna on the shoulder, reprimanding her. Stop it. I just thought he needed some gloves, you know. Hee, don't get me wrong, I am supporting you 100%. You and Jacob are so cute together. It reminds me of when I first met Mike. Joanna said, her bright smile dropping towards the end. Joanna, we don't know what happened to everyone else, Caroline said, laying a hand on her friend's shoulder. I am sure he is just in another tutorial, and I am just as sure that he is fine. Mike was always a tough guy, he can take care of himself. Smiling, Joanna snuggled up to her young former colleague. You are such a sweetheart. No wonder Jacob couldn't keep his hands off you. Talking of Jacob, have you guys talked to? But before she could answer, an archer stormed over to them, yelling loudly. Is Caroline here? Come quickly, we got an emergency. Richard is asking for you ASAP. Without any hesitation, Caroline got up as she ran after the archer. Around the gate to enter their camp, she saw dozens standing around, a few of Richard's men keeping them away. As she got to the gate, she saw one of the other healers sweating as he tried to heal the caster on the ground. As she saw that the wounded person was William, she was taken aback. One of his arms was entirely black, and protruding veins were visible, extending from his shoulder onto his chest. Instantly she knew that he had been poisoned by something powerful. Richard stood at the side, throwing her a glance. She looked questioningly back at him. When he nodded, she got to work. Focusing, she started casting a curing spell, as she allowed the other healer to continue trying to keep the young man stable. The poison was strong, very strong, and to make it worse, it even had magical properties, making it only harder to cure. But Caroline was not the strongest healer in their base, possibly the entire tutorial for nothing. She flooded the teenager with a pulse of mana, washing away some of the toxins. A couple of powerful pulses later, the black color had started fading slightly. With a final push, she managed to dispel every trace of poison within the teenager. William himself was unconscious, as she and the other healer managed to finally fully heal him. Caroline felt that he only had one wound on his body, was a small cut on his arm. If they hadn't healed him, he would have died without a doubt. A significant weakness of casters was not getting any defensive stats from their classes, and from the looks of it, William really had terrible physical stats. From her assessment, a warrior like Richard, especially with his class evolution, would be able to fight the poison himself, solely due to his higher toughness and health pool. William, now healed, still hadn't woken up. From what Caroline felt as she flooded his body, both his health pool and mana pool were pretty much empty. She didn't know their values, but she could get a rough estimate that he was low. After making sure William was fine, the next task was to find out what exactly had happened. She put up the barrier around them with a wave of her hand, only her, the archer, and Richard within. What happened? She asked. The archer, who was, in fact, the scout who had been following William, shook his head. I don't know. I was following the little psycho as always when I failed to notice a trap. I don't know what the hell it was, but I was stuck there for hours. It didn't even do anything, I was just stuck. Until suddenly I saw him fly over me, and the second he did, the magic binding me was dispelled too. It was fucking weird. So, it's Casper. Richard said, frowning. No, Caroline shook her head. This isn't the same type of attack as his at all. He is focused on curses, dark mana. This was poison. Moreover, the cut on his arm was made with a weapon for sure. This isn't a beast either. An accomplice then, or an entirely new player. This isn't Hayden. Casper would never work with him, and if Hayden had poisoned this strong, he would have used it before. Shit, this is all getting needlessly complicated, Richard sighed with annoyance. What's the plan? The scout asked. Make the kid wake up, get info, and finish him off. We could, but I have a better idea, the former heavy warrior said. For now, get him in one of the cabins. The entire situation was a shit show, and everyone was aware of it. Someone or something had potent poison, and Caroline was the only healer who could cure it. The other healer could heal through it, perhaps giving the person a chance to rely on their own stats to survive before they ran out of mana. But it wasn't a reliable method at all. The matter of William nearly dying spread throughout the camp like a wildfire. William was viewed favorably by most in their base, especially the crafters. The smith, without a doubt, the one favoring him the most of everyone. None of them really knew about the kid from Richard's understanding. They only knew the persona he had cultivated while within the camp, which meant a lot of people had gathered around his cabin, asking worried questions. Even if they wanted the teenager dead, it would be incredibly difficult. Plan C then, he thought. Jacob had also gathered outside with the others. While he was undoubtedly worried about William, he was more concerned with Casper. It wasn't a secret that the trapper had called William out, and now the caster was nearly dead. He could only fear the worst. Either he had tried to kill William or he was a victim himself. Damn it. Taking a deep breath, he looked towards the sky, the artificial sun hanging above. Even if everything was bad, he couldn't be the one to break. He knew others relied on him. Jacob had a responsibility. He refused to let others lose hope, so he would grasp for anything he could, because at times he felt like hope was all he had going for him. Chapter 42, Twin Fang Style. Jake held the bowstring as he felt his stamina slowly drain. When he finally let go, the arrow literally exploded forth from the bow as it smashed into the ostrich. The arrow itself broke into splinters upon impact due to the massive power behind it, not that the ostrich fared any better. The arrow had hit it on its neck, effectively blowing its head off. Jake could only smile at the tremendous power of his new power shot skill. The stamina drain was quite insane when he made shots like he just did, but it was still oh so satisfying to do. The skill had many drawbacks though. First of all, you had to stand nearly entirely still while channeling the shot. You could make minor movements by turning your upper body, but taking a step would drain a bit of the charged up energy and force you to sometimes start over entirely, which wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't for the second big drawback. It was a very slow skill to use. It took several seconds to charge a shot that did just half-decent damage, while it could easily take close to 10 seconds to fire a shot like Jake just had. The skill's power increased exponentially as he charged, but so did the stamina drain and the general drain on his body. Funnily enough, his high defensive stats turned out to be very useful with the skill. He could imagine if he tried to use the skill after simply leveled to 10 in his class a month ago. He wouldn't even be able to charge the shot for 5 seconds without his arm giving out. Earlier in the day, he had tried to do the maximum charge he could. He held it for 12 seconds before his arm simply gave out as its veins burst, and half his arm got covered in blood along with a very sore shoulder and upper body. However, this did show the skill's potential as the arrow hit a tree, carving a fist-sized hole into it. The wooden arrow was borderline disintegrated upon impact, completely splintered in all directions. If he had been able to use that skill against the metal-manipulating caster, he would have been able to pierce straight through that wall of iron, or at least have the kinetic force behind the impact be strong enough to send the wall smashing back into him. Too bad the guy didn't allow him to stand still and charge a shot for over 10 seconds. Quite rude, actually. Checking his notifications, he noted that he had put another level under his belt. You have slain Velocta Ostrich, LVL 24, experience earned. 4000 TP earned asterisk ding. Class, Archer has reached level 19 stat points allocated, plus 1 free point asterisk. The leveling was getting quite a bit slower now, and that was disregarding the difficulty in finding beasts. He had yet to see a single one above level 25 so far, but he had also purposefully avoided heading further into the forest. It had been around 2 days since he met the caster who called himself William. He knew the caster still had to be alive as he had never got any notification for the kill. He wanted to avoid other people for now as he still deemed it too risky to meet others. A squad of Williams would very likely result in certain death, so he leveled. His plan currently was to get to at least level 25 before making contact. It all depended on how long his leveling would take, but for now he had time. Looking at the tutorial panel, he noted that less than a month was remaining. Tutorial panel duration, 29 days and 03 total survivors remaining. 389 1200. He said less than a month, but it still was nearly an entire month, plenty of time for a lot to happen. A month in the dungeon had resulted in him getting a profession, level it 44 times, evolving it once, and even evolve his race twice. Oh yeah, and he met a god. Jake was still worried about his colleagues, but if they had lived to now, he saw no reason to rush to their side, if they hadn't survived. He would process that if that time comes. The levels had naturally also come with a skill at level 15. Jake had honestly been expecting nothing, and had thought of going with the basic tracking skill he passed up at level 5 over a month ago. The logic behind it being to try and use it to locate his colleagues when the time came. He also considered getting basic dual wielding briefly. Jake preferred using a weapon in each hand a lot more than just a single dagger. So when he finally leveled and saw the options, he went with a new option that was a welcome addition for sure. Basic Twin Fang Style Uncommon. The Twin Fang Style is an ancient dual-wielding fighting technique. Fighters of this style prefer shorter weapons and do not shy away from using afflictions to take down their foe. Unlocks basic proficiency in the Twin Fang Style and adds a minuscule bonus to the effect of agility and strength when using a fitting melee weapon. Grants an increased bonus while wielding melee weapons of bone. It was essentially a kind of dual-wielding specialization. How Jake unlocked it, he didn't know. Maybe it had something to do with the dagger of bloodletting being made of bone, but it also mentioned the use of afflictions, which was very closely aligned with his profession. Of course, there also was the whole malefic viper angle to consider, fangs being easily associated with vipers after all. Not that it mattered much in the end, he was just happy with the skill. As with other skills of its nature, it came with a lot of instinctive knowledge, but compared to an inferior rarity skill, this one also came with more true knowledge. Like he had been thrown a guidebook into his memory, but he still had to learn and practice it himself, which he had spent a while doing whenever he had time. Yet he found that he barely used what it taught. He only used it to improve his existent style, if you can even call it that. Currently, he just acted based on instinct when fighting, relying on making split-second decisions over anything else. Speaking of other skills he was offered, they were all rather basic. One of them even gave a small passive danger sense, which he found kind of funny considering he already had one through his bloodline. He did consider picking it up to see what would happen but skipped over it. Having obtained another skill requiring practice did give him more to do while not hunting. He was already practicing his mana techniques whenever possible, so having a physical exercise was actually pretty nice. His mana manipulation was improving steadily. He had gotten some inspiration from his spatial storage necklace and learned how to use mana better intuitively. Using items, however, wasn't close to the same as having to manipulate the mana yourself. It was as if the system pretty much did everything for you. You just had to think about what you wanted. On the topic of items, he had tried hard to locate more lockboxes, but had ended up with not even a single common rarity item or token. The area seemed to have been entirely scoured by other survivors, which was likely also the reason why nearly no beasts remained. He remembered before the dungeon that if one looked for beasts, you found beasts within minutes. Now he was happy if he saw 2 small groups within an hour. Jake knew this meant he would have to move inwards soon. He hoped to get a skill, either increasing his speed or his defenses at 20. Beasts were naturally not his concern. In fact, he hoped to meet stronger beasts than he currently was, as those below 25 were a bit boring. Walking through the forest, Jake still enjoyed the atmosphere, something he doubted most did, considering that some war was apparently going on, but he liked it. Perhaps the confinement of the dungeon was still at the forefront of his mind, but he loved how open it was. The weird, immortal birds of ambience even appearing endearing now. Yeah, those were still a thing, somehow dodging every single arrow effortlessly. He couldn't even use Identify on them. As an extension of that, then if he had to mention one thing he hated about the new world in the tutorial more than anything, it was the lack of information. Jake liked to know things. While instinct was good most of the time, that didn't mean knowledge wasn't just as important. So not knowing anything was annoying him endlessly. Not knowing how his parents were, or if they were even alive, the state of his other family members, how the world was currently looking outside, what would happen to all the animals on Earth. All of this was disregarding his general lack of knowledge about the system and the tutorial itself. All of this with him being fully aware that he knew far more than most. Heck, he was still carrying an entire library worth of books around with him. He hadn't really had the time or desire to read since leaving the dungeon, but at least he had the option. Everyone else had to be far more in the dark than himself. Unless Jake had missed another massive happening besides the whole faction war going on, they should all be utterly clueless as to how pretty much everything worked. Which kind of made Jake think that for a tutorial, this place sure sucked at teaching them anything. Though despite that, Jake still thought he was doing pretty well. A bit less well after meeting that William fellow. He thought he was pretty strong on average. Looking at this status, it sure also amplified that thought. Status name: Jake Thane. Race: Human. LVL 31. Class: Archer. LVL 19. Profession: Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper. LVL 44. Health points: HP 2986 30 100 Mana points: MP 3248 3680 Stamina 694 10 40 Stats: Strength 105 Agility 126 Endurance 104 Vitality 310 Toughness 157 Wisdom 368 Intelligence 107 Perception 247 Willpower 180 Free points 0 Titles: Forerunner of the New World, Bloodline Patriarch, Holder of a Primordial's True Blessing, Dungeoneer I, Dungeon Pioneer I. Class: Skills: Basic One-Handed Weapon Inferior, Basic Stealth Inferior, Advanced Archery Common, Archer's Eye Common, Powershot Uncommon, Basic Twin Fang Style Uncommon. Profession: Skills: Herbology Common, Brew Potion Common, Concoct Poison Common, Alchemist's Purification Common, Alchemical Flame Common, Toxicology Uncommon, Cultivate Toxin Uncommon, Malefic Viper's Poison Rare, Palate of the Malefic Viper Rare, Touch of the Malefic Viper Rare, Sense of the Malefic Viper Rare, Blood of the Malefic Viper Epic, Blessing, True Blessing of the Malefic Viper, Blessing True. Race: Skills: Endless Tongues of the Myriad Races. Unique: Identify Common, Meditate Common, Shroud of the Primordial Divine, Bloodline, Bloodline of the Primal Hunter. Bloodline ability: Unique. His stats had experienced significant growth, especially his agility and strength. now both being above 100. He had decided to put all his free points into strength and agility, trying to get them to an acceptable level. It was a bit sad that wisdom, his highest stat by quite a bit, did nothing for him in direct combat. He had his touch of the malefic viper, but he only used that in emergencies as he prioritized using his daggers and bow for now. He had also collected quite an amount of tutorial points too. TP collected, 313. 920, he called it quite the number, but compared to most everyone in the tutorial, it likely sucked. Which, by the way, was another bullet point on his list of information he would really like to have. What the hell are tutorial points even used for? A frustration he very much believed he shared with a lot of others in the tutorial. He also made a mental note that he had yet to sleep since he left the dungeon. He had made it a habit only to meditate to restore stamina and mana, partly due to the weakness that came from sleeping. It did take him quite a while to mentally filter out the constant feedback from his sphere when he wanted just to rest his head. Yet, at the same time, he didn't want to completely cut off the outside world, leaving himself vulnerable. Instead, he had somehow managed to relegate the sphere solely to his instinct. It was still active, and he had been woken up from his meditation once when a lone beast came close. His sphere had reached a radius of around 15 or 16 meters by now also. It was far more potent closer to him than further away. Where most growth was found was his ability to also feel the mana, however. After his first level 10 evolution, he had been able to vaguely feel something, while now it was nearly second nature for him to detect it. After sitting down and meditating for a few hours, both his mana and stamina were fully restored, and his health points had also managed to regenerate passively. One peculiarity Jake had noticed with how health worked was the interaction between toughness, vitality, and to a lesser extent, endurance. While vitality increased health and health regeneration, it didn't mean that they increased 1-to-1. Someone with 100 vitality and 1000 health would take longer to regenerate from 1% HP than someone who only had 10 vitality. Toughness made this process even slower. With higher toughness, health got harder to lose as the body durability increased, but it also got harder to heal the now tougher body. Jake had also discovered that endurance did make the body slightly more durable, but far from as much as toughness. He wasn't exactly sure how exactly it made him more durable, but it clearly did something. Oh, another thing just got on the list of information that I very much hate not having, Jake thought. If the system would be so kind as to just send him a spreadsheet of how stats worked exactly, it would be fantastic. Shaking off the frustrating feelings, he got up, fully restored, and started hunting for prey once more. It was dark by now, but that didn't really affect him at all. He doubted it really affected anyone by now, as most would have gotten significantly higher perception just from race levels. However, the beasts were still docile during the night, making the fights more manageable, but finding them harder. At least they sometimes made loud noises during the day. As he walked, his sphere continuously scanned his surroundings as he practiced levitating a pen above his hand. Levitating it was easy enough. The difficulty lay in keeping it tethered to his hand while he moved. After more than 2 hours, he finally came upon a beast, and as he identified it, he could only smile. Steel Tusk Boar, LVL 28. The big piggy had gone from being an Iron Tusk to a Steel Tusk Boar. Relatively linear evolution tree it got going on there. This was naturally the evolved version of the first level 10 beast he had ever fought. He felt a strange excitement when staring it down. This had been his first real challenge in the tutorial, and back then he had faced it together with his entire group of colleagues. They had won after Jake emptied his full quiver in the beast, but not without taking significant damage to their group. He hoped Joanna had somehow managed to stay alive. Jake realized how much of a dick he had been back then, and not just to her, but pretty much everyone. He felt a lot of regret from how he handled things. Not leaving them and going his own way, but how he left. Shaking his head, Jake dispelled the thoughts. He shouldn't dwell on a past he couldn't change. He could only move forward and attain more power. Only then could he reunite with them. And it wasn't as if there was anything wrong with enjoying that process a bit. With a smile on his lips, he drew the bone dagger in one hand and a starting dagger for archers in the other. Perhaps this beast would finally give him an exciting fight. Chapter 43, Big Pig II, Steel Tusk Edition. Jake sauntered before the mighty beast. It easily towered over him, reaching the size of a small van. It hadn't grown massively compared to its prior evolution, but Jake could feel the power hidden within its porky body. The boar was built like a tank, with a hide perhaps comparable to one. As he got closer, the beast seemed to wake from its stupor as it turned towards him, glaring. Perhaps the system was doing its magic since it was night, but it didn't immediately attack. It just stared at him. He instinctively felt that if he moved just a couple of steps closer, the beast would charge with abandon. The logical move would be to take out his bow, use power shot with the maximum charge to do massive damage, or even kill it with a single attack. But where was the fun in that? Where was the challenge? He didn't even use any poison either. Instead, he took a step forward and entered its range, and as predicted, the beast squealed as it made its way towards him. a charge he gladly met with his own. A bit stupid in retrospect, but he trusted in his powerful body. The result was as he expected as the beast rammed into him, making him fly backward, but not before landing a good stab with the bone dagger on the snout of the big pig. This did little more than anger it further as it tried trampling him along with everything else in the surroundings. This time he decided to dodge as he rolled to the side and started moving around the pig as if dancing. If he had learned one thing, it was that these things had horrible mobility. However, this was highly made up for by the hide on its side being near impenetrable to regular attacks. All of this was true for the Iron Tusk boar. But the evolved Steel Tusk one had more tricks up its sleeve. As Jake moved to the side, the ground beneath him suddenly shifted, nearly making him lose his balance. Simultaneously, the earth itself seemed to help rotate the mighty boar, making it turn far faster than Jake had first calculated. Forced to move back due to the unforeseen circumstances, Jake was not distraught but happy. The stronger the beast, the more interesting the fight. He could kill the creature far faster and easier if he used poisons, giving him a reliable backup if his pure melee approach failed. But he would be damned if he didn't even try. Training dual-wielding yourself is all well and good, but it was nothing compared to the experience one would get in live combat, which was the ultimate reason why he had chosen to engage in this dance of death. Totally nothing to do with having a bit of fun with the first beast above level 25. The moving ground made his dance difficult, his steps sometimes not finding the expected foothold, but he nevertheless managed to avoid the tusks time after time. He knew that even with his durable body, it would hurt like hell to get impaled. An issue that quickly materialized was the weakness of the starting knife he used. Against the formidable defenses of the boar, it couldn't even leave a mark with his slashes. Only when he stabbed did he manage to barely leave a mark. Even the bone dagger only managed to make light cuts. The enchantment was doing work, though, making each of those small cuts bleed far more and for longer than usual. Minutes passed as Jake dodged and weaved, stabbed and cut, while the beast furiously tried to pin him down and skewer him. As the damage to the creature increased, so did its fury and bloodlust. With little warning, the beast's eyes suddenly started to emit a red glow, as the entire boar started to give off a similar red aura. Jake felt his danger sense flare up as he raised his arms to block, and with a squeal of fury, the boar turned its head and hit him with one of its tusks, sending him airborne for a few moments. However, the boar was far from done as the very earth seemed to reach up and grab hold of him as the beast began a full-power charge straight at him. With no way to move, he tossed his two daggers into the air and prepared to meet the beast. Its size was both a strength and a weakness, as Jake managed to slide between the two tusks aiming at him and instead have the snout of the beast crash into him. He felt all air leave his lungs as he managed to grab hold of the boar, avoiding to get trampled beneath it. The beast with berserk movements tried to shake him off, but Jake kept hold as he managed to somehow get up on the back of the creature. Through his sphere, he managed to locate the bone dagger, and with an unprecedented level of skill, weaved a string of mana that nudged the blade to fall towards his hand. He felt like a warrior from a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away as he caught the dagger and shanked it down into the back of the beast. The beast's response was to throw itself to the side, attempting to squash him beneath it. Jake pulled himself up by the hide of the massive creature and avoided finding himself between the ground and a van-sized pig. He kept delivering stab after stab until finally he was forced to let go and jump off, as the beast started rolling around while at the same time manipulating the earth itself to try and get him off. The beast's berserk state was still active, making it promptly stop rolling around and continue its reckless assault. Jake could, however, feel that the beast had started getting slower. Blood was everywhere by now, on the creature, the ground, and even himself. Dozens of bloody holes covered its hide, still oozing out blood. With the beast's speed reduced and Jake having adapted to the shifting ground, the fight had gotten significantly more straightforward. He dodged and jumped around the beast, landing cut after cut, as it increasingly grew desperate in its attempts to lock him down. After several minutes, the beast had only managed to inflict a couple of minor injuries on Jake, the worst one being a long gash on one of his shoulders. Jake called it a minor injury, though before the system it would without a doubt have required a trip to the emergency room. But his high vitality kept him in top shape, and he felt that his health still in good condition. A few minutes later, the beast finally collapsed from its wounds, no longer able to muster any strength to fight back. The ground manipulation kept going even after the creature couldn't move as it continually tried to hit Jake with pitifully weak attacks. Jake was starting to feel bad for it, and finally pulled out his bow and fired a power shot into the head of the unmoving beast, ending its life instantly. You have slain Steel Tusk Boar LVL 28, experienced earned. 16,000 TP earned ** ding. Class Archer has reached level 20 stat points allocated, plus 1 free point * ding. Race Human E has reached level 32 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points despite the less than satisfying ending. Jake had still very much enjoyed the fight. There was just something about fighting a powerful enemy. Looking at his health points, he found them only having been reduced by a sixth, far less than he had lost during the short exchange with the metal-manipulating caster, which showed that other humans indeed were the real danger of his tutorial. Despite him barely losing any health, his cloak didn't avoid suffering catastrophic damage once again. Luckily, the self-repair enchant remained active even after being utterly ruined by William's final attack, but now it was once more tattered. He had also discovered that if he injected mana into the cloak, the repair function would speed up significantly. It still took its time, though. Speaking of injecting mana into items, that was another important thing he had considerably explored over the last few days. Most materials could be made stronger by injecting mana into it. The primary reason why the trees were so strong was their ability to absorb the ambient mana. The same was true for nearly anything, even anything completely non-living. Stones, metals, even the properties of the air itself changed and got amplified by mana. Without injecting mana into his bow, for example, it would without a doubt break when using Power Shot. He was still in the early stages of practice, but he believed that it should be possible to also improve already enchanted items somehow. Currently, he couldn't inject any mana into his bone dagger. Despite not being enchanted, the normal archer dagger also rejected most of the mana he tried injecting. Of all his items, only the ones with self-repair and his bow accepted mana injection. He could use mana with his other things, like his spatial necklace, but that was not really injection per se. Mana injection is more like how one would directly shoot electricity into a bar of metal to heat it up and eventually make it melt if too much was injected. However, for his necklace, it was like you injected that mana into a transformer, which then correctly applied the mana to fulfill the desired function, such as taking an item in or out of storage. As to how this metaphorical transformer worked, that was way above Jake's pay grade. He was learning a lot about mana these days, but he was also very actively studying it. Before he met with the Malefic Viper, he had taken a lot of its properties for granted. He had seen it as just the system doing its thing and saw no further reason to question it. And even if he did question how things worked, he couldn't do anything with the mana then. But now he actively questioned everything he could. He experimented happily with mana manipulation at all times, and his control had vastly improved without a doubt. His little trick of pulling the bone dagger to himself during the fight was more than proof of that. Also, it felt really awesome to do. Could he just have deposited it in his necklace and not throw it into the air? Sure, he could, but the other way was way cooler. The fact that no skill had appeared or been made available regarding mana manipulation was a bit weird to him, though. He could clearly levitate objects and do things akin to telekinesis, and yet no skills had come. Then again, he didn't have a skill related to manipulating stamina or health points either. He had tried controlling those two sources of energy and found it way harder. He could kind of control his vital energy to focus on specific areas, as he had done during the final part of the challenge dungeon, but Jake couldn't shape it as he could with mana. Stamina, on the other hand, was a dead end so far. He had theorized that he should be able to use it to enhance his own body somehow, as it was known as the inner energy. The fact that nearly all physical skills use stamina to function proved that stamina could significantly affect the body. Of course, it could just be the system doing system things. One energy could exhibit the properties of another, after all. In the end, stamina, health, and mana were all just different forms of energy. Not to say that one could necessarily combine all three to make something more powerful. And before that's how you make divine energy or something like that, he joked to himself. Exiting his thoughts, he entered the system menus. Archer class skills available. Checking the list, he found the usual suspects he had been offered at level 10. While some of them still appealed to him, especially the active camouflage skill, he chose to ignore them all for now. He had been offered 2 new skills of interest, though both of them falling into the evasion type. The first skill of which was a bit weird. Disengaging shot, common. An arrow may not only be shot to wound or kill, but also as a tool of escape. Allows the archer to shoot an arrow that directs and amplifies all kinetic energy into a backward force. Must have a suitable weapon to use. Adds a minor bonus to the effect of agility when dodging using disengaging shot. Talking immediate drawbacks was the fact that it required a bow and arrow. This, of course, limited the ability quite a lot. He couldn't use it in melee with his daggers, and he couldn't use it in split-second emergency situations as he would have to actually shoot an arrow to activate it. On the positive side, though, it would be godly when kiting. Depending on the stamina requirements, Jake would be able to use it continuously to quite literally blow himself around the battlefield. He couldn't help but imagine himself trying to fly through the air by repeatedly shooting arrows towards the ground. That would sure as hell be cool, though likely very stupid looking if even feasible. Moving on to the second skill, the first thing that struck him was the name. Basic Shadow Vault of Umbra uncommon. The power of shadows is an often used tool for anyone looking to escape. tapping into the records of Umbra, embrace the shadows for a brief moment, becoming ethereal. Allows the archer to momentarily become one with the shadows, can only be used in straight lines, adds a small bonus to the effect of agility and wisdom when using basic Shadow Vault of Umbra. The skill was somehow related to something or someone called Umbra. Thinking about it, he checked out his bracers. Leather bracers of the novice rogue uncommon, a pair of leather bracers made of fine leather, originally designed for new initiates in the Order of Umbra. Enchantments, self-repair. +5 agility, +3 strength. Increases the effectiveness of all stealth skills, further amplified while remaining hidden in the shadows. Requirements: LVL 5+ in any class or humanoid race, stealth-based skill. Had he somehow managed to acquire records related to some entity named Umbra solely through using bracers holding the name, he understood why he got skills related to the Malefic Viper, as the profession was quite literally named after him. Could the mere act of having those bracers somehow influence him that much that it would open up entirely new skill options to him? He was honestly a bit taken aback at the prospect. He kind of assumed that Umbra was a god. Would it then be considered blasphemy to take the skill when he already had the Malefic Viper ones? Well, at least the Malefic Viper didn't seem like the sort of person to care much about that, and the skill was looking very juicy. The fact that it made use of his high wisdom was also a huge bonus. He also assumed the skill made use of both mana and stamina, but he couldn't know before taking it. As a basic skill, it was also very appetizing. Basic implied plenty of room for improvement, aka skill upgrades. Jake had improved his archery skill through being good at archery, so would he be able to improve that skill too by being good at shadow vaulting? The description of the effects of the shadow vault was also quite honestly very awesome sounding. To become one with shadows and dodging around sounded very fantasy-like, but more importantly than that, it sounded pretty damn handy. Ultimately, the choice of skill was a no-brainer. One required a bow and was kind of gimmicky, and the other one literally allowed him to dodge like a shadow without any immediate drawbacks. With that in mind, he picked it. Gain skill Basic Shadow Vault of Umbra uncommon. The power of shadows is an often used tool for anyone looking to escape. Tapping into the records of Umbra, embrace the shadows for a brief moment, becoming ethereal. Allows the archer to momentarily become one with the shadows. Can only be used in straight lines. Adds a small bonus to the effect of agility and wisdom when using Basic Shadow Vault of Umbra. Jake instantly felt the knowledge stream into his mind. Vaguely, he also felt like the dark night became several shades darker as he felt the information being implanted. A few seconds passed, and everything returned to normal as Jake now had a vague idea of how the skill worked and how to activate it, but far from enough. Needless to say, it was testing time. Chapter 44, Partners. William listened to the woman talk on and on about the importance of others. His parents were also there, both off to his side, a chair's width too far away for it to ever be considered close. His mother was still a mess and his father stoic. His crying mother told of how hard it was, how it felt like she had lost both her sons. Something William naturally took offense to. How could you compare that defective product that they had called brother to him? A fully functional and overall excellent person, but he didn't show it on his face, of course. He had never quite mastered the act of fake crying, so he just looked down and pretended to be sad. He was sure it was fooling everyone, even the boar sleeping in the corner. The woman, a therapist, was the only one who knew what had truly happened, what he had done. William had accepted this, as from what he had read, she wasn't required to report of past crimes committed, only suspected future ones. The fact that his parents insisting that he didn't know better, and didn't do it on purpose, likely also helped. Of course, he was more than happy to reinforce that misconception, or at least he had tried to, but the damn woman in front of him was sharp and had seen through his act. She also knew he wasn't actually sad currently, but he had to play it off to his parents, at least, as they were the ones currently sitting on the giant cookie jars. And his therapist had given him good advice on how he should focus more on other people's perception of his actions. He had to admit that a lot of her arguments had logical consistency, so he followed them. William saw the therapist as one of the few people he had ever grown to respect. She was smart, and without a doubt, the best manipulator he had ever seen. She could speak entirely differently with him, his parents, Richard sleeping on the recliner, and when he and his parents were together. It was terrific and a great learning opportunity for him. His father, still stoic as ever, asked while petting the badger on his head, "So the medicine is working. We want to make sure everything is all right before we take any further steps." "Yes, they are helping greatly. We have even been able to lower the dosage recently as we are making great strides. I do believe William has more tutorial points than Richard also," the therapist answered with a smile. William just sat there listening, but was still a bit annoyed at the insinuation that he was somehow not complete, yet he had to accept that to others he perhaps did appear to lack something. He could make up for that by acting like he did have that something, but not always and not to everyone. "William, do you have anything to say?" she said as she turned to him. He had trained his response, and with as much faux sadness, he stammered out, "I am sorry. I really didn't know how much it would hurt everyone. I promise I will get better, and nothing like that will ever happen again." His mother teared up even more at that, and even his father slackened his worried facial expression slightly. If only he could throw some fake tears in and not be covered in blood, it would have been perfect. "And William, what about that other thing we talked about?" the kind therapist said as she smiled at him once more. A bit confused, William wondered, what else? She rarely ever addressed him doing these sessions, to begin with, but what else did they talk about? No, this entire situation was wrong. What was going on? He looked questioningly at the Smith standing at his side, but he just shook his head, as confused as William himself. "You know what I mean, William. That other thing we talked about you lacking," she continued, the smile on her face now gone. A dark aura began spreading from her as a giant sphere of darkness ripped the ceiling apart. "We talked about how weak you are, William. How pathetic you are, so broken and weak, unable to ever truly grasp for power." As she finished, the door was kicked in, a cloaked man with a weapon rushing towards him. He couldn't react before he was stabbed in the chest by the dagger of bone. The archer simply looked down at him as he fell to the floor, completely paralyzed, those eyes staring at him like he was some defenseless critter. He couldn't move, he couldn't breathe. He felt life slowly seep out of his body as he was absolutely powerless. His chest was rotting as the poison spread, the laughing face of Casper staring down at him mockingly from within the sphere of darkness above. He tried to scream as he found himself sitting up from a makeshift bed in a cabin. His heart was pounding as cold sweat covered his entire body. Due to his scream, the door was swiftly opened as he saw the healer Caroline enter. William couldn't help himself from shaking. He didn't want anyone to see him right now. He felt weak. "William, how are you?" Caroline asked, but she looked and spoke to him differently than usual. Her voice wasn't warm and friendly, but a bit cold. William doing everything he could to calm himself down, too shaken to even pick up Caroline's changed demeanor. Yeah, I am fine. I am just tired and I feel like shit." He closed his eyes as he tried to gather his thoughts. He had lost, and nearly died in the process. What the fuck was that archer? What the fuck was up with him and his stats? Who in their right mind makes a build entirely centered around perception and defensive stats? Also, the poison. It wasn't purely physical, but magical and far more potent than the venom from the badgers. Did he even have magic? As William was gathering his thoughts, Richard entered the cabin too. The young caster didn't even think about it, as he was too stuck in his own head. He did perk up when a barrier surrounded the cabin, however. Huh, he exclaimed, confused as he looked up and saw the cold eyes of Caroline and Richard on him. "So what happened?" Richard asked. William looked back and forth between the two as he put on his innocent teenager mask. "I went to look for that Casper fellow in case he needed help." "Boo, cut the bullshit. We know you didn't," Richard interrupted. "You went to kill him like you've killed so many others. This ridiculous farce is over, so stop spewing out garbage and tell me exactly what happened." Once more, William was surprised. What? He knew. How? Richard had been fooled for so long, Caroline too. When did you think I wouldn't know? "You weren't exactly subtle, William. You are powerful, yes, but you are also young and inexperienced. A powerful weapon that I have let run rampant for too long," Richard said before continuing. "I know your type. I'm not some shrink who thinks you're lesser for what you are. You are a brilliant young man with endless potential to be the perfect soldier, but every soldier needs a commander, a guide to let you reach your full potential. With your intelligence, you know the benefits of a support system." William looked confused at the man, perhaps even more than before. He looked serious. What? He had never been in this position before. "When?" was all he could manage to stammer out. "I was on to you the first day we met. Did you think I wouldn't notice a living weapon waltz into my camp?" The young caster wasn't sure what to do at this very moment. William didn't feel like they were about to attack him, and quite honestly, he still felt too weak to fight, which was weird as all of his resource pools were full. "What do you want? You want me to play soldier?" he asked, trying to look stoic. He had to at least put up a front. "No, I want you to play super soldier. I am proposing a partnership. I will be at the back, supporting you to reach for higher power, and you will help me be the leader of this camp, an agreement of mutual benefits. I know you want tutorial points and levels and that my death would offer you plenty, but what I can provide you with while alive is far more valuable." William felt pleased with the man's attitude, so that is why he hadn't done anything for so long. There was actually someone smart enough to recognize his worth. "Fucking finally. Fine," he agreed. "This was good, right? Great," Richard said with a happy smile as he went over and patted the young man's shoulder. "You cannot begin to comprehend how glad I am to have you as a partner. I couldn't imagine anyone better. Caroline, make sure he is in top condition." "Of course, boss," Caroline said with a smile as she went over to heal the young man. William didn't feel much from what she did, but he did feel a bit of strength returned. "I have done all I can, the rest is just fatigue. It should be all good in a few hours." "All right then, let's give William time to rest," Richard said with a happy nod. "That's it?" William asked, confused. "Were they just going to leave him here unattended? We can find out who the idiot is who attacked you when you are in top condition. Just find me or send someone." We're partners now, I can't tell you what to do, the warrior said before exiting the room with Caroline, the barrier disappearing along with her. William wasn't exactly sure what just happened. He was pretty sure it was a good thing, though. Outside the cabin, Richard walked with Caroline. His smile had changed to one of disdain. Richard had walked in with one of two purposes, and he had already discussed the plan with Caroline beforehand. The first scenario was getting information out of William about who attacked him by acting stoic and press him. Then Richard would take advantage of his still weakened state and just finish off the kid. With him fully healed from earlier, Richard theorized he would get all of his tutorial points and full experience. Caroline may have also gotten some, but that was fine. Caroline was one of his people, after all. The second scenario was what played out. William was vulnerable and open to manipulation. Despite how powerful he believed himself to be, he was shaken from whatever had just happened. The broken kid was even more broken than before, so Richard took advantage of that. He stroked his ego and got in. At the final moments, his skill made him aware. William was now loyal to him. His quest confirmed the same thing too, by going up a single percentage point. Not that he hadn't been unknowingly loyal for a long time. Richard had purposefully sent the less loyal groups to areas the scout informed him William was in. As predictable as he was, William would then kill them. In Richard's mind, this was a win-win. He would have people who weren't loyal to him killed, or he would lose an attack dog. He had only needed to do this 3 times total before he just led his people entirely away from William. For a long time, Richard had hoped that the idiot would just get himself killed against Hayden's men, but sadly that hadn't happened. William, in all his arrogance, was, in the end, still a coward. If he knew a party was strong, he would avoid them entirely. It was almost comical how every time Richard went out, William would go in the exact opposite direction. As to why he decided to bring William in now, because he was vulnerable enough. Richard could feel his weakness the second he saw him. Broken child, unsure of himself, so Richard gave him the recognition he so dearly craved for at that moment. He began by first establishing that he was in power by putting William down and then extended an offer of partnership to appear like he really needed him. The kid had eaten it raw. His loyalty was fickle, the foundation a fucking mess, but it was enough for now. All of the crafters were already considered loyal to Richard. Perhaps loyalty was the wrong term, but his skill and quest sure counted them. If he had to guess, then he would say it was more reliance than loyalty. Ultimately, he now considered them his people. The only one who didn't give him the response was the Smith, but he could handle that in time. It wasn't like he needed everyone to be loyal either. Jacob was another example of this. He shifted loyalty nearly daily. It was peculiar, but Richard never got any sense of danger from them. The same was true for that guy Bertram who followed Jacob around at all times. He had never displayed loyalty even once towards Richard, yet he was clearly a trustworthy man who had undying loyalty towards Jacob. Again, it wasn't really a problem, as he clearly cared for Caroline, and Caroline was undoubtedly loyal. It was necessary to have William converted or dead. All Richard now had left was Hayden and his party and a possible third threat, aka what attacked William. Oh, and on a final note on William. While he was a useful dog, he wasn't exactly a good dog, a bit too feral for Richard's taste. A wild dog couldn't just be tamed that quickly after all. You could feed it and keep it loyal for a while, but Richard wasn't under any illusions that William wouldn't end up backstabbing him at some point. Against Hayden, William would be a helpful tool. It's the only reason why he even bothered to convert him today. But once Hayden and his camp were either assimilated or decimated, the mad dog would have to be put down. Chapter 45, Shadow Vault and Instincts. In a small corner of the tutorial forest, a very peculiar thing was happening. A man was repeatedly jumping around, more times than not, finding himself smashing face first into a tree. He seemed to turn into something resembling a shadow, quickly moving forward, and then turn back to his normal tangible form with every jump. This weird man was naturally Jake testing out his newly acquired basic Shadow Vault of Umbra. The skill took quite a bit getting used to, which was the reason why he needed to practice it as much as he did. The skill was quite simple, actually. With little to no warning or preparation, Jake could speed up his movement in any direction he was currently moving, turning into a shadow-like substance, and then appear once more whenever he reached his designated target or the uptime of the skill ran out. When he was a shadow, no physical object could touch him, instantly making Jake want to try phasing through walls. Sadly, that hope was quickly squashed. While he could phase through small things, he had no way of getting through a tree, for example. If he thought back to his fight with that caster William, he also doubted he could get past the wall of iron. He found that objects with a high mana density were harder to phase through, and a conjured wall had to be very mana dense. He could, however, phase through smaller objects, so dodging through the swing of a sword, a thrown dagger, or an arrow was entirely possible. Though he did notice it increased mana consumption when he did so. The reason why he kept crashing into things was due to the speed increase and the disorientating effect of suddenly accelerating. It was like suddenly stepping on an escalator going far above what any safety standard would ever permit. One moment he would move normally, and the next suddenly accelerates several times that speed for less than a second. The skill itself wasn't teleportation, but just swift movement after all. However, it could easily appear as if he had just teleported to the untrained eye when he used the skill at maximum output. The fact that he took on the characteristics of a shadow only made it more challenging to use. It was like suddenly becoming weightless and everything just felt off. The fact that it moved in a direct line also made it even more confusing. So he trained. As one says, practice makes perfect. While he wasn't exactly aiming for perfection on his first day with the skill, he needed to be at least able to use it without accidentally getting himself killed during combat. He could totally see himself crash into something far more dangerous than a tree. The damage he took to both his health and mana pools when he crashed into objects like trees was already quite insane to begin with. The sudden momentum coming to an instant stop as he hit the tree made his mana instantly drain by several hundred points, and his health points drop even more. One lucky thing with the skill was that it also phased all his equipment. Even if he had a bow in his hand, it too took on a shadowy look. He tried it with a couple of different things and found that pretty much anything he touched would get shadow vaulted with him. It did increase both mana and stamina consumption of the skill, though. He also discovered with some experimenting that the enchant with his boots did indeed reduce stamina expenditure. And despite it saying it was only by a small amount, it turned out to be quite significant. It wasn't just a straight-up percentage decrease but had some more advanced math behind it. If he did a small vault, consuming only 5 stamina with the boots as an example, the cost got reduced by a whopping 3 points. In other words, a 60% reduction. However, if he did a more extended vault, consuming 30 stamina, the boots would only reduce it by 10 points or so, aka around a 33% reduction. His maximum consumption from a single vault so far had been 78 stamina, and then it had reduced cost by 17, which was a weird 22% or so reduction. Quite honestly, the math behind it stumped him, and he decided just to write it off as the system doing system things. There clearly was a pattern somewhere. He doubted it would just be entirely random. Jake just didn't see the value in crunching the math and trying to discover the formula. Without it, he already had a good feeling for how much stamina he was consuming, and he didn't exactly have time to calculate much during combat, especially not with a defensive skill. The vault also consumed mana, of which no reduction was available. The cost was around the same as the stamina counterpart, not counting the reduction. The mana expenditure got a lot higher, however, if he phased through objects of any kind. Luckily, wisdom was still his highest stat by quite a bit, and he didn't really use much mana during normal combat to begin with. So despite the relatively high cost of dodging through objects, he could manage. He couldn't help but think of how useless the skill would feel if he only had his archer class, however. The mana consumption would drain him in only a few vaults, leaving him with a dead skill. But with his current resource pools, he could easily make tens of high-powered jumps, if he could avoid smashing his head into things, that is. But he was getting better, and fast. In only a few hours, he had gotten the short jumps down and was quickly able to move a few meters back and forth in quite fluid movements. The long vaults were still quite hard, but that too was improving drastically for every minute. Quite honestly, his bloodline abilities felt like a total cheat here too. His sphere was utterly unaffected by him turning all shadowy and kept him completely aware of his surroundings. He knew when he was about to hit something, and he seemed to slowly be able to train his instinct to understand the skill better. A vital distinction had to be made between moving on instinct and moving deliberately with thoughts behind every action. If Jake tried to dodge a sword swing intentionally, he had first to register the weapon approaching, then he had to decide to evade, and then the method he would use to avoid. If he decided to use Shadow Vault, he would have to use the skill, and all the decisions related to that, like what way to dodge, how far, and how fast. If it was done instinctually, however, only the first step was needed, and that was more than handled by Jake's overpowered danger perception. By then, he simply had to not fight what he already instinctively wanted to do and vault. It was like he just knew what was best to do without deliberating it. Everyone would naturally rely on instinct there. A boxer blocks based on intuition. When someone throws something at you, you lift your hand to block instinctively. Jake just took the entire concept to another level. He didn't just raise his hand to block something thrown. He would catch it out of the air and fling it back if it was an attack. Of course, his instincts weren't flawless. Relying so much on only his instincts could also easily backfire. Jake wasn't omniscient, and feints had a considerable effect on him. His instinctual reactions also ultimately relied on himself. If he was attacked by a skill he could in no way understand, his instinct wouldn't know how to respond appropriately either. His danger perception did help quite a bit there, but it too had many flaws. If he had to bring up an example, it would be during the fight with William. The final attack had hit him hard. He had been showered with pieces of metal and shot back, taking a lot of damage. His instinct hadn't managed to react, and his danger perception had only activated at the final moment. The same was true for the daggers that William controlled to attack him with. Their ethereal movements were hard to understand, making his instinct only able to try and keep up with their attack pattern. His danger perception made him aware of them at all times, but felt more like a constant buzzing telling him that those daggers are dangerous. The way he had won the fight had also been straight up against his instincts. To dodge or block an attack was the most natural thing to do, so his instinct naturally screamed at him to do so. Instead, he had chosen to ignore the attacks and get hit, ultimately gaining an opening to win. If he listened solely to his instincts during that fight, he would likely never have had the chance to land a hit before either he or the caster ran out of resources. While he would undoubtedly have won that battle of endurance, he didn't believe the other party would be stupid enough to stick around long enough to run out. Though of course, Jake could be wrong. There's also the fact that 5 daggers in the back barely fazed him. They penetrated a few centimeters into his flesh, dealing barely any real damage. With his high vitality, he could have taken dozens of those daggers, the only real problem being the pain. Pain his instincts naturally wanted to avoid. To feel pain is just the body's way of saying, dude, you should stop doing that. In the end, his instincts were only a guide or an emergency tool for when his thoughts couldn't keep up. It did also have aspects he couldn't at all understand, however. It seemed to, at times, make him aware of things. It allowed him to get vague feelings around things, such as how strong a beast was compared to himself, or how much damage a specific attack would do before it even hit him. Many warriors of the multiverse likely could do many of these things. Sensing the power level of others wasn't a new concept at all. Learning how much damage something would do also seemed like a relatively simple ability if one had enough experience on the battlefield. Even beasts were able to determine how dangerous attacks were. Jake saw several of them avoid the more damaging attacks while just tanking the weaker ones. Of course, it depended entirely on the beast. In the end, he could only sigh at how many unknowns there were. Bloodlines and their associated abilities were only for the holder of the bloodline to truly understand. The system offered no advice, only a simple explanation of the bloodline, and even that had many examples of holding minor flaws or lacking information. Not that Jake had any complaints about his bloodline. He wasn't delusional. He knew it was his greatest weapon. He knew it was the only thing he had not been granted by the system, something that belonged to him and him alone. As he sat there relaxing, he heard some noise above him and felt like something was looking at him. He focused on his sphere and saw one of the weird-ass birds staring down at him. It was rare they got so close. In fact, this was the first time one of them had ever entered his sphere, and birds aren't real. The sphere of perception confirmed that. When he focused on the bird, all jokes aside, he didn't see a physical animal but pure energy, a mana density that was just utterly insane. Jake couldn't even find the words to describe how ridiculous it was. Jake felt confused, but he didn't let it show. He still felt a gaze upon him. It was clearly originating from the bird, and yet it wasn't. It made him think, who or what was observing him? The birds were clearly just mediums of some kind, scouts. Based on their mana density, it wasn't related to any of the survivors. It felt far closer to the power shown by the malefic viper than himself. Was a god behind those birds? If so, why did the system allow a god to directly observe like this? Could the god interfere? He didn't think it was the system itself making them. It appeared far too omnipotent to need conjured superbirds to keep an eye on people. Also, those birds had been around since day one, like they were native to this place where the tutorial took place. Like whoever had placed them here knew that it was a tutorial area. Wait, Jake had been under an assumption for a long time. One that he was beginning to doubt. Who has ever said that the system created the tutorials? What if a god did? Clearly, gods could interfere with the tutorial. Heck, the Viper had placed a dungeon there. Who is to say that other gods or powerful entities weren't also influencing things? Who is to say a god didn't also create this outside area? Maybe even the rules? Or did a god work with the system to do all these things? Some kind of collaboration. But most importantly, he thought, why the fuck am I sitting here thinking about stuff I can't, in any way, shape, or form, find out at the moment, but can just ask the Viper about next time we meet instead of being productive? So with that, he returned to what is truly important, trying not to shadow vault into trees. Chapter 46, Unexpected Encounter 1-3. For so long they had waited, generation after generation, era after era. Their hope never died, their conviction eternal. Yet the branches died out one by one. Now only a single hall remained, the once glorious order corroded by the march of time. For only the gods are immortal. Only the gods can stand against time and preserve what was. Perhaps the only reason why his hall had survived so long was that they had one such god among them. Here in this world, they were still respected. They had power after all. But outside, in the other universes, their once mighty order was nearly forgot. The Lord Protector, the god who watched over them in place of their patron, having no desire to leave, so they could only wait for the day of his return. The current hall master was one of those waiting. She had been in her position for many generations, and like the many predecessors, she too was patient, never losing faith. Every year she dreamed of their patron's return, and every year she found herself saddened when nothing happened. If not for the Lord Protector and the grand legacy left behind, perhaps even they would have forgotten the malefic one. Many, even today, still doubted he would ever return, but she believed that the patron was out there, and as long as they waited, as long as they remained forever faithful, the malefic one was sure to reemerge. Suddenly she was awakened from her meditation as an old man teleported into her chamber. He wore a black robe with a snake's motif on it, one similar to her own. However, his snake was not giving off the same aura as the one on hers. One had to distinguish ranks after all. "What do you disturb my meditation for?" the hall master asked, slightly annoyed. If this were another petty squabble with the brimstone conglomerate, heads would roll. "Honored hall master, the Lord Protector has ordered you to his realm." "Immediately," the man said, bowing deeply. The hall master kneaded her brows, feeling a mix between excitement and fear. This was only the second time she would meet the Lord Protector. The only other time was during her inauguration as hall master, and even then, it was only him making an appearance briefly. She knew that the hall master that was before her had only met him twice also, the first being his own inauguration, and the second being when he reached the peak of mortality. The Lord Protector didn't even bother to show up at the funeral. "I shall go at once," she answered as she teleported out of her chamber. She couldn't teleport straight to the entrance of the Lord Protector's realm, but had to walk the majority of the way due to all the protective wards and spells put up through the ages. A minor inconvenience compared to the security provided. As she walked further and further down towards the entrance, her nervousness only grew, but at the same time so did her hope. Had it perhaps finally happened? Unlike most other grand orders or churches like theirs, the Malefic Order did not build grand castles or towers that breached the skies. Instead, they built into the ground, making vast networks of caves, which wasn't to say that the splendor of their order in any way could be belittled. The gloriousness and grandness of their halls were among the best. Caves could easily be far more extensive than some landmasses, especially with a bit of space magic mixed in. The entrance to the Lord Protector's realm finally entered her sight after only a few minutes of descending. The portal unadorned and straightforward, being merely an archway of stone with a portal in. Taking a deep breath, she stepped through. This was her first time in the Lord Protector's realm, and her expectations were most certainly met. The realm was not very large, perhaps only the space of a few smaller planets. But numerous reptilian creatures lived on the vast landmass that floated beneath her. Very few buildings stood on the entire continent, and only a single one was of any note, the Lord Protector's abode, she assumed. "Come, child, come quickly." She heard the venerated voice of the Lord Protector as she promptly teleported to the source. The god sounded emotional. After teleporting, she found the Lord Protector, all alone with a gleam in his eyes as he stared at a colossal obelisk made of black stone. The hall master had never seen this obelisk before, but she instantly knew what it was, and she knew what this meant. On the obelisk, a rune had lit up, the only rune on it. A profound green aura shrouded the obelisk, an aura that made even the Lord Protectors seem weak in comparison. The rune represented a single message. A message they had been waiting for oh so patiently for oh so long. The malefic viper was coming. The hall master could only tighten her knuckles as she started shaking from excitement. Their patron, their one true god, was coming back to them. After eras of waiting, the malefic one would finally return and once more bring glory to their order. Her eternal faith, their undying belief had not been misplaced, but instantly she was brought back to reality. Oh no. So many preparations had to be made. They had to get everything in the absolute best of conditions. She had to brief all the other leaders and minor branches around their world. There was so much. She only hoped paradoxically that the Great One would perhaps take a few more days before he hello little snappy. MISSEDME. Old habits die hard, a common phrase for most, one would imagine, but Jake had never thought that a habit could get old after less than a month. Without even thinking about it, he had found himself munching on mushrooms. Much to his horror, he even found enjoyment in it. The mana gained was a nice bonus too. One thing led to another, and now Jake found himself sitting beneath a tree with a mixing bowl in his hand with moss and mushrooms floating in the purified water. After his fight with the boar and a lot of practice with his new Shadow Vault skill, he was excited to find new strong opponents to test himself against. But after hours of looking around, he only came across a few weak beasts, none of them even breaking level 20, barely worth getting out of bed for. So instead, he had gotten bored and started doing a bit of alchemy. It helped calm his nerves, and he needed to practice using his alchemical flame anyway. He had already mixed a few common rarity poisons, and considered if he should start learning how to make stamina potions. He hadn't needed them during the challenge dungeon as he only used stamina passively, but with his new archer skills, that had changed significantly. He hadn't gotten a level, but it wasn't surprising considering he had only done alchemy for a few hours, and the concoctions were some he had trained many times before. He still had plenty of ingredients left in his spatial necklace, so he didn't really worry about running out anytime soon. As he was about to begin another concoction, he sensed someone looking at him. At first, he thought it was one of the not-bird birds, but it wasn't. Raising his head abruptly and turning to the side, he activated Archer's Eye instinctively and saw a man standing at the top of a hill wearing an archer cloak similar to his own. Shortly after, he saw 4 other figures appear around the archer. From the looks of it, 3 different kinds of the warrior class and a caster. Jake, with his high perception, used Identify on each of them, as they didn't seem keen on approaching him quite yet either, likely also all trying to identify him currently. Human LVL 19, Human LVL 20, Human LVL 18, Human LVL 21, Human LVL 20. They were all lower than the caster that called himself William, but that wasn't grounds to underestimate them. There were 5 of them, and one of them had a rather mean-looking 2-handed sword. That warrior also happened to be the one at level 21 and was even wearing plate armor. Armor Jake guessed was enchanted, either by upgrading it with a token or just by finding it. From a quick glance, he noticed that they all seemed to have relatively decent gear. The archer's bow even looked quite a bit nicer than his own. All of their armor or cloaks were for sure upgraded, none of them looking like they only had what one started the tutorial with. From what he could see, there were 4 men and 1 woman. He couldn't see their faces properly, but from their posture they were all clearly on edge, a perfectly understandable response to seeing Jake, a solitary, unidentifiable human in the middle of nowhere. If possible, Jake wanted to avoid conflict and just move on with his day, though information would be useful, as he had some doubts about the validity of what William said, considering the guy did turn out to be a backstabbing bastard. Jake, seeing no reason for conflict, acted like he put the mixing bowl beneath his robe as he deposited it into his spatial storage. No reason to openly advertise that he had it after all. He then got up and started walking towards the 5 people in an as non-threatening manner as he could, which is to say he walked with both hands held out in front of him, showing he wasn't armed, something he could change in the blink of an eye with his spatial storage. The warrior with the 2-hander went a step forward from the group and yelled, "Who are you? Why are you alone out here? And what was that in your hand before?" Jake, seeing no reason to lie but didn't exactly feel like sharing much, told them the truth for the most part. "I am just an archer, and I am alone because I kind of like it that way. Also, it was just a bowl earlier, see?" He said as he pulled out the bowl once more, making sure to make it seem like he pulled out from beneath his cloak. However, they seemed to care little for the bowl, as their gazes all sharpened when he refused to give his name. "Are you Jake?" the caster asked as she stepped forward, glaring at him with quite a bit of hostility. Jake was a bit taken aback at the question. The only ones in the tutorial who knew his name were the ones his colleagues had shared it with. Richard also knew it without a doubt, and while he wasn't exactly on friendly terms with Richard, he doubted the man would still have people out hunting for him after so long. Besides, if they knew his colleagues, it was more than worth the risk to strike up a conversation. "Yeah, where did you hear my name?" he asked, hoping to finally get some helpful info. What he got instead was a bolt of ice followed by it. The 3 warriors didn't stand still either, as they all charged the instant they confirmed his identity. Jake took a moment to react, as he barely managed to jump to the side to avoid the ranged attacks because of his danger sense. What the hell is wrong with them? He asked himself as he saw the eyes of the opposing party. The hostility was almost palpable as the caster yelled, "This is for Mickey, you fucking psycho. Don't lose your cool and let him run." The warrior with the big sword said in a stern tone before he sped up, a green glow swirling around his body. Jake only got more and more confused. Who the fuck is Mickey? But he didn't have time to contemplate further as he jumped backward, dodging the first swing of the warrior. This had to be some kind of misunderstanding. Perhaps another guy named Jake killed that guy. It wasn't out of the question for more people named Jake to be in a 1,200 people group. "Listen, I think there is some kind of misunderstanding here. I didn't kill anyone named Mickey as far as I recall. Please just calm down. There is no reason for us to fight," Jake tried as he kept dodging the blows of the warrior. "Don't listen to him." Richard warned that he tried shit like this versus the metal mage. One of the other warriors, an upgraded light warrior as far as he could see, warned. Jake, at the mention of those 2, instantly sharpened his gaze. So William and Richard did work together, and it seemed like that caster wasn't happy about their last bout at all, even now sending people after him. Everything suddenly seemed a lot clearer to Jake. They weren't here for revenge for some guy named Mickey. They were here to kill him. Heck, maybe Mickey was a guy from the squad Richard sent after him so long ago. Not that any of it mattered. In his mind, these 5 were now unquestionably marked as enemies. Yet he wasn't about to give up trying to get something useful out of them. "So, you are with Richard and that metal caster William. Tell me, do you know of other survivors in his camp, names such as Jacob, Casper, or Joanna?" he asked, an effort that went unrewarded as they all simply continued their assault. Fine, Jake thought, have it your way. They were slower and weaker than him in pretty much every way. Sure, the warrior without a doubt had higher strength than him, but all in all, he still saw them as weak. Compared to William, none of them had shown anything that could genuinely threaten him. Well, he would be in for a lot of hurt if he let that massive two-hander hit him, but no way he was going to let that happen. Having decided to stop being diplomatic, he no longer held back. He quickly summoned his bow as he shadow vaulted backward, much to the onlookers' shock as they saw him turn shadowy and fly backward. With bow in hand, he decided to go for the weaker ones first. As he was preparing to shoot the caster, however, an arrow with far more power than he expected headed his way, allowing him only narrowly to avoid it. Parts of his cloak was still ripped apart from the wind pressure alone. Power shot, shit. A quick glance informed him that the archer had started charging another power shot, making Jake instantly switch his focus to him. He knew the strength of that skill, but also its massive weakness. Knocking an arrow, he shot it towards the archer, but his attack instead struck a wall of ice that popped up before it. Cursing, Jake could only dodge once more as the two other warriors reached him, one the light warrior and the other a medium warrior from what he could see. Both upgraded classes too, of course. With his weak defenses, the light warrior became his next target, as he quickly dismissed his bow and drew his bone dagger along with another random archer one. With no time to poison anything, he had to make do. The warrior was faster than Jake with his movements, but Jake had a small edge in strength and a relatively large advantage in technique with his twin Fang style, insane perception, and instincts. Positioning himself to block the archer and caster's line of sight, he dodged the medium warrior's sword as he closed in on the light warrior. With slight panic, the man tried to jump back as he threw small knives at Jake. Knives he decided to ignore as he just let them hit his body. The cloak blocked nearly everything, only leaving a few meaningless scratches on his tough body. However, the warrior was far less durable than Jake. Surprised that Jake just tanked the attack, he took several cuts across the chest with the bone dagger before Jake tried to finish him off by plunging his other dagger into his neck. Sadly, he had no time to assess if the man was a goner, as the two remaining warriors had reached him once more. Shadow vaulting away, he once more drew his bow and started bombarding both of them with arrows. The heavy warrior manipulated the aura around his body to block them, with the medium warrior choosing to dodge instead. A dodging attempt he failed, as an arrow nailed him in the leg. Seeing his opportunity, Jake managed to land 2 more arrows on the man before he had to shadow vault once more as another power shot came his way. With some distance, he withdrew a bottle of necrotic poison and retreated behind a tree, still keeping an eye on the warriors that were still within his sphere of perception. He had bought himself some time to apply the poison as he saw the party try and save their comrades. He had confidence in the damage on the light warrior being lethal. However, the medium warrior seemed to already be getting up, as his wounds already started healing rapidly. Not natural health points rapidly, but a self-healing skill rapidly, something that wouldn't happen again that easily with poison in the mix. More than a dozen arrows now soaked in some of his most potent common rarity poison went back into the quiver. Okay, round 2. Chapter 47, Unexpected Encounter 2-3. If simply taken as an archer, Jake wasn't anything overly impressive. He was relatively strong and fast through his many levels in his race, but he was still a bit behind those with evolved classes. He still got an edge during combat due to his lack of hesitation and powerful bloodline though. But overall, fighting an entire team with class levels higher than his own wouldn't end well. If one disregarded his other primary source of power, that is. However, if one added his profession, the equation changed. The pure stat amount of toughness and vitality it had provided made him far more robust than nearly everyone else, especially in prolonged fights. But without a doubt, his greatest strength currently was his potent toxins. A single arrow or a single cut transformed from a minor wound to almost certain death. And now he had applied his poison. He hadn't done it from the beginning of the fight for many reasons. First of all, he wasn't sure it would turn into a battle. Secondly, he wanted information more than anything, and if it didn't end in a fight, he would just waste a bottle of poison. Now, however, the time for talking was over. From behind the tree, he saw his enemies get ready to flank him once more, a tactic he would gladly exploit. Taking a normal non-poisoned arrow, he knocked it and started charging a power shot. The skill was weak in open combat, usually, but it had its time to shine. Now was one such time. With the timing just right, as the medium warrior entered his line of fire, he released the arrow. The man didn't even have time to react before he was hit, the arrow exploding from the impact as it hit his chest. The man wasn't left in a much better state than the arrow, as a huge gaping hole had blown open in his upper chest, taking with it his heart and lungs. Needless to say, the man was well and truly dead. Having 2 down, he switched to poison arrows as he shadow vaulted away from the tree once more, seeking refuge behind another. Them being unable to pin him down was a significant advantage that he didn't want to lose. Besides, while the plate-wearing warrior was undoubtedly strong and had formidable defenses, he had gotten that by having far worse mobility. Hence, he would be saved for last. 2 shadow vault later, and he discovered that the enemy archer had entered his sphere. And from how he moved, he was not yet aware of Jake's location. Seeing him split up from the ice caster, he made his move. He stalked the archer with his sphere as a guide while staying out of sight from all three enemies. The other archer moved slowly, only at walking speed, with his bow fully drawn, ready to shoot at any sudden movement. His caution was natural but misplaced. Jake never planned to enter his line of sight after all. As the archer entered a small clearing, Jake saw his chance and shot an arrow from directly behind the man. He managed to react only at the very last moment, but still ended up with an arrow hitting him on his upper backside, an annoying but otherwise very easily manageable wound. If the necrotic poison was disregarded, that is. The archer only had time to roll out the way and rip the arrow out before he felt that something was wrong. At first, he felt a weird numbness, followed by intense pain that seemed to spread through his very being. Next, he was hit by the smell of rotting flesh. With horror, the archer yelled, attracting his comrades who rushed over to him. Jake had taken refuge behind a tree once more, but kept close enough for the dying archer to still be within his sphere. The warrior and caster made it to their dying comrade, and were both stopped dead as they saw the archer rolling on the ground shrieking in an inhuman voice. As he rolled around, pieces of rotten black flesh fell off. The grisly sight ended before long as the screaming also died down. It had taken less than half a minute from the arrow hitting to his death, yet this half a minute was enough to bring endless nightmares to those seeing it. Before the two, the archer barely resembled a human anymore. The entire back area and most of the upper body had completely rotted away. An entire arm was lying off to the side, having become detached as the archer rolled around. Even Jake from behind the tree had to take deep breaths to calm himself. This was the first time he saw the actual result of his poison taking effect. The only other time he had done anything like this was when used touch of the malefic viper on a beast, but this had been a human. He still vividly remembered the water from the second challenge room that nearly killed him. The feeling of your limbs slowly rotting away, the indescribable pain. He didn't like it. He didn't like it one bit, but poisons were his best weapon. In the end, the only thing he could calm himself down with was that he hadn't been the aggressor. They had attacked first. He was just defending himself. They were allies of Richard and William, two people who both had attempted to have him killed before. They were his enemies, and to your enemies you show no mercy. He remembered back on a conversation he had with the malefic viper during his visit to his realm. The viper told of a story from when he was younger before he became a god. He spoke of how he had just gotten the ability to assume a humanoid form and how he had tried to enter the world of civilization and become, well, civilized. The malefic viper talked of his naivety back then. He believed that the enlightened humanoid races were not like the beasts he was used to, but would have values above simply striving for more strength. He had got close to people, and he had believed them as if he was a gullible child. Beasts didn't lie after all. They either attacked or retreated. A monster that would first become your friend to then stab you in the back was unheard of to him, until it happened. For wealth, the malefic viper was betrayed, and his betrayers attempted to kill him. Of course, even then, his strength was above most of his peers, and he was not so easily thwarted. But yet again, he had believed the man when he claimed it was all a big misunderstanding. So he spared him out of misplaced compassion and benevolence, a benevolence returned by having the few humanoid friends he had made slaughtered. The man had hired a far more powerful force to take down the malefic viper out of something as simple as pure pride. He had made a contract with a powerful king to hunt down the viper and steal his treasures. Of course, the malefic viper returned this favor by massacring the man, his forces, and turned his head to the country of the foolish king. Personally, in retrospect, the viper confessed it to perhaps be an overreaction to let the entire kingdom face his wrath. It ended up resulting in the destruction of 9 planets. After this entire inhuman massacre, the malefic viper was not shunned or hunted. Even if he had killed innocents, women, children, elderly, he was never admonished for any of it. Instead, he was revered for his power, praised for his boldness. But more importantly, no one dared to assist anyone in ever betraying him again, as now the consequences were clear as day. The lesson the malefic viper wanted to teach Jake was a few things. The first was not to trust blindly and to not show mercy to one's enemies. The second point was that power ruled supreme. Might makes right, as one says. Additionally, if one shows the cruelty and the ability to cross certain lines, your enemies will hesitate and falter the next time they deal with you. Jake didn't fully agree with this interpretation, as cruelty can also lead to a far stronger response than one predicted. That the enemy will not be discouraged from fighting, but instead be far more resolute in destroying you, throwing all caution to the wind. And that was precisely the situation Jake now found himself in. After the initial fear wore off, the warrior and ice caster didn't flee or go on the defensive. Instead, they abandoned all signs of caution, as they both yelled obscenities. "Get the fuck out here, you fucking coward." The warrior yelled, followed by the ice caster calling him far more insulting things. Not that Jake necessarily disagreed with some of the things they called him. He just honestly didn't care. Allies of William and Richard didn't have any right to teach him anything about decency and honor. Withdrawing another bottle of poison from his necklace, he prepared himself to strike. Jumping out from behind the tree, he fired an arrow at the delirious woman. As he had expected, the blow was blocked as a shield of ice popped up behind her, automatically activated from what he could see. This, of course, gave away Jake's position as both turned towards him, rage in their eyes. Spikes of ice started coalescing in the air as the caster stepped out from behind her wall, and the warrior charged towards him, the same green aura still enveloping him. Jake was fully aware that his regular arrows couldn't break through this green aura, so instead he threw the bottle he had prepared earlier. While the bottle's speed was slower than an arrow, it was still far too fast for the warrior to avoid. The bottle struck him as he blocked with his arms, the liquid within splashing all over his upper body. A sizzling sound was heard as the aura began being eroded, and the man retreated as he seemingly focused on protecting himself. Jake was aware that the necrotic poison was far weaker thrown-like that compared to getting applied to an arrow, but he had to make do. With the warrior out of the way, Jake made his way towards the ice caster. After only a few steps, the ice spikes she began conjuring earlier made their way towards him, prompting him to make a full-power shadow vault straight through the spikes. He felt a considerable drain on his mana as he passed through spike after spike, but the tactic paid off. He now found himself within only a few meters of the caster, whose facial expression had changed from one of pure anger to one of abject fear. Giving her no quarter, Jake continued his assault as he stepped towards her once more, activating Shadow Vault another time. Just as he vaulted, a wall of ice started getting summoned, but it was too late. Before the wall could fully form, Jake appeared behind the caster and went for an overhead swing, straight for her head. In a final gambit, the caster seemed to release all her mana, sending a wave of frost exploding out of her, hitting Jake and freezing the ground all around her. Jake, however, did not retreat as he instead pushed forward, bringing down the dagger on the woman. Her toughness proved inadequate as the dagger managed to enter the top of her skull. He hadn't poisoned the blade, but he knew this blow was lethal either way. The notification hitting him less than a second after his attack landed only confirmed as much. Not that he had time to look, as one opponent remained. With an explosion of ice and green aura, the wall made by the caster prior was smashed apart as the warrior charged through it. His armor and body had clear signs of the poison still lingering, but he had managed to cleanse most of it. This slightly surprised Jake, as it displayed that the mysterious green aura seemed to possess both strong defensive and self-enhancing effects. As the warrior saw the dead caster with Jake standing over her, his anger reached entirely new levels. Completely berserk, he started swinging his massive blade back and forth with far more power and speed than before. In the end, this did little for him, as at the same time all semblance of technique disappeared from his attack, ultimately making it far easier for Jake. Not backing down, Jake engaged in melee, dodging and weaving around the man as he avoided every single swing. It reminded him of fighting the boar, though the boar had been both weaker and slower. Though at least the beast had magic to pin Jake down, something the warrior sorely lacked. The fight continued towards the expected conclusion for a few more minutes as Jake felt the green aura around the man get dimmer and dimmer. His speed and power also gradually slowed down, allowing Jake to land small cuts here and there. In the end, Jake managed to kick the man's arms when he made a far too predictable downwards blow, disarming him. Another kick made the man stumble, as he fell to the ground only a few meters from the caster's corpse. The fact that he lost his weapon and got knocked down brought back some clarity to the man's eyes, prompting Jake to talk. What do Richard and William think they can accomplish by sending people after me like this, except for donating me experience and tutorial points, that is? Jake asked, seeing no reason to be cordial. Revenge for what you have done, you fucking lunatic, the man answered with a far calmer voice than Jake had predicted. Though he felt the apparent signs of weakness from his tone, he, too, knew that he was dead no matter what. Revenge for what? Killing people Richard sent after me, or for fighting back when that William fellow tried to backstab me? Jake said with a mocking voice. How goddamn ridiculous were these people? For killing everyone, for starting this war, the man said, his voice getting weaker and weaker. Jake could only stand there confused at his words. Something was off, way off. From how he had said everyone, it sounded like it certainly wasn't just for those people he had killed sent by Richard. Could it be the 3 ambushers from the very first night of the tutorial? No, that couldn't be it either. To make matters even more confusing, he was clearly blamed for starting a war. The war was likely the one William had alluded to between Richard's faction and those other guys. But why the hell was he getting blamed for it? I didn't do anything. Jake protested as he looked at the dying man. He didn't hesitate to take out a health potion. Here, drink this health po. Before he could finish, the warrior knocked the potion out of his hand. Why woo? Jake tried again, but the warrior's arm dropped to his side, having used his final vestige of strength to knock away the only thing that could save him. Jake just stood there. God fucking damn it, he spoke out loud. I'm pretty sure I would remember starting a goddamn war, Jake thought with much frustration. Had their entire fight indeed been based on some huge misunderstanding? Was it a mistake fighting them? No, Jake shook his head. Even if it had been a misunderstanding, they had clearly been dead set on fighting him. He had tried to talk, but they had shot his attempt down. He had to remember they were enemies, and he couldn't afford to show mercy to enemies. It was simple. With a sigh, he sat down on the ground. For now, he wasn't going to think of it. Next time he would try harder on the diplomacy part. Focus on what you can. And with that, his focus shifted to his notification screen. Chapter 48, Unexpected Encounter 3-3. The hall master stood frozen as she slowly turned around. What she saw was a scaled man, looking more human than reptilian. He wore a simple-looking black robe, and had what she could only describe as a big, goofy smile on his lips. His long black hair tied behind his head, revealing his green eyes. He looked unimpressive, but the aura that he gave off was more powerful than anything she had ever come across. It felt like she stood before the incarnation of death and decay itself, yet she felt not a shred of fear. The only feeling that inhabited her body was pure joy, combined with a massive dose of nervousness. Master, you have returned. I, the Lord Protector, stammered as tears started streaming down his face. He had waited for so long, far longer than any other being in the Order of the Malefic Viper, and he was also the only living member that had ever met the Viper before in person. Well, except for the Viper's disciple, but that guy was a bit loony. With a step, the Malefic Viper appeared before the Lord Protector, and to the Hall Master's surprise, gave him a big hug. I am sorry, little one, it must have been hard for you. You've done well, the Viper said as he rubbed the head of the Lord Protector, who was now fully bawling his eyes out. The Hall Master could only stand there frozen as she observed. The high and mighty Lord Protector, crying his eyes out, and the Malefic Viper, a being she had only ever heard of in legends, consoling him like he was a small child. She had dreamed of the Malefic Viper's return for so long, but this scenario had never been one she had imagined. So Snappy, who is this young lady? The Viper finally asked as he stepped away from the Lord Protector, who quickly managed to calm himself down. The Hall Master was now even more beside herself, as both the gods turned their attention to her. Ah, this is the newest Hall Master of the Order. She is more or less the highest-ranking member of the Order, as we only have this one hall remaining. I believe she is the descendant of one of the ladies of the Verdant Lagoon, the Lord Protector said, as he had now managed to entirely compose himself, returning to his more stoic demeanor that he usually displayed. Oh, those girls, that brings back some memories. Good to see they left some nice descendants with the Order. Wonder what they're up to these days, the Malefic Viper said, as he stepped closer to the frozen Hall Master. So, what are you? The Hall Master, now suddenly thrown out of her stupor, managed to get out. My name, Viridia, my lord, she said as she did everything she could to compose herself. May I have the honor of welcoming the Malefic One back to the Order and apologize for our inadequate performance in the patron's absence. I swear on my life that— Whoa, stop. I just asked for your name, that is all. You have nothing to apologize for, geez. I am the one who should apologize to you if anyone was going to. But I already apologized to little Snappy earlier, and I don't make 2 apologies in a day, so we can't have that. Just relax, okay? Everything is fine. The fact that the Order is still even around is more than impressive in its own right, the Malefic Viper said as he raised his hand and gave her a pat on her head, pretty much just petting her. With a smile, Snappy went over to them and asked, May I know why Master chose this time to make his return? But instantly realized that it might have come off wrong. Not that there is anything wrong with making your return now. It is great, in fact. I am just thinking that with the new universe being integrated in everything, if there was some relation, that's all. Snappy, relax. The Viper shook his head as he turned and landed a gentle chop on the Lord Protector. And yes, it's entirely related to the new universe. Remember that dungeon I made back in preparation for the second era? The one with the spikes? The Lord Protector asked. If he recalled, that was the only dungeon yet uncleared. He hadn't lived when it was made, but the Viper had spoken of it in length. Yep, that one. Someone actually cleared it. Oh, did Master make a new worthy follower? Perhaps a great reward was granted for your new follower's performance in the tutorial. Snappy said with glee but instantly frowned. Wait, that can't be. The tutorials have yet to conclude. I didn't make a follower, no, he answered with a giant, goofy smile. Believe it or not, I think I made a friend. As Jake opened his notification screen, he was instantly assaulted by a stream of messages. You have slain human F, LVL 18/apprentice rogue, LVL 26/novice leatherworker, LVL 10, a small amount of bonus experience earned for killing an enemy with a class above your class level, 425. 241 TP earned. You have slain human F, LVL 19/apprentice swordsman, LVL 27/novice smith, LVL 11, a small amount of bonus experience earned for killing an enemy with a class above your class level, 467. 111 TP earned you have slain human F. LVL 20 veteran archer, LVL 28/novice builder, LVL 12. A small amount of bonus experience earned for killing an enemy with a class above your class level, 489. 965 TP earned you have slain human F. LVL 20/neophyte ice witch, LVL 30/novice tailor, LVL 11. A small amount of bonus experience earned for killing an enemy with a class above your class level, 591. 235 TP earned you have slain human F. LVL 21 aspiring blade of nature, LVL 33/novice smith, LVL 10. A small amount of bonus experience earned for killing an enemy with a class above your class level, 703. 458 TP earned asterisk ding. Class, Archer, has reached level 21 stat points allocated, plus 1 free point asterisk ding. Class, Archer, has reached level 22 stat points allocated, plus 1 free point asterisk ding. Race, Human E, has reached level 33 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points asterisk ding. Class, Archer, has reached level 23 stat points allocated, plus 1 free point. Jake could honestly only sigh once more at the messages. 3 whole levels in his class from the relatively short fight. It was almost criminally more effective than hunting beasts. Even worse was the number of tutorial points earned. He was closing in on 400,000 points before the fight, but now he had over 3 million. They had increased more than 7-fold. From the rules, he knew that he had obtained half of the group's points, half of what they had struggled and put their lives on the line to get, robbed in one swoop. Looking at the classes on the notifications, he also learned quite a lot. The 3 first seemed to have rather basic upgrades, 2 apprentices and 1 veteran. However, he wasn't sure if the veteran was a low-level upgrade or a higher one. He assumed low as the man had been on the weaker side, honestly. The 2 last were the interesting ones. The woman had been a neophyte ice witch. Neophyte made one think it was low-level or that she was just beginning to step on that paths. Perhaps ice witches were just a really high-tier class. She had been a bit strong, but she was far off compared to the metal caster. Too bad he had failed to kill him to see what his class was called. The last one, Akka the plate-wearing warrior, had by far the most interesting class, aspiring blade of nature. It reminded Jake of his own prodigious alchemist of the malefic viper. An unusual adjective before the class seemed to indicate that it was somehow a bit higher level, while the rank-based ones, such as apprentice or novice, seemed to be more straightforward paths. Neophyte was also likely a special adjective. Of course, he seriously doubted it was as simple as that. And speaking of professions, theirs were extremely uninteresting. All were just novice ranks, though Jake did confirm the existence of 4 types of professions besides his own: tailors, smiths, leatherworkers, and builders. He had to look at the bright spots of this shitty situation, after all. He couldn't sit there and dwell on what the hell was happening or why they had targeted him. Information was necessary, so he just had to appreciate what he got. For his free points, he split them between strength and agility. He still felt that he was either weaker or on par with others despite his significantly higher race level. He knew that evolved classes would add far more stats than the basic starting ones. The 6 stats in total from each archer level did seem quite pathetic compared to his 20 from prodigious alchemist of the malefic viper. Closing the notification window, he got up and exited his meditation. He hadn't been down for long, but he had managed to regenerate a bit of stamina and mana. He was honestly wondering if he even needed sleep anymore. He hadn't felt the need since exiting the challenge dungeon. In there, he only slept for a few hours once in a while to relax his head, something that hadn't been necessary yet here in the forest. Looking at his surroundings, he spotted the big sword dropped by the warrior. It was quite simple-looking, but had a relatively nice-looking green gem embedded in the handle. Using Identify on it, he was a bit taken aback. Great Sword of Nature rare, a sword crafted from metal often found in areas with high concentrations of nature-tuned mana. Through the ages, this sword has been filled with the energy of nature itself, giving it the ability to bless its wielder. Enchantments, Energy of Nature's Strength. Absorb and assimilate the powers of nature itself found within the blade, strengthening your inner energy with its properties. Requirements, level 20 in any class or race. High nature affinity. The blade was great. The enchantment was very interesting. This blade was likely the reason for the man's class and mystical aura. It was somehow inner energy, or stamina, infused with the energies of nature, as the sword described. Either way, the sword was good. Jake couldn't help but pick it up. It was a bit heavy, but nothing he couldn't handle. The energy from the warrior was still lingering within the blade, so Jake decided to let it be for now. He could feel it slowly dissipating as he looked at it, after all. In only a few minutes, he should be able to try and claim it as his own. But the fact that the man had dropped such a weapon made Jake think of something he had entirely disregarded: looting. It wasn't like beasts dropped loot like in games, but humans sure did. He could take their equipment. It felt dirty and dishonorable, but Jake felt like it would be pure stupidity not to do it. He needed power, everyone did. The dead won't blame the living for trying to stay alive, he thought to himself. Unless the said person had killed them, of course. So these dead would kind of be pissed at me for taking their stuff. Yeah, not going down that road. Disregarding that entire train of thought, he went to the warrior and identified his armor. It was common rarity and upgraded just like his cloak was, even with the same enchant of self-repair. As he had plenty of space in his spatial storage, and with the armor self-repairing, he saw no reason not to keep it. Luckily, he didn't have to strip the dead man, as he could directly deposit it the second he felt the man's last vestige of mana leave the armor. Next, he went to the Ice Witch and identified her items too. He tried to be fast about it, as he honestly still felt very uncomfortable looking at the dead body. The robe was common rarity like the warrior's and his own. She also had a common rarity wand that he honestly had no interest in, but she did have a ring on her finger that yielded a pleasant surprise. Ring of Brilliance, common, a ring with a gem crafted by a skilled jeweler. Mana in the gem grants the user increased mental stats. Enchantment, plus 10 intelligence, plus 10 wisdom, plus 5 willpower. Requirements, LVL 15 plus in any humanoid race like the armor of the warrior. The ring and wand were stored in his necklace too. He also threw in the robe of the caster without thinking, instantly regretting it as the woman was now half naked with only ragged clothes beneath that looked like it had been haphazardly sewn together from pre-tutorial clothes. Quickly he took out a sheet of cloth he had brought from the dungeon and covered her body. It was as much for himself as for her. He had already decided to burn the corpses, partly as thanks for the equipment, and partly out of a weird sense of respect and to honor them putting up a good fight. It just felt like the right thing to do. But for now, he moved on to the other corpses. As he walked towards the archer, he took out the ring and started injecting mana into it until he felt a connection form and the warm flow of stats increasing. By that time, he had already arrived before the rather gory-looking archer. The robe was a totally lost cause, and his identify turned up with nothing indicating it was broken as his poison consumed the man. But he did find the bow and dagger that the archer had used lying a bit off to the side. He had dropped his bow when Jake had first shot him, and while the blade was still a bit dirty, it must have fallen off early in the process. Identifying both of them, he wasn't surprised, but still happy with the result. Archer's bow common, a bow handed out for the tutorial, now upgraded with a token, has a robust wooden structure and string. Enchantments, self-repair. Requirements, tutorial attendee in archer class, current or former. Archer's dagger common, a dagger handed out for the tutorial, now upgraded with a token. Has a sharp edge made of high-quality steel and a strong wooden handle. Enchantments, self-repair. Requirements, tutorial attendee in archer class, current or former. His current bow and old dagger were both not upgraded, so 2 upgraded versions were more than welcome. However, the dagger needed a good cleaning before using it, something for later, as he deposited both of them into his store. He could bind them to himself with mana and just have the self-repair do the cleaning too. Next, he checked the rogue and swordsman but found nothing of interest. They both had common rarity gear, though the rogue did have boots that were also common rarity but offered just a bit of endurance except the normal self-repair enchant. Of course, they were utterly useless to Jake, as he already had his far better boots of the wandering alchemist. Having looted what he wanted, he returned to the greatsword that was still on the ground. He couldn't put it in his spatial storage as long as the warrior's energy still resided within. As expected, the energy was gone entirely after his looting tour. Unable to hold himself back, he tried to bind the sword to himself. But the moment his mana entered, he felt a strong resistance, followed by a retaliatory force that sent a burning sensation up his hand. Cursing, he drew back his hand. Somehow the sword had communicated to him that he wasn't able to bind it. Apparently, he wasn't attuned to nature, or maybe he didn't have the right affinity or something, going by the requirements. Maybe it had something to do with nature typically seen as related to life, and his current approach to most anything was pretty much the direct opposite of that with his poisons, or something entirely unrelated, like some innate talent. Either way, he stored the blade in his spatial necklace. Who knows, maybe he could find someone to use it later on. No matter what, he saw no reason not to keep it around even if he himself had no use for the oversized sword. With everything gathered, he started preparing their send-offs. The fight had likely been on the wrong premise, and merely the result of a huge, deadly misunderstanding. The least amount of respect he could give his opponents was not to leave their corpses lying around. He remembered many civilizations used to burn fallen warriors, and even in modern countries, cremation was the norm in many places too. Gathering the bodies, he made sure to transport the half-decomposed archer carefully. Afterward, he gathered some wood and lay all the corpses on top of it. His alchemical flame quickly started burning the bodies along with them. The flame did nearly nothing to living targets, but due to the ever-present system fuckery, it worked wonders in breaking down objects or setting things ablaze. As the pyre burned, Jake decided to continue what he did before the battle, alchemy. He was getting low on stamina after the many shadow vaults, and it was more than about time that he learned how to make stamina potions. He sat down beside the still burning pyre, taking out the book on how to make them from his spatial storage. With his new movement skill, he had confidence in escaping pretty much anyone, so he decided to let the pyre serve as a beacon to perhaps draw other survivors to him. The only ones that should see this pyre's smoke would be people already out and about, therefore, it was unlikely to attract anyone. He clearly needed information. He was filled with questions while having no answers. The risks associated with seeking out Richard or even the faction that opposed him also seemed just too numerous. Once more, due to his lack of information, a meeting with any of his colleagues would be the best. While they hadn't been the closest of friends, they at least knew him a bit. They should know he wasn't the type to go around randomly attacking people and trying to incite wars. Jacob especially should know this. That guy had such good insight into other people, so even if he and Jake hadn't known each other for long, he should still be able to reassure others that he wasn't some monster. Looking at the burning pyre, however, he knew he wasn't exactly helping his own case. He doubted the friends of the squad he had killed would accept him going, "Hey, yeah, sorry I killed your friends, but it was all a big misunderstanding. No hard feelings, right?" With a big sigh, he half-distractedly read the small book. This entire thing was a fucking mess. Why couldn't it just be easy? Killing beasts to get points and humans attacking you being just psycho enemies. Looking up from the book, he looked towards the sky. He really wished he could ask someone for advice on what exactly to do. His instincts weren't exactly helpful here, as he was sure it would only advise killing anyone who dared raise a weapon against him. It didn't care for motives, thoughts, or morals. It was pure, simple. Perhaps living just following your instincts would be far easier. Shaking his head, he decided to cut off all distracting thoughts and focus on his alchemy. Worrying would do him no good. Stamina potions and levels, however, would do him a lot of good. Keep it simple, Jake thought to himself, and take the complications as they come. Chapter 49, Enemy of the People. The room was filled with tension as both sides sat staring at each other. As always, it was a contest of who would speak first and break the silence. Both sides seemed to see it was a weakness to be the first to make their thoughts known, which is why Jacob reluctantly ended up taking that role. "Ahem, gentlemen," he started as both Hayden and Richard turned their eyes to him. "As we discussed yesterday, Hayden, we did a thorough check of the people you presumed us to have killed, and after a lot of searching, we were still unable to have anyone take credit. In fact, the majority of the fights either have no surviving members from our camp or maybe we were never the party fighting your men to begin with." Hayden didn't even react, but still sat there stoically. The man was nearly as tall as Richard and as strongly built. No way anyone would think the man was a caster just based on his build. The spear on his back certainly didn't help either. The only thing really giving away his original class was the red robe he was wearing. It wasn't the starting robe simply upgraded, but likely an item of higher rarity. His spear was the same, also a far cry from the simple equipment given out at the beginning of the tutorial. Overall, his look was sleek and deadly. Richard, on the other hand, was built like a tank. Full plate armor and a massive tower shield strapped to his back with a sword sheathed at his side. He had even acquired a helmet, truly finishing his look. While both men were huge, Richard still had a few centimeters on the other man. As to who was most powerful, Jacob didn't want to find out. Both had upgraded classes, of course, and he seriously doubted they were the standard kind. "So you're saying some mysterious third party is out there and wiping out squad after squad and somehow none of us noticed? Wouldn't that be a bit too convenient?" Hayden said, extremely skeptical of the entire premise. "If the third party intends to somehow win this tutorial, it is plausible. If the individual believes that victory entails wiping out all other survivors, that is. And based on the description and rules of this hellhole, it would make sense," Richard said, as he leaned back on his chair, making it give out loud creaking noises. "Think about it. Humans award far more experience and especially tutorial points compared to beasts. The system encourages us to actively kill each other for higher rewards. Would the final reward then not be highest for he who has managed to kill all other tutorial attendees?" Hayden didn't necessarily disagree, but that didn't mean he believed the warrior. "Oh, I am not saying it isn't possible, but how the hell do you propose a squad could manage to dance around our detection for so long, perfectly executing everything? The only way I see that being possible is if this group has information and a network within either of our factions, and I sure as hell don't have some lunatic killer cult within my group. Unless," Jacob said as he hesitated a little, "unless it isn't a group but one individual, an individual with powerful perception skills allowing him to avoid us, a person with the fighting skills to take down entire squads single-handedly. And who do you propose this mythical being is?" "Me." "This tongue can," he said, pointing at a slightly offended Richard across from him. Continuing, he raised his voice with a mix of anger and annoyance. "Or are you saying it is some other unaffiliated guy?" "Jake Thane," Richard said. "A guy I had the misfortune of meeting early in the tutorial. He was a cocky bastard and threatened me, so I sent my best men, including my right hand, after him. He slaughtered 6 of them and sent the last guy back a broken mess with a message. From the message, he seemed to enjoy having people after him and even taunted me to send more. Needless to say, the guy is a complete wacko. Hayden sat in silent contemplation for a while as he digested the information, but he quickly identified an issue he wanted to be elaborated on. You seem to know a lot about this enemy of yours. Also, you said this happened at the beginning of the tutorial. Do you have any proof this guy is even still alive? I think Jacob should be able to answer the first part, Richard said, as he waved his hand at his base manager. As for why we think it is him, a member of my group encountered him. He isn't a pushover by any means, and yet he barely managed to escape with his life intact due to a strong escape skill. The description fits like a charm. This member also told us that he saw Jake kill another member, a certain trapper you may have heard of. At that last part, Hayden's eyes hardened. That damn trapper had killed many of the men he had sent to keep an eye on the enemy base. Yet he had disappeared not long ago, the magic in the traps he had laid down gone too. Turning to Jacob, he continued as he asked, "So, what do you know about this guy?" Jacob could only sigh as he started explaining the same things he had to Richard a few days prior. He explained how he and Jake had been colleagues before the system arrived, what he knew about him, but also how little he knew about him. Jake had always been a very private person. He went to work, did his job, and went home afterward. He wasn't much for social excursions or heading to the bar after clocking out, in other words, a loner. He then explained the tutorial's happenings, his uncanny abilities to fight, but more importantly, about the first night they had spent here, about how Jake had killed the 3 attackers that night, all men of a higher level than himself. How he had been smiling when they found him standing surrounded by the brutally slaughtered men, completely covered in blood. He briefly mentioned what Richard said about how they split from Jake and finally touched on William, who was the only one who had ever survived fighting him. Retold the story that William had told them about how Jake had killed Casper and tried to kill the caster himself, only narrowly escaping. Jacob also explained all the abilities he was aware of Jake possessing. How he was skilled with a bow and had even helped train Casper a bit. He explained his uncanny perception ability. Jake's training with Casper to unlock it was an open secret. Everyone knew that Jake had something extra, so to say. The poison was another critical point he emphasized. It was potent, making anyone not extremely durable an easy target, something Hayden as a caster had to look out for. Richard did add that he believed the poison to be a newly acquired power, as he hadn't used it much before, clearly done to try and handwave away any questions as to why nobody had been found killed by poison before. Overall, Jacob had to admit that Jake, based on his own description alone, did seem like quite the vicious foe. As he spoke, he saw Hayden get gloomier. Jacob also had to admit that the more he explained, the more plausible it became that Jake was able to do this. Plausible, not probable. Jacob still staunchly refused to believe that Jake had done what he was accused of. Jake was a loner, and he had indeed shown himself to be capable of killing, but he hadn't been a complete maniac, and he clearly cared for his colleagues, which is why he didn't believe that Jake had killed Casper. Sadly, for now, he couldn't do anything. Richard was in charge, and clearly, even Bertram suspected Jake to have done it based on a prior conversation. His old friend had brought up the point that they hadn't seen Jake for a month, and during that time a war had been going on. Inhuman cruelty was inflicted upon others during those battles. To think that Jake had just chilled by himself during that entire time was delusional. Unless he had been stuck inside a cave for a month, he had to be aware of what was going on. Jacob couldn't know if Jake had changed. He didn't think he had, but he didn't know. If Jacob had to really choose one lone psycho going around killing people, it would be William and not Jake. Yet Richard had very adamantly vouched for William, and somehow the teenager's flawed story had turned to truth. Besides that, he had to look at the bigger picture of having a big nasty third party to fight. During these last 2 days of negotiations, no one had been killed from either side by the other faction. At least none they were aware of. A complete ceasefire, so to say. They were able to gather the 2 leaders in the same room together. Even if Jake wasn't the culprit, heck, even if no culprit existed at all, the benefits of believing one existed makes it all worth it. In the end, all Hayden cared about was finding his son's murderer, and all Richard cared about was to make it through this tutorial with a strong faction to bring into the new world. Even if neither of them genuinely bought into the narrative, it was still beneficial for them to open up a communication channel to reach their goal. Alright, let's say this guy is the one behind this mess. What are we gonna do about it? Hayden asked. I would advise for us to create powerful squads to scour the forest. Find him and kill him, Richard said. Without definite proof, I think we should. Jacob tried before being interrupted. If what you say is true, isn't it quite idiotic to send more people after him in such a disorganized manner? Hayden said, ignoring what Jacob said. I agree, but people want in on the action. You are not the only one who lost someone dear to them. Many are burning with a thirst for revenge. Having found an outlet and a target, many have started to become restless. Not that I can blame them, Richard said with a faux downcast mood. Which is why we are here, Jacob said. Hayden apparently not ignoring him as long as he said something the caster agreed with. Together, we should be able to cover far more ground and avoid clashing out in the forest. We already have some plans in motion to try and lure him out, but with your cooperation, we would be far more confident. After thinking for a while, Hayden sighed as he acknowledged that perhaps it was time for their conflict to be put on pause indefinitely. As long as he could find his son's murderer, nothing else mattered. Even if this Jake guy weren't the culprit, a closer relationship with Richard and his group would allow him to locate the killer more easily. Fine, I am in, what's your plan? At the same time elsewhere, the perpetrator of this entire plot, together with Richard, was happily walking along a small cliff path. He was now fully healed, and as he saw his conspiracy grow its own legs, he refocused on getting stronger. It was so easy, mainly because Richard apparently knew this archer that attacked him beforehand. When William described his abilities, Jacob and Bertram were brought in, and they confirmed the guy to be someone named Jake Thane. It was almost too perfect. William didn't care about the negotiations. He was far too busy focusing on himself. He needed power, to prove that he wasn't weak and to work with his new partner. William was beginning to really like the idea of having Richard as support. He had even given him 2 mana potions the man had stowed away somewhere. He would never admit it, but William was unsure. For the first time in his life, he had begun doubting himself. After waking up, 2 shadows were hanging over him, 2 archers who had both beaten and broken him one after another. With that feeling of desperation, William had begun seeking more power, to reach above his former definition of perfection. William trained his smithing with newfound vigor after waking up, and in only a few hours, got another level, also reaching 25 in his race. He had excused himself to his cabin, set up a metal cage, and begun his evolution. This was the first clue as to how Jake was so much stronger than him. Another evolution that nearly doubled the stats from each race level. But more importantly, he discovered something else. The invisible barrier cutting off the inner zone could now be passed through. With some probing, William learned that, to others, it was still inaccessible. With a gleam in his eyes, he entered. His biggest blight of having no high-level enemies was gone. The level 25 evolution was the key to the inner area all along. In this area, far more beasts roamed. Yet that wasn't all. The entire inner area was a world of its own. As in, the inside was larger than the outside. If he had to guess, the inner dome's size was nearly the size of the entire forest outside. The beasts were stronger here. William had already met many more powerful beasts in here than he had ever even seen outside. Some he couldn't even identify. And the creature he stood before at this moment was one such beast. It was a raptor with a red hide that had lines resembling lava running through them. It didn't take a genius to identify that this thing used fire. The ashes and burned-down bushes in its surroundings were also a pretty good clue. With a snicker, William prepared himself to strike. Not that he didn't believe he couldn't beat them. He was growing stronger every day now. He had been level 39 in his class and only 10 in his profession when he fought Jake. Now he had already gained 3 levels in his class and of course a new skill. His first epic rarity skill. Putting his hands together as if praying, he focused on the skill. Slowly spreading his hands apart, a long object started to materialize. A spear made of iron with intricate runes covering its surface. Putting his hands out to his sides as he finished, the spear appeared as William breathed heavily. Spear of Feroras, he muttered as the spear hummed in recognition. By far his most powerful skill. It was named after the god of iron, carrying the same name as his wand. Laying his hand on the spear, he felt the power it bestowed entering him, his physical stats getting an immediate increase. Lifting the spear, he prepared to throw it. The weapon conjured could be used in melee, but it was when thrown that its real power was revealed. Leaning back, he threw the spear towards the unsuspecting raptor. The beast didn't notice the incoming attack before it was too late. The spear penetrated into its durable hide like it was nothing, embedding itself deeply. The beast roared but had no time to run after its attacker before the spear exploded in a silver light encompassing it. You have slain Redhide Raptor LVL-44. Bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 48,000 TP earned ** ding. Class, Metal Savant, has reached level 43 stat points allocated plus 4 free points * ding. Race, Human E, has reached level 27 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points reveling in the warm glow of the level-ups, he observed with glee as the silver light subsided. In its place stood the statue of a raptor, made entirely of iron. The spear's true power wasn't how sharp it was or the buff it granted its wielder. It was the powerful curse placed upon it that sought to turn anything it touched into iron. Walking up to the statue, he placed his hand on it as it started slowly liquefying and flow into his body, replenishing his mana pool. As the last part of the raptor disappeared into his hand, he started walking back towards Richard's base. The meeting with Hayden should be done by now, and he was more than excited to learn what they decided. Hopefully, an all-out hunt was agreed upon, but one can only hope. Chapter 50, Friendship. Shadows danced on the cave wall as the flame flickered back and forth, heating a bowl with green liquid within it, taking on a stable form. With a smile, Jake took a deep breath of the aroma as a notification appeared. You have successfully crafted Stamina Potion Inferior. A new kind of creation has been made. Bonus experience earned ** ding. Profession, Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper, has reached level 45 stat points allocated plus 5 free points * ding. Race, Human E, has reached level 34 stat points allocated plus 5 free points. Jake had finally managed to craft a stamina potion. It was a bit weird that he felt so much happiness from making something of inferior rarity, considering him pumping out common rarity poisons like it was nothing, but it was still very satisfying nevertheless. Looking at his creation, he was quite pleased. Stamina Potion Inferior restores 485 stamina when consumed. He couldn't help but think back on the first mana potion he had crafted. It would only restore 87 mana, which was so bad. He still had the potion saved away within his spatial storage, as a memento. He somehow had managed not to consume it during his initial grind, and for sentimental reasons, he kept it around. It reminded him of how far he had come. Putting the potion into his storage, he took out a bed instead. It was a bit paradoxical how physical exertion seemed not to affect Jake's exhaustion level, but reading about alchemy and doing alchemy seemed to tire him out so quickly. He felt like getting some well-deserved rest and recuperate his resource and mental energy in the meanwhile. Sitting on the lonely bed in the middle of the small cavern, he distributed his free points. He had decided to start investing in perception once more as he was beginning to feel comfortable with his level of strength and agility. Besides, he was closing in on his class evolution, which was sure to help his more combat-related stats immensely. Opening his status screen, he nodded to himself at the progress. It wasn't overly much, but he was slowly and surely improving. His main goal, of course, was to evolve his class as fast as possible. Status name: Jake Thane. Race: Human E, LVL 34. Class: Archer, LVL 23. Profession: Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper, LVL 45. Health points: HP 3182 3220 mana points, MP 2587 3900 stamina, 516 1150 stats, strength 124, agility 145, endurance 115, vitality 322, toughness 166, wisdom 390, intelligence 126, perception 277, willpower 195, free points 0, titles: Bloodline Patriarch, Foreigner of the New World, Holder of a Primordial's True Blessing, Dungeoneer I, Dungeon Pioneer I. Class skills: Basic One-Handed Weapon Inferior, Basic Stealth Inferior, Advanced Archery Common, Archer's Eye Common, Powershot Uncommon, Basic Twin Fang Style Uncommon, Basic Shadow Vault of Umbra Uncommon. Profession skills: Herbology Common, Brew Potion Common, Concoct Poison Common, Alchemist's Purification Common, Alchemical Flame Common, Toxicology Uncommon, Cultivate Toxin Uncommon, Malefic Viper's Poison Rare, Palate of the Malefic Viper Rare, Touch of the Malefic Viper Rare, Sense of the Malefic Viper Rare, Blood of the Malefic Viper Epic, Blessing, True Blessing of the Malefic Viper, Blessing True. Race skills: Endless Tongues of the Myriad Races Unique, Identify Common, Meditate Common, Shroud of the Primordial Divine, Bloodline, Bloodline of the Primal Hunter, Bloodline ability unique. It was good to see that his physical stats were no longer straight-up horrendous. Many of his improvements also didn't show up on the status screen at all. His control of mana had seen vast improvements over the last few days, and he believed that he soon would be able to use it more actively. Now he only infused his weapon to make it not break upon use and the occasional levitation work. Of course, this was outside of alchemy, but he knew that mana could do so much more. The warrior with the green aura was a great example of this. The aura Jake felt from the man reminded him more of stamina than mana, yet the effect it had achieved was roughly the same as what Jake guessed a mana-based skill would do. Of course, Jake knew that a skill had to be the driving force behind it, but if it were anything like his alchemical flame or just general mixing skills from his alchemy profession, trained mana control would be tremendously helpful. The aura around the man didn't appear controlled at all. It was active at all times, and based on how short the man could fight in top condition, Jake guessed it was draining a hell of a lot of energy. If it were instead Jake, he would have been able to control it more, likely making the skill better in every way. It was hard not to get a bit giddy at the thought of getting something like the warrior had used, especially if he could get one that used mana, finally giving him the ability to make use of his large mana pool during combat. But all of that was for later. For now, Jake was too tired to even practice. Closing the status menu once more, he laid back on the bed as he rested, his first real sleep since exiting the challenge dungeon. While meditation did wonders, possibly even allowing one never to require sleep at all, Jake still liked sleeping. Besides, he trusted his instincts and danger sense to warn him of any would-be assassins or beasts. As he slept, he also dreamt for the first time in a while. He dreamt of his old life before the system, his job and his family, which was pretty much all he had, really. The dream felt oddly lucid and only made Jake sad. He couldn't help but feel how wasted it all was, how he had just gone through the motions, day after day with no goal in mind. Due to the nature of his job, he didn't really lack money. He was relatively frugal to begin with, so he always had enough money to buy anything he ever really wanted. The only real ambition he ever had was to be a professional athlete in archery before that ended. But in this new world, he had meaning. Every level was a new goal, every skill or evolution a huge milestone. He never really had an existential crisis before the system. He just worked and spent his free time doing whatever he found entertaining. Plus, he felt something oddly compelling about the prospects of a never-ending journey. Before the system, everyone had a rough idea of how their life would go. Be born, get educated, work, retire, die. It was simple, and the focus was on how you made the best of the time you had. The system, however, did away with that entirely, taking the concept of finite life and throwing it straight in the garbage. Jake could feel it even now, and the malefic viper's existence had proven that immortality was a possibility. One could imagine the chances of it happening were low, but the potential was there. With no certainty, it gave new meaning to everything. Every level up, not just some temporary benefit like some extra money in your bank account, but a permanent upgrade to who you are. An advantage that could potentially stay with you forever. Even if the realm of immortality were never reached, one's lifespan would still be significantly increased. This brings us back to Jake's dream. Because he did have something that he wanted, except seeking more challenges and more levels. He wanted to find his family and help certain people in the tutorial. Jake felt overwhelmed with a sudden feeling of loss. He had been alone for most of the tutorial and had had little time to think in general, always focusing on something. But now, in his lucid dream, he didn't have anything else than his own thoughts. He was naturally planning on trying to locate his family members the second he got out of here. But he also realized that needless worrying would do him little during his own tutorial. No, instead, he should focus on what he could do now. Get stronger and try to help his colleagues. Help his only friends, especially Jacob. He had done so much for Jake already. The least he could do was not to leave him to die, if he even still lived. Jake also feared what him being blamed for all those murders would mean for his colleagues. He had to do something. Slowly, his consciousness started fading away as he slipped out of his lucid state and simply became a spectator to the imaginations of his own mind. He dreamt of events he had gone to, the bonds he had made, but was also reminded of the bonds he had lost or severed with his own hands. Slowly, even the dream faded away, or perhaps he simply became unaware of it. The Hall Master had never been as panicked as she was at this moment, wandering back and forth in her chambers, lost as to what her next step should be. Her meeting with her great patron had not been as she expected. Despite her endless imaginations of their encounter, the way the actual meeting went had never occurred even in her wildest dreams. The great malefic viper had not been as she believed he would, but instead seemed too relaxed. If not for his aura, at the risk of sounding blasphemous, she wouldn't have thought for him to even be a god, much less the malefic viper. And now she had to prepare for the great assembly. All of the different hall branches would send their important members to the headquarters, and a great meeting would be held. It was both a meeting and a celebration of the return of their patron. But instead of being in a celebratory mood, the Hall Master was instead wrought with worry. Disregarding her fears of disappointing the malefic viper and the Lord Protector, now she was also deathly afraid of the branch leader's reaction when the malefic viper would make his appearance. Yet, at the same time, she felt a tremendous amount of excitement. The return of the viper was sure to mark the start of massive changes. The return to glory, if you may. The Order had once in its history been one of the most glorious organizations of the entire multiverse after all, and she dreamed that they would one day return to being one. Something that was now possible. With all of those wonderful prospects, she still had one colossal headache, however. One relating to a particular mortal the Viper had spoken of only a few days ago. A friend, the Lord Protector asked with a perplexed look on his face. Well, yeah, you know, a buddy, a mate. You would like him for sure, Snappy, the malefic Viper said with a smile as he patted the Lord Protector on his back. The Hall Master had been dumbfounded. What did the patron mean by a friend? Friendship indicated a certain degree of equality between two parties. The implications of that. Master, please, you have to explain more. Who is this mortal to be deemed worthy for you to refer to him as a friend? The Lord Protector asked, clearly skeptical of the quite ludicrous sentiment. The Hall Master could only agree that the prospect of a mortal referring to a god as a friend indeed seemed preposterous. The only mortals that could ever truly do so were the strongest of demigods. The malefic Viper was silent for a while before he turned to the Hall Master. Tell me, kid, do you fear me? Without any hesitation, she answered, "Of course, my lord, anything less would be preposterous." And you, Snappy. "To not fear the powerful is an act of foolishness," he answered stoically. Well, Jake didn't. Oh, his name is Jake, by the way, anyway. He didn't have a single shred of fear, just a lot of confusion and curiosity, the Viper said, still smiling. He knew I wouldn't hurt him, but more importantly, he knew I couldn't. Heck, I even tried scaring him a bit by attacking, but he didn't even flinch. How is that possible? The Lord Protector asked. Do you think a mortal who hasn't even been initiated to the system for a month yet does that? The Viper asked, clearly directing the question to both herself and the Lord Protector. Bloodline, she answered promptly. Bingo, the malefic Viper said as he clapped, and while I don't understand the specifics of it, it sure as heck gave me a strong feeling. Sent shivers down my spine, I tell ya. So recognizing the mortal's bloodline makes him worthy of being bestowed your friend. The Lord Protector asked, still a bit confused. For a mortal to appear with a powerful bloodline wasn't exactly new. The Viper and Lord Protector both had met many like that before. Even members of their order had been born with such bloodlines. First of all, Snappy, while I am far from an expert, I don't think that is how friendship works, the Viper said. Secondly, no, he's my buddy because he's a swell guy. Either way, he made me think about some important things, and ultimately decide to leave my realm and stop wallowing anymore. So no complaining. With that, the Viper didn't speak of his new friend any longer. Instead, the talk turned to the grand ceremony that they would hold to announce the malefic Viper's return. Announce it to not just the Order, but the entire multiverse. A few more bombs were dropped, like how the Viper casually mentioned granting the mortal a true blessing, but the Hall Master had honestly stopped trying to comprehend the logic behind her great patron at that point. In the end, who was she to question the thoughts of a primordial? Which is what led back to her, wandering back and forth in her chamber, contemplating. This Jake posed many challenges, but at the same time many opportunities. While she as Hall Master had unrequited loyalty towards her patron, she wasn't blind to politics and hierarchy. There was a reason why she had managed to climb to the top and have the highest title amongst mortals in the entire order. At least she had been the highest. Now, she had been knocked down to second place. No amount of politics could trump the chosen of the malefic one himself. A good relationship with this mortal was thus a must. Any relationship becoming relevant was all contingent on him surviving the tutorial, though. Afterward, they would also need to contact him, but with a true blessing connecting himself and the patron, that shouldn't be an issue. All of that had to wait for now. The other leaders were starting to arrive, and she could no longer have the elders handle all the hassle. Exiting the chamber, she went to the banquet hall that had been in constant use for the last few days, welcoming all new arrivals. Food from all across the multiverse was gathered, prepared, and cooked by high-level cooks. It wasn't like anyone of their level needed it. Instead, they ate it for the powerful temporary buffs it provided. Also, of course, because it was delicious. This gathering wasn't for the young talents, but the old leaders. The excitement was visible as she went across the hall, greeting one person after another. Suddenly, however, she heard a voice she would never forget. You should have seen the thing, the colors indescribable and the taste euphoric. The man said as he laughed with the others, making large gestures with his arms while standing in a crowd of 3 reptilian servants. The Hall Master didn't share in the merry mood as she stood frozen, staring at the man, the scaled man, their patron, the malefic Viper. None of the people around him had any idea about his identity, and his ability to conceal his true aura was naturally at a level above reproach. With a sigh, she walked towards them. This really wasn't going as she had expected. Chapter 51, Meeting Old Friends 1-2. Waking up, Jake found himself covered in sweat as he abruptly sat up. The damp cave and the high humidity of the forest just outside not doing him any favors either. He could still remember parts of the dream, but what mostly remained was a feeling. Loneliness. He had spent so long without any real interaction with others, the only reprieve being his meeting with the malefic Viper. He couldn't exactly count the meetings with William and the group he had fought earlier. The first meeting was with someone clearly plotting, and the other, conversation, had few words that weren't curses tossed at him. Perhaps he was rushing into things, but he felt a need to clear up the misunderstanding, to at least have the possibility of reuniting with his colleagues. While they hadn't been super close, they were still the closest thing to friends he had, especially Jacob, Casper, and Caroline. Mainly the first two, though. More than a month had allowed him to rethink the silly crush he had on her in the past. He realized now that it was only a pipe dream, that he had idealized and romanticized the thought of having a relationship once more. While she was physically attractive, he didn't even know her that well actually. He just hoped they had all managed to survive. Based on the importance Richard seemed to place on healers, Caroline should be fine. With Caroline having feelings for Jacob, chances are she would do everything in her power to also keep him safe. If he had to go by competency, his bet on survivors would be that Ahmed and Bertram were also still kicking, with Casper also having a good shot. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but realize how lightly he took life. how he was fine with expecting people he had called colleagues a month ago to be dead. Then again, did he truly have the right to mourn the deaths of friends? He had taken many friends from others himself already. His number of kills being firmly in the double digits by now. Shaking his head, he got off the bed and depositing it in his spatial necklace once more. After that, he took out a barrel of water to quickly clean his sweaty body. While it was a bit of a waste of purified water, it wasn't like he couldn't just purify some normal water later. Feeling clean, he threw everything useful into his storage and exited the cave. The artificial sun was up, and beasts were once more roaming about, making sounds he could faintly hear in the distance. Having decided to attempt to make contact with his former colleagues, he started heading inwards towards the tutorial area center. It took him only a short while with his speed to head inwards. He was aiming for the area with the least amount of animal cries. Continuing, he spotted something in the distance between the trees. It looked like a curtain of water extending towards the sky. Behind the curtain, he couldn't see anything correctly, yet at the same time it appeared utterly transparent. Getting closer, he soon found himself standing right in front of the barrier. The first thing he noted was how his sphere of perception got completely thrown off by the barrier. It wasn't that it blocked him per se, everything just felt distorted. It was a weird feeling he honestly couldn't quite describe. Extending his hand towards it, he felt nothing from his danger sense. Identify also yielded no result. Deciding to risk it, he attempted to place his hand on the barrier, only for it to pass right through. Quickly retracting his hand, he backed away from the barrier once more. If his guess was accurate, this barrier was some kind of entrance to an inner area of sorts. While he certainly wanted to go, for now, he had already decided to contact his friends. Not knowing if the barrier was a one-way thing, he thus decided to postpone it. Instead, he started walking around the edge of the barrier in search of Richard's camp. If his friends were anywhere, it had to be with him. Luckily, it didn't take him long to discover a camp, or a small village would be more accurate. It was a few kilometers away from the barrier, but it wasn't that hard to locate due to all the smoke it emitted. It looked relatively simple, with a small wall and quite a few wooden cabins encompassed within. Climbing a tree, Jake got a better vantage point as he started scouting the place. Dozens of people were walking about, most of them busy working on different things. Some were smithing at a small makeshift smithy, including a huge bearded man who seemed to be in charge. Others worked surrounded by tens of strung-up beasts as they were skinning their hides and transforming the raw materials into different products. The last group he saw was a group of women and a few men sitting together, working with what seemed like threads and needles. Where the hell did they get those from? He thought to himself. But more surprising to him was the woman in the middle, Joanna. Jake could only smile happily as he saw a familiar face after such a long time. She even had her leg back and seemed to be in quite a good mood, considering the circumstances. Her presence also confirmed to Jake that more of his former colleagues had to be there. It took him a while, but finally he saw two people walk out of one of the cabins. One of them a blonde-haired man that even at this distance Jake could identify as Jacob. The other was a woman wearing quite an elaborate white dress, Caroline. Jake's smile grew as he saw them. At least 3 of them still lived. He decided to stay hidden in the treetop for a while as he observed the base's happenings. Jacob was walking about, talking with people, and from the reception, he seemed to be well-liked even here in this post-system world. Still smiling, he summoned a piece of paper and a pen from his spatial storage, items he had brought along from the challenge dungeon. He decided to write a note, as walking into the base didn't seem like the brightest idea considering them all believing him to be some mad killer. He just wrote a simple request for a meeting. Depositing the pen once more, he took out an arrow and some string he had made from the stalks of a common rarity herb. A waste for sure, but the stem was more robust than any rope he could make with the limited materials around. Tying the message to the arrow, he took out his bow and waited. After only a few minutes, Jacob and Caroline entered a clear area as Jake aimed at the ground in front of them. The distance was hundreds of meters, but Jake had absolute confidence in the shot even without using any skills. Letting go of the arrow, it took flight and landed only a meter or so in front of Jacob and Caroline, who both jumped back in fright, with Caroline even summoning a magic shield of some kind. Jake, however, didn't stick around as he jumped back, letting gravity do its work as he fell to the ground. Landing softly from the 30-meter drop, he started sneaking away in case anyone was coming to investigate where the arrow came from. The ball was in their court now, and he dearly hoped that they would be open for dialogue to clear up this stupid misunderstanding. Back at the camp, a small uproar had occurred as everyone thought they were under attack. Jacob quickly managed to calm them down, but not before Richard made his way over to see the commotion. An arrow was sticking out of the ground with a piece of paper tied to it. Picking it up, Jacob got it loose but didn't have time to read it as he was surrounded. What happened here? Richard said as he walked up to see Jacob holding the arrow and paper in his hands. Someone decided to send a message by an arrow, it seems, Jacob answered as he began untying the paper. Unfurling the paper, Jacob quickly scanned it and saw the name at the bottom as he became solemn. Jake, he answered. He wants to meet, says there's a misunderstanding. Richard's eyes turned sharp as he looked at the paper. Give it here, he said as he nearly ripped it out of Jacob's hands. The message was indeed just a short request for a meeting. Few words, just saying that Jake wanted to meet and explain himself with a promise that he wasn't looking for a fight, along with a location not too far away. But weirdly enough, the first thing Richard asked had nothing to do with this request itself. Where did he get the paper? And this is clearly written with some kind of pen. This question stumped Jacob and Caroline as well as all the onlookers. Where exactly had he gotten it? Caroline quickly assured that he hadn't entered the tutorial with them. The paper wasn't regular kind either, but a grayer and coarser version. The pen used was also of the old ink type, and not a modern one either. This, however, was still an extremely puzzling matter to everyone. Had Jake somehow made the things himself? If so, why had he made it, and how exactly? Jake had naturally never thought that the simple act of using paper and pen taken from the challenge dungeon would cause this much debate and confusion in Richard's camp. No one in both Richard's and Hayden's camp had ever done a dungeon. At least no one had returned from one. That is, if the finders had even reported it. The dungeons were hidden, and if they were found, many would keep it a secret, perhaps to enter later or to make sure no one else could. This meant that all items used by the survivors besides Jake were self-made either through skills or pure human ingenuity. The diverse collection of people had allowed them to get access to many more modern items of comfort, albeit in rather rudimentary forms. A lively discussion started in the middle of the camp, with even quite a few people advocating to capture Jake to learn of his secrets. Especially the crafters got involved in the discussion. Heavily pushed by Joanna, who had been brought up to speed by Jacob, she didn't want to see Jake harmed either. However, Richard quickly shot that sentiment down as he dragged Caroline and Jacob along to his own cabin for a sit-down. While the mystery of the paper and pen were intriguing, Richard already had other plans. That fucking mutt, just when you need him, he acts like a stray, Richard cursed inwardly. William had talked with Richard earlier, and they had agreed for him to leave for a bit. But not after telling him all the details about his attacker, someone Richard quickly identified as a certain troublesome archer. We should give him a chance. This note clearly indicates that he wants to open a channel of communication. This can still be solved diplomatically, Jacob said, as he got a bit heated at Richard insisting not to meet him. Or it could be a trap to get you and your friends alone for easy pickings. Our best healer included, as I doubt I can talk her out of following you, Richard said with a sigh. I can meet him alone, I know. Kara, I am sure it is best if I said no, Jacob, either you don't go or we both go. Bertram too, Caroline said, leaving no room for further discussion. And there you have it. Are you seriously telling me to let you go out into the forest with only you and 2 others? You can't fight for shit, Jacob, and Caroline is a healer. Bertram can maybe buy you some time, but in the end, how are you going to handle someone who can take down entire teams alone? Richard asked rhetorically. I trust Jake enough to at least give it a shot. He asked to meet so close to the base that I am sure we can manage to make it back even if it turns sour. Bertram and Caroline at least can, they can handle themselves, Jacob argued, refusing to back down. The discussion went back and forth a bit longer, getting more and more heated. Finally, Caroline butted in and calmed them both down as she whispered to Jacob, how about you go back for now, and I try to convince him. This is getting nowhere. With a grunt, Jacob agreed, leaving Richard and Caroline alone in the room. Richard had naturally heard the whispering. It was kind of a useless thing to do with the increased perception everyone had. Outside the cabin, Jacob was waiting patiently as he saw Caroline put up her barrier, blocking out sound. Jacob planned on going to the meeting either way, but it would be preferable to have Richard on board. As he stood there, Joanna walked over. Jake is alive, she stated. How do you think he made it out there? With everything going on, I can't imagine what he has had to go through. Jake is resourceful, he smiled. He must have found something special out there. Maybe he has even managed to avoid this stupid war. Bertram, who had turned up behind Jacob at some point, butted in. As much as I hate to admit it, I have to agree partly with Richard. I don't like the thought of going out into the forest to meet him. We have known Jake for years. Do you really think he woo? Jacob, how well do we really know him? We all saw that he is capable of on that first night. After that, he purposefully provoked and ultimately killed 6 of Richard's men. I do agree that the Jake in my mind from 2 months ago couldn't do that, but the Jake from that first night sure as hell could. Jacob turned to his old friend. Do you trust me? Always, he answered promptly. Then trust me when I say that this isn't Jake. My judgment may not always be perfect, but I am sure of this one. Besides, we both know the real culprit anyway. Yeah, Bertram agreed after a bit of hesitation. Joanna looked a bit confused but read the mood. I'll head back over. Be careful out there, Joanna said, giving both of them a quick hug. Jacob and Bertram stayed behind, waiting for Caroline. Now was the best time as William had left less than an hour ago. He tended to be gone for extended periods, meaning they should have 8 or 10 hours at least. Please let me be right, Jacob thought as he saw Caroline exit Richard's cabin. Chapter 52, Meeting Old Friends 2-2. Jacob happily walked towards the exit of their base, Bertram on one side, Caroline on the other. It had been a few hours since Jake's message arrived and the subsequent meeting with Richard. Caroline had somehow managed to convince him to let them leave with just the three of them. According to her, he hadn't been happy about it and had holed himself up inside. Jacob wanted to go and smooth things out with the camp leader, but Caroline had talked him out of it. So for now, he could only take the fortune he had been given and go to the meeting. Caroline had stipulated that they needed a proper plan before going to the meeting, something Jacob had agreed to instantly. He did like making plans, which was why they had taken so long to leave. Jake had only specified a place to meet and not a set time. From how it was written, he wanted it to be sooner rather than later, but a few hours shouldn't be too long. The meeting area was quite open-ended, but Jacob had confidence in them finding each other. The walk wasn't very long, only a kilometer or so from their base. They had built right next to the barrier, so the area he could be in was somewhat limited. 100 meters or so away, Jake sat. He, like Jacob, was nervous about the meeting. He even feared the same outcome, though for different reasons. Jacob feared that he was wrong and that Jake would turn on them. Jake feared they wouldn't believe him and think he was actually the culprit, inevitably resulting in them turning on him. Perhaps it was the nervousness, but Jake somehow only spotted them moments before they spotted him, despite his higher perception. He had to control himself and not rush to them. Instead, he chose to stand still and let them come to him. Jacob relaxed a bit as he saw Jake just standing there, his hood down and face visible. Especially his nervous face made him relax. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as Jake's face looked nearly identical to how it had the first time he was forced to make a presentation to management, and all the times after that, actually. Jake hasn't changed, he told himself. It must be a misunderstanding. Perhaps he was just naive, but he truly believed in Jake. Bertram and Caroline, on the other hand, didn't share his sentiment. They both glared at their former colleague and both had up their guards. Unlike Jacob, they didn't see him as good old Jake, but as a potential threat. Not for the same reasons, though. His demeanor was somehow different. His face looked roughly the same, but his stature exuded some hidden confidence. An innate sense of inferiority was also faintly felt, making them aware that he was more powerful than them. None of them knew this, but this was the suppression of rank. But more importantly, they both tried to identify him to find out they couldn't. A phenomenon they had never met before. Even if they couldn't see level, it would at least show something. But for Jake, it just gave a simple question mark. Giving them the same surprise William had, as William hadn't shared that detail with the others. Jake remembered telling Jacob to come alone, but he was honestly pleasantly surprised that Bertram and Caroline also came along. Scouting the area with a quick look, he didn't see any signs of anyone following them. Jacob and the others stopped 5 or 6 meters away from him, as both just stood there for a bit. Jake had run through this scenario a few times in his head before and finally managed to get something out. Hey Jacob, how you doing?" he asked as he instantly slapped himself mentally. "What the fuck kind of question is that?" "Oh, I am fine, you," Jacob said, also feeling a bit awkward himself now. "Fine, I guess," Jake answered. "So you called us or well me out here," Jacob said, taking the lead as Jake did not indicate that he would continue speaking. "Yeah. I had some weird run-ins with people in the forest," Jake answered, now finding a bit of confidence. "They seemed to believe I had done things I have no idea about." "Jake, how many people have you killed since entering the tutorial?" Caroline cut in, staring daggers at him. A bit taken aback, Jake was surprised by the stern tone for a second, mostly because he had never heard Caroline speak to anyone like that before. "I think," Jake began as he thought about who he had killed. 3 attackers during the first night, 6 people Richard sent after him, and the party of 5 with the Green Warrior. Too many, but far from enough to have caused some war. After we split, I have only had to fight humans twice, once against a lone caster and the other time a party of 5. Bertram and Caroline looked at each other to assess the reaction of the other. Bertram thought that either Jake had managed to turn into an Oscars-worthy actor during the last month or he was telling the truth. Caroline could only sigh inwardly, however, this wasn't going as planned. Jake wasn't the bestial existence William had described. He was far too familiar. "Shit. See guys, I told you Jake didn't do it," Jacob said as he turned smiling to the others, now in a far better mood. "William lied." "William?" Jake asked as he raised an eyebrow. "Metal caster, young, blonde hair." "Yeah, he was the lone caster you met, right?" Jacob asked, looking at Jake's sour expression. "Fucker tried to ambush me after saying he would take me to meet you guys in Richard's camp," Jake said, now with his guard up a little as his mood took a turn. "I guess this confirms that it is him." Jacob wondered aloud, which means he must also be the one who killed Casper as he tried to pin it on you. "Wait, Casper is dead?" Jake asked. "We believe so," Bertram said, as he too now wondered what the hell was going on. Caroline was also starting to reconsider this entire thing. Letting Jacob come here was a bad idea, but she had to, just a little longer. "This is the first time I have seen any of you from our group. Who else didn't make it?" Jake asked, trying to calm himself down after discovering the death of Casper. It had somehow hit him harder than he expected. Ripping off the Band-Aid now and accepting those they lost as soon as possible seemed like the best thing to do. Only the three of us as well as Joanna remain. Oh yeah, Joanna got her legs back when but before Jacob could finish, Jake spotted something behind him enter his sphere of perception, a faint shimmering in the air. He instantly became alert and activated Archer's eye to confirm his suspicion. Seconds later, the shimmering disappeared, revealing Richard along with 4 others. Before Jake could react adequately, he spotted more and more figures appearing within his vision, as the shimmering disappeared gradually, revealing person after person. What the hell, Jacob? Jake yelled as he backed away from the 3 of them, ready to take out his bow. Jacob, now also fully aware of the situation, looked confused about and spotted people also appearing behind Jake, one of them being a person in a red robe with a spear on his back. Hayden. I didn't. Jacob said, trying to explain himself. He didn't know, Richard said as he stepped closer, his massive tower shield at the ready, his armor and weapon also clearly above common rarity. Sorry, Jacob, but I couldn't risk it, the warrior said in a slightly apologetic tone as he turned to Jake. Surrender. Come with us nice and easy and we can get to the bottom of this together. If you didn't attack anyone as it has been claimed, we could let bygones be bygones. We can even forget the situation that came out of the last time we met. While the words indeed sounded genuine, Jake didn't buy it for a second. He didn't need social awareness, only his instincts to feel the faint killing intent given off by the man, a clear desire to kill hidden in his eyes. Focusing on his sphere of perception, he registered far more presences all around him. He could only curse himself for not having been more cautious and keeping his guard up. No way they should have been able to get that close even if some kind of magic hid them. This wasn't what we agreed. There is no reason for all this. Jacob protested, but was interrupted by an intense glare from Richard. Enough. Jake, what will it be? Richard asked, but Jake didn't even have time to answer as his danger sense alerted him to an attack coming from behind. He saw a man wearing a red robe wielding a spear charging straight at him. Jake felt pressure from the man, instantly making him aware that this wasn't someone to take lightly, which was only further confirmed as the spear started burning, leaving a trail of fire behind it. Die, the charging man yelled, releasing a wave of fire towards Jake, his eyes filled with unbridled bloodlust. Being prepared, the archer efficiently managed to sidestep the horizontal cone of flames as he tried jumping to the side, only to be interrupted by more people exiting the forest. A screen of light appeared before him, blocking his path, as Jake was forced to dodge another fire wave once again. Jake could hear Jacob yell something, but was too busy to listen. This situation was dire enemies all around him, with no clear path of escape. More and more people entered the fray as arrows and spells started flying about, aiming for him. Ice, fire, spikes of earth, and lightning sparks flew around his ears as he dodged as best he could, still getting hit now and then, however. A whip of fire he was unable to avoid wrapped itself around his foot, halting his movements as he saw the red-robed man holding it on the other end. More whips came out from the other mages around him, of all elements. Jake panicked as he tried to shadow vault away but found it blocked by the whips holding him down. He could barely move his limbs as he felt at least 2 lashes holding each of his limbs, a clearly pre-practiced tactic. Richard decided to no longer sit still as he charged towards the immobilized Jake. With his panic level increasing, Jake struggled and moved a little, but it was too late as an arrow struck him on the shoulder, followed by more spells. His common rarity cloak blocked a bit, but far from enough. His instinctive will to survive took over, drawing from within as Jake drew on his deep pool of mana, more than he had ever done so before. No intricate thread or such thing was created. He just opened the floodgates. A transparent sheen of mana started coming out of his pores as he yelled. With the yell, he released an explosion of mana, dispelling the whips and sending all the spells and projectiles aimed at him flying in all directions. The earth broke apart as cracks appeared on the ground. Even Richard, who was charging at him, and all the other warriors were thrown back by the shockwave. Shocked, everyone saw Jake's figure as the dust settled. He was on one knee, wounds covering his body. The unbridled release of mana seemed to have taken a toll on his body, as he appeared visibly weaker. An ambitious warrior continued the attack as he charged with a downward slash. With speed far surpassing the warrior and faster than any of the onlookers could react, Jake tossed a bottle to the side, hitting the warrior right in the face. Falling backward, the man screamed as his skin started peeling off and rotting. The healers around him reacted fast, but before they could even heal him, half his face was gone as he collapsed dead on the ground, still decomposing. Everyone's shock brought Jake enough time to down a health potion as he rushed away, not conservative with his resources as he used Shadow Vault. As Jake started moving, so did everyone around him exit their stupor as their assault continued. To Jake's horror, the red-robed man also had a powerful movement skill, as he sprung 2 wings of fire and rushed with inhuman speed towards him. Gritting his teeth, he could only draw his daggers to block the blow. The momentum was too strong as he was thrown back. Ultimately, it worked to his advantage, however, as he managed to put more ground between them. Pulling out more poison bottles, Jake started throwing them towards his attackers as he retreated. The pursuers were ready as different shields and walls appeared to block them, leaving them utterly ineffective. Richard and the spear wielder were chasing him, one charging forward with his tower shield raised, and the other with a bubble of fire enveloping his body. As Jake's shadow vaulted once more, he got a bit further away, but halfway through his second one, he screamed as he smashed into a transparent wall. Without even lifting his gaze, his sphere made him aware of the culprit as he turned and saw Caroline with her hands extended in front of her body. Fuck, Jake cursed inwardly, as Richard got to him first. The man was far slower than Jake in attacking, leaving Jake plenty of room to dodge. Richard, however, had never planned to hit him. Behind him, Caroline's barrier blocked him when a wall of light appeared to his left, with Richard jumping to the right, raising his shield as a phantom of the shield appeared, also blocking the path to his right. Jake barely had time to turn towards his last path to move as he spotted the spear-wielding firecaster at the end, in a stance with his spear pointing right at him. Barriers blocked him to all sides. Jake had no path to dodge or escape. Trail of Embers. Jake heard the man's voice echo as he flew towards Jake with far more speed than before. He couldn't even react as the spear penetrated through his chest and out the back, shattering Caroline's barrier, Jake flying away still impaled on the spear held by the red-robed man. His entire body felt like it was burning on the inside as he flew backward, his health dangerously low, both his lungs scorched, and his internal organs burned beyond recognition. A state in which any pre-system human would be long dead. Finally, they both encounter a tree, impaling Jake on it as the caster laughed manically. "This is for my son." Jake, feeling no need to answer, summoned all the strength he could as he pushed himself forward along the shaft of the spear as he grabbed hold of the man. The man was surprised at seeing Jake being able to move, and more so at the nearly dead archer putting his hands on him. This surprise was nothing compared to his astonishment as he felt an intense pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw his red robe slowly darkening as the flesh beneath started going through necrosis. Alarmed, he let go of his spear and stumbled backward, also allowing Jake to get free. Taking no time to see his handiwork, Jake struggled as he halted away, his body in pain but not at an unbearable level compared to what he experienced during the final trial in the challenge dungeon. Hearing Richard and the others catching up, Jake gritted his teeth as he managed to shadow vault once more and tried to get out of sight. Their chase didn't let up, however, as Jake was forced to keep shadow vaulting, again and again, his wounds only getting worse. He passed Richard's base as he made his way towards his goal. Finally, he found himself at the mysterious barrier blocking off the inner area once more. He hoped it was some instance, not unlike the challenge dungeon. Without hesitation, he stumbled through the barrier as his surroundings changed. His sphere fed him information as space seemed to rapidly expand around him, and he found himself in what seemed like an entirely different world, the barrier still behind him. Lying on the ground, he crawled to rock, turning back towards the barrier, a bottle of poison now in hand. If any of those fuckers were going to follow him, he sure as hell would greet them with a bottle of poison to the face. No matter how long he waited, however, no one came, at least not from the barrier. Behind him, he saw 3 creatures enter his sphere. They looked like dinosaurs or something. Managing to stand back up somehow, he saw their levels. Red-Hide Raptor LVL 39, Blue-Hide Raptor LVL 40, Green-Hide Raptor LVL 40. Smiling weakly, Jake stood there as the beasts closed in on him. What a shitty way to die, he thought, as he threw the bottle of poison towards the blue one and readied himself as they all charged at him. Chapter 53 Goals. Jake didn't know how much time had passed before he opened his eyes once more. Or to be more accurate, he saw out of his already open eyes. He found himself in a rather lovely-looking room. Scratch that understatement. It looked like the presidential suite of some over-the-top fantasy world. Gaudy, clearly magical, chandeliers hung from the ceiling, with every piece of furniture overly ornated with extremely detailed carvings, all of them depicting a snake. "So how long you gonna stand in the middle of my bedroom before saying hi?" a voice said, startling Jake out of his stupor. Turning around, he saw a scaled man, now wearing quite a nice-looking outfit. It was a combination of a modern suit and a more old-school style. If he had to put his hand on it, it looked like something Dracula might wear. "How did I get here?" Jake asked, frowning. He couldn't remember what he was doing before this and got a headache whenever he tried to. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Our connection from the blessing is two-way, you know, though this is a first for me for someone to appear like this. Just know that you did this, the malefic viper said, chuckling as he added, "though I did help a little bit." Bringing a hand to his head, Jake still had no idea what the hell had happened. Turning to the viper, he asked, "Where exactly are we?" "My bedroom," the malefic viper said, still smiling. "More accurately, we are in the headquarters of my little order, the magnificent order of the malefic viper." Spreading out his arms with a goofy smile, Jake could only chuckle a bit. Very humble of you. Well, a certain amount of ego is certainly required for one to ascend to godhood, the malefic viper said as he took a seat at the table. Come on, take a seat and calm down a bit. Following the advice, Jake sat down on the chair as he rested his head in his hands. What exactly was he doing before he got here? He remembered wanting to meet his colleagues, but after that, everything seemed all murky to him. He had made contact, met them, ambush. Jake suddenly opened his eyes wide as he remembered. He had been betrayed. He had run. He got through a barrier, and the final thing he remembered was charging into a group of 3 raptors before he blacked out. I died, Jake muttered as he looked towards the ground. I fucking died. The malefic viper looked at him a bit as he laughed out loud. So is this the afterlife you expected? Jake, still somber, looked up at him. So, this is what happens when you die. You appear in a gaudy room with a god cracking jokes. Well, that entirely depends on a lot of things, but yes, a blessing can affect where your soul ends up after death, he answered. Though no, unless extraordinary circumstances represent themselves, death means death. End of story. Does dying during the tutorial count as such extraordinary circumstances? Jake asked bitterly. Sadly not, at least I have never encountered it, the viper said. Death, no matter how it happens, will result in you leaving the tutorial for good and all rewards lost. Besides anything directly related to circumventing death, dying in combat results in just that, death. He made a big silly smile at Jake as he finished, the archer looking back confused at him, until it finally hit him. Wait, what the fuck, I'm not dead, Jake asked as he perked up, staring daggers at the viper. What the hell, man? The malefic viper answered by laughing hysterically at Jake's outburst. You should have seen yourself, pure gold, pure gold. His amusement was short-lived, however, as he turned severe. This doesn't make your situation good, though. Your body is in a shitty state and your life force is unbelievably weak. Your physical body is likely in a very vulnerable state right now. Jake, hearing that, also turned serious. What can I do? And how the hell am I here if I am not dead? You can't really do anything except trying to calm down. Your body is healing by itself. You just have to not stress and inhibit said regeneration. As to why you are here, because you chose to, or at least part of you did. Not something I have experienced before with someone of such low rank, the malefic viper said, as he continued the lengthy explanation. Karmic projections aren't that uncommon, but the way you did it is exceedingly risky. One could say that a part of your soul has traveled through the karmic bond created by the blessing I gave you last time we met. I would recommend not doing it this way again, as if the other party has even the faintest of nefarious intent towards you, crushing your projection, and thus the fragment of your soul would be extremely easy. The damage to your soul wouldn't be easily healed from that, and can result in many negative side effects. Jake couldn't help but get a bit scared upon hearing that. How the hell did I manage to sever a part of my soul and send it here? On that matter, I can't help you. Well, I could, but I am not going to. Methods to do things like that are not exactly common knowledge, the malefic viper said as he shook his head. Perhaps you simply sought to seek refuge somewhere and accidentally made your way here with a part of your soul. Just a guess. That certainly was a possibility when Jake thought about it. Perhaps his instincts had taken over and in desperation, somehow managed to do it. Which also kind of was an example of how his instincts were just that, instincts. It was fast knee-jerk reactions and a powerful sense of intuition. This meant that he far from always made the best decisions when he relied purely on his instincts, especially not in complicated matters. Perhaps coming here was a mistake. At least Jake didn't think the malefic viper had any evil intentions towards him, so he shouldn't be in any danger. But making his way back to his body and the tutorial was, without a doubt, his top priority. Can I return to my body somehow? Or is my consciousness split or something? How exactly does this work? Jake asked. Nah, things aren't like that. Whenever your body is ready, you will naturally return. I made sure of that. It's also just a small part. It ain't like you made a clone, the scaled god answered. Just wait and hope someone doesn't finish off your body in the meantime. Jake didn't get why the guy was still in such a merry mood despite his possible demise at any moment. I barely dare ask, but what would happen if someone did that? Poof, the viper said as he made a small cloud of smoke appear from his hands, and you're gone. So, death, Jake asked, sour at the show-off in front of him. Permanent, he answered. Though don't worry, I have a feeling you'll be just fine. Breathing a sigh of relief, Jake decided to trust him for now. So, what am I supposed to do in the meantime? Jake asked. Well, since you dared to intrude into my personal chambers, the least you can do is to entertain me a bit, the malefic viper said jokingly. What have you been up to since passing the challenge dungeon? And did you get any nice rewards? I guess it was decent. Jake began as he explained what he had been doing since their last meeting. To his surprise and embarrassment, the malefic viper had heard his small prayer before ingesting the unholy amalgamation of poison he used to pass the challenge dungeon. He told of returning to the tutorial forest, but quickly found that there really wasn't much to talk about, so they did like their last sit-down and started discussing broader subjects and themes instead. Elsewhere in the order, a green-haired woman sat meditating. Opening her eyes, she sighed as she thought of how to handle the malefic viper's return. The banquet had gone well, and the proper ceremony would begin in only a few days. She couldn't help but chuckle a little at the thought of the ignorant ones that the malefic viper had talked to the day prior, and their surprise upon discovering that they had conversed directly with their patron. Getting up, she decided to walk the halls. She was the hall master after all. The Lord Protector had returned to his realm and had begun making his own preparations together with his direct followers. The ceremony would be grand for sure. As she walked the hall, she eventually ended up close to her patron's chambers. Not wanting to disturb him, she prepared to leave but heard voices coming from the room. "That sounds utterly idiotic of you," an unknown voice said. Surprised, the hall master stayed to listen. She knew of everyone with access to this area of the order, and yet she didn't recognize this one. She considered scanning the room with her mana but feared that it would offend the viper. More importantly, who was this person speaking to? Could it be their god? No, impossible, no one would dare. "Hey, give me a break. I thought it sounded like a great plan at the time," she heard the malefic viper answer as he laughed. If the goal was to get slapped across the face, then sure, she heard the other person answer, also laughing. Frozen, she stood there. Was this person mocking her god? Had another god entered without her knowledge? But what god would dare come here and talk so casually with the viper himself? No, she had to investigate, even if her life depended on it. Perhaps it was a test to see her devotion by not allowing slights to his honor. Yes, that had to be it. With great resolve, she made her way to the room. She already decided to enter, but teleporting in would still be a bit too disrespectful. As she was about to knock on the door, it opened, revealing the happenings within. Two people were sitting at a small table. No, one god and a projection. She felt the faint aura of the viper himself coming from the conjured image, but the aura it gave off was of a different person. "Ah, Jake, this is Viridia, the big boss of my order." "Well, Snappy and I not included. Boss of the mortals, I guess, would be most accurate," he said, as the projection also turned to look at her. Jake and the woman looked at each other as both froze. To Jake, she looked impossible. Green hair, glowing yellow eyes, and a face that would put any model from Earth to shame. Quite frankly, she looked far too perfect for it to be natural. Perhaps she had a hidden skill or something, but Jake felt like the only reasonable response would be to show loyalty towards her. Luckily, his bloodline didn't really care for that, so he managed to stay seated. Viridia, on the other hand, was equally surprised. This person was Jake, her patron's supposed friend. Obviously, the man was weak, but she got a weird feeling as she looked into his eyes. She couldn't quite describe it, but if she had to compare it to something, it would be a lesser feeling of reverence, not unlike what she felt when she was in the presence of her patron. It was the result of the true blessing without a doubt. The blessing on top of the massive benefits it already granted was also a message, that he was chosen. Most holders were known as popes, prophets, saints, and champions. It was a way to mark the most critical mortal, which thoroughly made Jake an outlier. Nice to meet you," Jake said. "This servant greets the chosen one," Viridia said as she knelt, surprising Jake. And she made it awkward. The malefic viper laughed with faux annoyance. "Come on, take a seat. We were discussing how to handle rejection when your former crush decides to try and kill you in cold blood. And the people I thought were my friends," Jake added, as he seemed a bit downtrodden. "Though I still think it is all based on some stupid misunderstanding. Misunderstanding or not, it wouldn't matter if you died now, would it?" The viper said, shaking his head. "What's done is done. The goal now is to move forward and get your sweet revenge, of course. You fucked up this time, stupidly walking into an obvious ambush like a moron and got smashed. Learn from it and don't do it again." "I don't know, I just thought that I could." "Well, you thought wrong. Stop being so naive and trusting. You're far too weak to act like that." Turning to Viridia once more, who was still standing there unsure what to do, the malefic viper ordered, "Take a seat and give us your thoughts. A female perspective is always valuable." Rushing as if a scared rabbit, she hurried to sit down as she tried to calm herself down and formulate a response. This situation was far too informal for her taste, and she couldn't help but get nervous. Steeling herself, she managed to squeeze out, "I believe the advice of the patron to be the best thing to do." Shaking his head, the malefic viper sighed to himself inwardly. Devout followers were nice to have, but they made for terrible conversation partners. Turning back to Jake, he continued, "Jake, what do you want?" "I want to return to my body and hopefully not die, I guess," he answered. "No, what is your goal? What do you want in the long run?" The viper asked once more. What do I want? He hadn't really thought much of it. He wanted to survive, of course, and that had been the main thing everything revolved around. He had always been a rather one-track person, focusing on the matter at hand first and foremost. The looming threat of death had, of course, been a good motivator not to get too lost in thought in the dungeon. But thinking on it more in depth, why did he want to survive? What for? Besides the basic instinct to survive that every living being had. What did he want to achieve? Right now, he wanted to somehow clear up the misunderstanding with Jacob and the others. Or did he really? He did want to get revenge on that red-robed bastard with the spear along with Richard and that metal caster. If thinking long-term goals, however, He wanted to find more challenges and fights, not just fight weak or scheming prey, but powerful enemies. He craved the near-euphoric feeling he got from fighting the ambushers on that first night. He wanted to overcome challenges and climb higher in the system, see exactly how powerful he and his enemies could become. He wanted to improve. "I want to do whatever I want," Jake answered after thinking deeply on the matter. "True freedom is indeed a worthy goal," the malefic viper said as he nodded. "But what do you want to do with this freedom?" "I want to be able to see what this multiverse has to offer, challenge myself and see exactly how far I can go. Or at least go out in a cool way," Jake answered with a cheeky smile. The viper returned the smile. "Then don't allow yourself to be chained down by your past. Stand above all of them. Schemes and planning in the end fall before absolute power. Reach a level where your word becomes truth, misunderstanding dispelled with a wave of your hand. Your enemies either cowering in fear or dead. To strive for progress is to keep moving forward ruthlessly." "Sounds like a plan," Jake laughed as he looked towards the ceiling as it started getting blurrier by the moment. "I think my body wants its soul back," he said as he stood up from the chair, the viper doing the same. "Take care, my friend. May we meet again soon," the god said, adding, "Let's hope it's not due to you being near death, though. Stay true to yourself, but stop being stupid." With a final fist bump with the god, he nodded. "Thanks for the talk." "Just remember, Jake," the viper said as he turned unusually severe, letting his aura wash over the room. "Freedom doesn't come without power, and power doesn't come cheap. Strive for it, hunger for it, make it so you are never betrayed again, so no one dares to, and if they do, crush them like the pathetic ants they are. You will find yourself on a mountain of corpses. Be sure you're the only one standing on the top." These were the last words Jake heard as his projected body disappeared as the soul fragment returned from whence it came. Turning to the even more astonished hall master, who had just silently been observing everything, he smiled. "So, what you think?" However, she didn't hear the words as she was shaking from the pure killing intent in his aura that still lingered. For all of his antics and unusual personality, she had nearly forgotten. The malefic viper had never been a benevolent god. Chapter 54, Class Evolution. But he understood. He had been soft. He had been forgiving and hopeful to the point of naivety, and it had nearly resulted in his death. His mistake wasn't to approach Jacob and the others to talk. It was not to be strong enough in case it went south. If he had been more powerful, it wouldn't have mattered. It would be inconsequential even if the rest of the tutorial showed up to kill him if he only was powerful enough to tell them all to sit the fuck down and listen to his explanation. So he needed power and a lot of it. He was done having fun with fights for now. He couldn't stop himself completely from enjoying a good fight, but he wouldn't go out of his way to challenge himself. At least not now. He was on a timer until the tutorial ended. May as well make use of the time properly. His most immediate objective was to feel anything other than pain. Luckily, he slowly became aware as he felt his senses return one by one. His sphere of perception first, and unluckily, smell being the second. A horrid stench entered his nostrils, a stench he quickly recognized as the smell of rotting flesh. His sphere promptly made him aware of the source of the stench as 3 half-decomposed corpses lay around him. Still unable to move, he could only lie there with his eyes closed. He didn't feel the sunlight from the artificial sun making him aware that it was nighttime now. His meeting with Jacob and the others had been before noon, meaning at least 10 hours had passed since he collapsed here. Luckily, no one had followed him through the barrier, or perhaps they were unable to. He had no way to know and quite honestly didn't care. He could only be happy that he was left alone. As for the raptors, he could barely remember how the hell he had killed them, but based on their states, it involved a lot of poison, though they sure had done a number on him based on his missing left arm. Another random occurrence was that the stench seemed to keep away the other beasts. It was dark, so if the creatures here adhered to the same rules as the ones outside the barrier, Jake should be. Still unable to move, he decided to use the time to go through his notifications, but didn't get further than the second one. After that first warrior he killed with a bottle to the face. "You have slain human E. LVL 28/Apprentice Spearman of Embers, LVL 41/Builder, LVL 16. A small amount of bonus experience earned for killing an enemy with a class above your class level. 624. 458 TP earned that." Was the red-robed man with the spear. What the hell? How did he die? Jake did land a touch of the malefic viper on the guy doing some damage, but far from enough to kill him. Caroline and other healers were also close, meaning healing him should have been entirely possible. Even without healing, his natural vitality should keep him alive, and yet he had died, meaning someone or something else had finished him off. Once again, suggesting that the situation wasn't so black and white as he first believed. Had he just been a pawn for Richard to finish off Hayden all along? And speaking of manipulating bastards, where was William? He wasn't present in the fight. Luckily, Jake doubted he would have made it out if that metal caster had been there as well. Hayden, Richard, and the others packed a punch for sure, but he still felt that the William he had met days ago would come out ahead. William was weak defensively, but he could likely take down both of them if he played it smart. It would take him some time, but it should be possible, if he faced them together, though. Yeah, dead William. Going on to the next few messages, he saw that he had indeed managed to kill the 3 raptors alone, despite not being aware of exactly how the hell he managed that. You have slain Blue-Hide Raptor LVL 40, bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 40,000 TP earned asterisk ding. Class Archer has reached level 24 stat points allocated, plus 1 free point. You have slain Redhide Raptor LVL 39. Bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 38,000 TP earned. You have slain Greenhide Raptor LVL 40. Bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 40,000 TP earned 1 level in Archer after the first Raptor. The experience indeed was great. Great enough, in fact, for the next message to have appeared. Class evolution requirements met. You have hunted beasts far above your level with great resolve, showing both ambition and perhaps a bit of foolhardiness. A determination to face that which you shouldn't. It has been a lonesome hunt, not shying away from confronting these foes alone. Skilled with a bow as well as melee, you have shown diversity in your art of killing, willing to resorting to any means to obtain the final victory. Begin evolution now. YN warning, postponing evolution for too long may have adverse effects, and no further class experience can be earned before evolution is completed. The warning at the end did scare him a bit, considering he had been out cold. He also had a vague feeling that actually choosing to evolve right now maybe wouldn't be the best idea. He had no idea if something unexpected would happen like when he upgraded his profession. So he patiently waited as more and more feeling returned to his body. When he finally moved a bit, he managed to summon a health potion from his necklace and use a mix between mana control and his feeble hand to drink it. He instantly felt the warmth flow through his body as his body healed at a visible rate. His severed arm even started growing out in a far less scary and disgusting way than he thought it would. It was like it just slowly grew out like a tree branch that ended in a hand. Moving the arm, it felt the exact same as before without any issues. With a sigh of relief, Jake managed to sit himself up as he started meditating. A few hours later, he opened his eyes, feeling in a good enough condition to evolve. While he wasn't in top shape, he was good enough for now. Checking the notification window once more, he accepted the evolution. With little fanfare, 5 options appeared before him, just like when he upgraded his profession. Like last time, he started going through them one by one, the first one being the expected linear upgrade. Veteran Archer, an archer who has proven himself to be of some skill and possesses some amount of experience. A safe and sure step forward, taking no risks but staying on your proven path to power. A class focused on ranged combat, mainly using bow and arrow, coupled with light options for melee such as short swords and daggers. The class is fast and flexible, focusing on agility over strength. You have yet to truly prove yourself outstanding on your path, but perhaps you will find your stride and true potential in the future. Stat bonuses per level. +3 per, +2 Augie, +2 end, +1 SDR, +2 free point. The first option was kind of boring. The description also more or less insulting whoever picked this as being unremarkable. Jake also remembered seeing the archer he had killed together with the green aura warrior having this class. Poor guy must have been so disappointed when he saw 2 of his friends get cool classes. Everything about it just screamed mediocrity. Likely an option anyone meeting the evolution requirement as an archer would get. Even the stats were underwhelming, giving only 10 stats total, half of what his prodigious alchemist of the Malefic Viper currently provided. And that was on top of classes, usually providing more stats than professions based on his reading during the challenge dungeon. Naturally, he moved on swiftly as he went to the next option. Novice Mana Archer, an archer not just relying on his bow, but the wonders of mana. A class focused on combining magic and archery to create something greater than the sum of their parts. While still using a bow and the occasional light melee weapon, you have shifted your focus to the magical aspects of fighting and still exploring how to truly use it. Your focus is split, but you believe this diverse path may lead you to the pinnacle, even if you have only just begun treading it. Stat bonuses per level. +2 per, +2 Augie, +2 Wise, +2 Will, +2 Int, +1 SDR, +1 End, +2 free points. This one was instantly far more interesting. It seemed to focus not only on archery, but also on magic, something similar to the warrior who had the aspiring Blade of Nature class or the spearman. Integrating magic into a more physical fighting style. The stats were a bit underwhelming, providing only 14, but still far better than the veteran archer. However, he felt that the class would provide far more powerful skills and a further chance of evolution than the veteran archer option. It was only called Novice Mana Archer, after all, leaving plenty of room to grow. He did have his reservation, though. It didn't appear that strong, and it did make Jake wonder if he went wrong with his mana training somewhere to not unlock anything better. He was honestly still quite tempted, but he still had 3 options to go through, with the next one being quite the departure. A Apprentice Rogue of Umbra. The Rogues of Umbra are known for their cunning and stealth, striking while one with the shadows. You are but an apprentice in the craft, still early in your journey, but you have shown promise so far. A class focused on light melee weapons and stealth, along with ranged options such as bows and crossbows. The class is fast and flexible, focusing on agility over strength. Compared to many other types of rogues, the Rogue of Umbra does not shy away from the powers of magic, however, openly embracing the power found in the shadows. Praise be Umbra. Stat bonuses per level: +3 Augie, +2 Wise, +2 Int, +1 STR, +1 Per, +1 End, +1 Vit, +1 Tough, +3 free points. Warning: skills pertaining to the Archer class may be lost or changed upon becoming an Apprentice Rogue of Umbra. Straight from Mana Archer to Evil Shadow Assassin, or maybe just an ordinary Shadow Assassin. The class was also quite a shift in focus, going from a ranged class to one more focused on melee, but it wasn't the typical kind like the one he had fought. This one also seemed to incorporate magic quite a bit together with the regular roguish approaches. As to how he got the option, well, likely a combination between his bracers with the word Umbra on them and the skill basic Shadow Vault of Umbra. On top of that, he had also fought a lot in melee with daggers, acting quite roguish if he had to say so himself. Not that he had any intentions of taking it. While it did provide one more stat point per level than the prior one, there were just too many red flags. First of all, praise be Umbra. This was clearly some religious shit, he said to himself only a few hours after having a chat with a god. He had in his sphere seen the looks that the Hall Master tried to hide during his conversation with the Malefic Viper, ignoring whatever she used to hide her facial expressions. She had looked mortified whenever he cracked a joke, and looked like she half wanted to strangle him and half kneel before him the entire time. Quite the vexing experience. Becoming a Rogue of Umbra would also very likely create a link to another god, which he still wasn't sure was a good or a bad thing. The Malefic Viper was a nice dude, but he doubted all gods were the same as him. It didn't take a genius to know that it could lead to complications later if getting this class came with the expectations of joining some weird assassin club or something, which he had no intention of. As a departure from the Archer class, it also meant that he risked losing some skills. In general, if he had to pick, he would rather go with Novice Mana Archer. Luckily, he had two other options remaining. Bowman of Decay. The Bowman of Decay seeks not simply the pleasure of a good hunt, but the pinnacle of death itself. The ultimate beauty of all life is its inevitable decay as death takes hold. You have learned to inflict such decay upon others. Having moved away from the usual path of archers, the Bowman of Decay focuses on afflicting their foes with slow, excruciating death. While still using a bow and the occasional light melee weapon, you have shifted your focus to the magical aspects of fighting. Your bow now but a medium used to inflict your magic of death and decay. Your path is sure to leave behind much desolation in your wake. Stat bonuses per level: +3 Int, +3 Per, +2 Wise, +2 Will, +2 Augie, +2 Vit, +1 Tough, +1 STR, +2 free points. Yeah. What the fuck, Jake thought as he finished reading it. Was he really that terrible? So bad that the system decided that he surely would be an excellent wandering war crime. Taking a step back, he decided to still evaluate the class, though he was sure as hell not picking it. It gave 3 more stat points per level than the rogue, but this time it got more focused on magic than anything else. It was practically a magic archer, the highest bonus even in both intelligence and perception. If he looked at it from an objective view, the class would likely synergize exceptionally well with his profession. It would maybe even make his poisons even more powerful and give him methods of empowering them. The thought of becoming a mage also did seem very tempting. Jake had been practicing hard in his mana control and had improved tremendously in his own opinion. Though he had nothing to compare it to, he felt like it was pretty good. He had even managed to break free from the attack earlier by overflowing every pore of his body with mana, which in retrospect wasn't a very effective way of doing it. Nevertheless, this class would, without a doubt, make far more use of his growing control of mana than an upgrade like Veteran Archer. Yet, he just didn't like it. If he had to choose, he would still pick the Novice Mana Archer one over this. It may just be him being a bit of a hypocrite considering how many people and beasts he had killed by literally rotting their flesh away, but he didn't want that to be his main focus. He could live with doing it, but not for it to be what ultimately brought him to the top. He reaffirmed himself to skip over this one, moving on to the final option. Chapter 55, Ambitious Hunter. Jake breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw the last option. Ambitious Hunter. The ambitious hunter is always seeking out true challenges and the most powerful of prey. To you, the hunt is not only about the question of gaining power or death, but to enjoy the journey itself. It is not something that can be taught but is a part of who you are. A class focused on ranged combat, mainly using bow and arrow, coupled with light options for melee such as short swords and daggers. The class is fast and flexible, focusing on agility over strength. The ambitious hunter's path to power may be more complicated than many others due to their endless thirst for worthy enemies, but power is inevitable if one survives. Stat bonuses per level, +5 per, +4 Augie, +3 end, +2 SDR, +4 free points from the description. It wasn't incredibly awesome, but the name alone stood out to him more than anything in any of the others. Hunter. The word seemed to resonate with him. Unsurprising, considering his bloodline was called of the Primal Hunter. He also felt like the description described his goals. He hadn't seen himself as an incredibly ambitious person for many years, not after his archery incident. His plans were simply to exist. Of course, he enjoyed himself in his free time, but it wasn't like becoming a financial consultant was his dream. But now he felt driven. He had a goal, had ambition, and was more than willing to hunt for it. Closely reading the description, there seemed to be little difference between it and the regular archer class, besides the number of stats and types of skills it would likely offer. But the essence of the class and its purpose seemed to be very much the same. The stats had the same total as Bowman of Decay, 18 stats in total per level, which is still less than his prodigious alchemist of the Malefic Viper, which showed that the class wasn't that special or that he had really lucked out with his profession. One had to remember that professions tended to give fewer stats than classes after all. Jake remembered the Viper's words of staying true to himself, and while maybe the Bowman of Decay was more powerful here and now, this class was far more him than anything offered beforehand. It likely wouldn't make him that much stronger immediately, but he was still satisfied as he unhesitantly accepted the class and felt the familiar warm flow of information entering his mind along with the pleasant sound of the level up. Congratulations, you have successfully evolved your class. Ding. Class, Ambitious Hunter, has reached level 25 stat points allocated, +4 free points asterisk, ding. Race, Human E, has reached level 35 stat points allocated, +5 free points. What followed was naturally the skills, the first one being an upgrade to his Archer's Eye, a skill he had since the tutorial's very beginning. Skill Transformation, Archer's Eye Common, has been upgraded to Hunter's Sight Uncommon. Hunter's Sight Uncommon. The hunter's eyes are trained to track down and kill their prey. Allows the ambitious hunter to spot prey more easily as well as their weaknesses. Passively gives a small increase to the effect of perception on visual organs. The skill was a straight-up upgrade, and he even felt a slight increase to his eyesight if he tried looking intensely at his surroundings. The change was very minor, however. Overall, it didn't change much besides the easier-to-spot weaknesses part that was new. He would have to test that in combat. The last skill was where the real juice was at. Big Game Hunter Rare. A true hunter seeks not the easy prey but a true challenge. Having hunted bigger and stronger prey than most, the ambitious hunter has become more accustomed to facing higher-level enemies, increases the user's resistance to auras, and gives a small increase to strength and agility while facing enemies above your highest level class or race. The bonus is based on the disparity between the level of your prey and you. Limit of 1. 25x your level or 50 levels, whichever is highest. May your hunt be fruitful and your ambitions reached. The skill seemed extremely good, especially for what he was planning. The limiter on the bonus was a bit annoying though, as his race was currently at 35 and his class only at 25, making him lose 10 levels worth of bonuses. It would take him until he reached level 44 or so in his class for it to be the highest one. And that was assuming he didn't level his profession at all, which he sure as hell planned on. Ultimately, none of it mattered much to him currently. His body was still healing, and he was getting closer and closer to being in fighting condition. Soon, he should be able to drink another health potion, and with that, it would be time to hunt. The hunt was made slightly more difficult by a minor issue, however. He had lost both of his melee weapons in the brawl earlier, and he currently only had a few unranked daggers in his spatial storage. He felt quite sad about losing the bone dagger mostly. It had served him well and synergized well with his fighting style, so he would have to rely on his bow for now. At least he had enough targets to hunt though. In the inner area there were beasts everywhere, and high-level beasts at that. Wandering sources of experience just waiting to be claimed. He would have to hurry before the other survivors made their way in here. First, he needed to get as much experience as possible, and second, he wasn't looking for another fight right now considering his near-death experience. His only hope was that the conflict between the two factions would buy him enough time to reach a more comfortable level of power. Looking at the tutorial screen, he noted the number of survivors still going down slowly. Tutorial panel duration, 24 days and 18, 25, 23 total survivors remaining, 341 1,225 days left, Jake thought to himself. 25 days to hunt down everything worth killing in here. Jacob, please just talk to me for God's sake, she said as she ran after the man who quite clearly ignored her on purpose. I did what I thought was the best for everyone. None of us knew if he did it or not, and I just didn't want to risk it. Snapping back, Jacob turned to her. How many times do I have to tell you that I fucking knew, but you would rather kill an innocent man? You know the truth too, and yet you lied and used me. I already told you I am sorry. Caroline said, genuinely distressed. Just tell me what you want me to do. I want you to leave me alone for a while. I need to think, Jacob answered as he kept walking away, leaving Caroline behind with a desolate look on her face. Nothing had gone as Caroline planned when it came to Jacob. Jake had been allowed to talk for way too long and made it pretty damn clear that he hadn't been the culprit they were seeking. On top of that, they even failed to kill him. How he had managed to survive all those attacks was still a wonder to Caroline. Everything in that fight had been way too surprising. The beginning had gone as planned, and they had even managed to chain him down with a string of control skills. That should have been that, but somehow he had managed to cause an explosion of mana to come out of his body, which fucked up everything. That explosion had given Caroline quite the impression. The raw amount of mana used in it was insane. What was even more insane was it being Jake who caused it. He was an archer, for God's sake. Where the hell had he gained so much wisdom? Based on that explosion alone, he might have even more mana than herself despite her being a healer. The evasion skill was also just pure bullshit, in her opinion. The speed of it was quite intense, combined with his speed making him far faster than pretty much anyone else in the entire tutorial. But what was even more surprising was how he disappeared as he ran away. The scout had been chasing the near-dead man, but failed to return with anything. He had lost him close to the giant dome or barrier. The scout had tried to enter, but had failed like all the others when he had tried, making it improbable that Jake entered there. And even if he somehow did go in there, no one knew what awaited on the other side. After Jake escaped, she had tried to smooth things over with Jacob, but her first attempt had backfired hard when she tried to play innocent, acting like she didn't know the plan. Jacob wasn't stupid and saw through it quickly. In retrospect, it was quite stupid to act ignorant, considering how she had fought and clearly coordinated with the others. Her small attempt to backpedal a little and claim that she had been fooled and had only aimed to capture her former colleague hadn't gone over well either. All of it had resulted in Jacob ignoring her and even moved into Bertram's cabin for now. It was a small one the man had built for himself with his profession and was way worse than her and Jacob's current one. She still believed everything could be smoothed over. Their relationship wasn't going to break because of one person coming between them. They were going to come out stronger on the other side and closer than ever. It wasn't like everything was all bad either. Sure, Jake got away, but they managed to take out Hayden. The troublesome former colleague of hers had managed to poison him before he escaped, leaving the man in quite the precarious situation when he found himself surrounded by Caroline, Richard, and many other strong fighters from their faction. He had fought back but had fallen quite easily. Poisoned and in a weakened state after using that ridiculously powerful spear attack of his, he was stabbed from behind by Richard. They had even managed to take out a few of the men Hayden had brought along. They did fail in killing Hayden's second in command, a powerful light mage and the one who had managed to turn them all invisible for the ambush, but they were satisfied nevertheless. The war was back in full swing once more, but this time it was different. Hayden was dead, and the leadership structure of the other base was in disarray. They even had quite a few people switch sides since the fight. Richard was preparing an assault to end the other faction once and for all, giving him full control of the only camp left in the tutorial. The attack would be sooner rather than later, not giving the other side enough time to reorganize, but just enough time for those who wanted to defect to do so. Caroline cheered herself up a little as she made her way back to the other crafters. They didn't like what had happened, but didn't protest much either. Most of them didn't exactly speak up either, but stayed out of it as they had chosen to focus on their professions, mainly from a desire to avoid the violence otherwise permeating this tutorial. On her way over to the other tailors, she saw the smith doing his work, one of the few strong fighters who had refused to participate in the fight because he wanted to focus on crafting. With him was another one who hadn't attended, William. The kid had come back only a few hours ago from who knows where, and after complaining a bit about missing the fight, had started doing some smithing. He seemed to still be a bit mad about not getting payback on Jake, but otherwise he seemed calm enough. However, if you asked William, he wouldn't describe himself as only a bit mad. He was fuming. How unlucky had he been? By mere hours he had missed the fight. To make it worse, they had even failed in killing him, which meant that he was still out there. William was also aware by now that he didn't need to wear his mask much anymore. Jacob had given him dirty looks, clearly showing he knew, and of course his new partner Richard knew. He had already asked William to join him in the assault on the enemy base, when he would happily join. In only a few hours, their assault would begin. The entire tutorial would be involved if one didn't count Jake. The two factions had done an excellent job of gathering everyone up. The whole with us or against us mentality had done wonders to force any lone survivors or smaller groups into choosing a side or getting caught in the crossfire. Only a real freak like Jake could survive that. As he did his work at the forge, the smith approached him. "How are you doing, kid? he asked while stroking his beard, making William wonder how the hell it hadn't been burned off yet. Fine, just a bit annoyed they didn't get that Jake guy is all, William answered as he put on his fake smile. With a nod, the man smiled back. Come with me over to my lodgings for a bit, I have something to talk to you about. William, a bit taken aback, subconsciously nodded his head. This was weird, but William didn't fear anything happening as he was more than confident in defending himself. As they walked, William couldn't hold himself back from asking, "So, what is this about?" "Just a discussion on the future," the man rather dismissively said. "We should talk in private." Growing even more suspicious, William nevertheless followed. He was pretty sure the smith had some inklings as to his true nature, but if he did, why would he ask him to meet in private? Was this perhaps too risky? Should he just try and quietly have the man exit the base with him and dispose of him quietly somewhere? No, that would only make him appear more suspicious. Richard wouldn't like that. He couldn't do anything stupid like that. Not yet. Entering the cabin with the bearded man, William closed a door behind him as he asked, "So, patience," the smith said as he took out a small disc of metal from beneath his clothes. "Wouldn't want anyone listening in now, would we?" As he said that, a blue glow was emitted from the disc as William instantly jumped back and got ready to fight. However, nothing else happened as the light spread to the cabin's walls as it left a faint blue sheen upon them. As William looked around, the walls, floor, and roof were also now covered in what seemed like blue film. "No need to panic, it is just a sound isolation barrier," the man said as he took a seat on one of the chairs. "This way, not a single word or wisp of mana gets out." "How did you do that?" William asked as he narrowed his eyes, still ready to strike at any time. "A skill granted by my profession allows me to make small accessories like that. Didn't manage to make this one until yesterday," the smith said with a small laugh. "Back to my original question, what do you want to say, and why do you need this barrier to say it?" William asked. "Oh, this barrier is as much for me as it is for you," he laughed again. "We both have secrets we don't want others to know." William, now thoroughly convinced that this man was on to him, prepared to strike just as he started talking again. "And the reason I asked to talk to you is because of a mutual acquaintance of ours," he said as his smile broadened. "Richard, no, Jake, doesn't fit either," William thought before just asking. "Oh, and who is this mysterious person then?" "Not a person," the smith answered. "A god." Chapter 56, Metal Seavant. For a mortal to meet a god was far from an ordinary occurrence throughout the multiverse. Only the most extraordinary ones had the chance to interact with divinity up close, and even then, it was rare. The tutorial, however, was as far from ordinary as anything gets. It was an event that affected every single living being in the entire multiverse. Not the tutorial itself, but why it happened. It marked the start of a new era as the multiverse expanded with the introduction of yet another universe. Gods, among all, were the entities of the multiverse most involved with the tutorials. It was one of the few times where they truly moved with greed and desire. It was a time to earn rewards otherwise unachievable for them, a chance to gain more power and influence. The most significant way to get these rewards was through finding capable mortals among the new initiates, finding them and making them into your follower. This was done through something like Jake's meeting with Malefic Viper in his realm. This also meant that Jake's experience of meeting a god wasn't unique. Casper had met one, and so had the smith. It was later than Jake, but he had shown great potential in smithing and was recognized by the system. At least that is what the smith was currently telling William. He told him of how he had met a god and had been granted a blessing along with guidance. Contrary to what William expected, he hadn't met Pharaohs, however, but instead one of his fellow gods, one known as Kamicus, the god of the forge. Sounds interesting and all, but what does this have to do with me? William finally interrupted as he was getting tired of the long explanation. "Pharaohs, the god of iron, has taken quite a liking to you, kid," the smith chuckled. "But apparently you rejected him or something." "I don't think I did," he answered, actually being honest for once. He couldn't remember ever turning down a god unless, "I was told you had a class offered, one related to the god of iron," the smith explained. "You just didn't pick it." William did recall getting a class with Pharaohs in it. However, it was honestly not that good, and provided far worse bonuses than his current Metal Seavant one. Looking at his old system messages, he went back a long-ass time before he finally returned to when he had his class evolution. Metal Seavant, he naturally already knew as it was his current class. Metal Seavant. The Metal Seavant stands among the top of geniuses when it comes to manipulating metals. Having shown extreme talent as a caster and as a manipulator of mana, you have started walking down a glorious path to power. The class is highly focused on metal manipulation and all magics related to metal. The class's nature is inherently offensive, leaving defenses up to the caster's skill, focusing on intelligence and wisdom. Your path has just begun, but you have shown yourself a true savant. Stat bonuses per level. Int, +5 wise, +4 will, +2 per, +6 free points. The class was excellent, in his opinion. It had made him superior to every other survivor he met except for that Dark Star Jake. The stat bonuses were a straight-up quadruple compared to what he had before the evolution, going from 6 per level to 24. Most of his free points had gone into intelligence, but he also started putting quite a bit in vitality after his run-in with Jake. As for the Ferrora's class, he passed over. It was quite honestly terrible compared to what he got. Promising Mage of Ferroras, a Mage of Ferroras showing great promise on his path to power. As a caster, you have made clear your ability to manipulate metal and mana itself, offering you a clear path to power. The class is highly focused on metal manipulation and general metal magics, but is specialized in iron magic. The class's nature is balanced between defense and offense, making you a versatile fighter at both range and melee. Your future patron God Ferroras believes in your talent. Stat bonuses per level: +4 int, +3 wise, +2 will, +2 tough, +1 vit, +1 per, +4 free points. Everything about it was just worse. The descriptions were similar to each other as both of them were metal mages, but this one was just so much less impressive. William wasn't promising, he was a goddamn genius. And that last sentence about his future patron god believing in him just rubbed him the wrong way. Reminded him of what that damn psychologist kept telling him. The class also gave way fewer stats, only providing 17 per level. That was more than an entire basic caster class's worth of difference. William would have genuinely been an idiot if he had picked that shitty class just because some equally shitty god had attached his name to it. Well, yeah, I did get it, but I chose another one that I liked more, William explained, not showing any signs of going into further detail. What's done is done, the smith answered, but you did pick up a skill with his name attached later on, didn't ya? I did, so what? That is how you become attached to a god, kid, at least partially, the smith explained as he continued. Karma or something like that. Anyway, it means that the god is aware of your existence and he wants to help you. And why the hell would I become the follower of some god? William asked dismissively. He had no interest in attaching himself to some wacky religion. Because you can't win this shit alone, William, the man answered. Yet together, we can win this tutorial. I can craft things for you to make you far more powerful than before, and in turn, you can wipe out everyone else, especially Richard. Suddenly, William started paying far more attention. He knew how much of a difference strong equipment could make, and based on that isolating barrier, the smith wasn't entirely without talent when it came to crafting. Having his assistants would undoubtedly prove useful. Why Richard in particular? William asked curiously. He wasn't aware of any conflict between them. I didn't enter this tutorial alone, you know. I came with my son and daughter-in-law, the smith said as his mood took a downward turn. I promised to protect them. I tried to. We thought the nights were safe, but it turns out that was the time for the bottom feeders to come out. Richard and his folk disagreed with us three just sticking together. They killed both of them while I was away hunting during the night. That sucks, William said without even thinking. Wait, what? Why does that suck? Thanks, the smith smiled. You know, my son was only around your age, too early to get married, but they claimed to be in love, and who was I to stop them? Wiping a tear away that had appeared in the corner of his eye, he continued. That is why I want payback on that fucker. I can fight, but I have always been a smith and not a fighter. I can't win. But you can, William. My God has told me this is the way to fulfill my dream and guided me. I know you're far stronger than you let everyone know. Let me help you get even stronger. William kept his solemn expression, even though he deep inside thought how stupid this was. That fucking trapper Casper all over again, yet he didn't think it was that stupid. He understood why the man wanted revenge for losing them, but he didn't know why. Even Casper had begun to appear less unreasonable. What? Okay, but what do you need me to do? William asked as he was trying to understand why he had all these weird thoughts. He was experiencing thoughts he couldn't understand. I need you to find the resolve to do whatever is necessary. You have to be willing and able to kill. Not just beasts but humans too, the man said as he sighed. I know it is unfair of me to ask of you, but I beg you. The smith's face was solemn as he looked at William with an apologetic gaze. William looked a bit at him. He felt like agreeing, but he had an agreement with Richard already. By all accounts, the camp leader could offer him more benefits than the lone smith. Yet he agreed. Fine, but how? Come, the smith answered as he stood up from the chair. Join me at the forge. With that, the man waved his hand as the floor of the cabin split open, and a furnace appeared. He summoned a forge and a hammer, along with a bunch of different ingots of metal out of nothing. A storage skill, the man answered before William could ask. Only works with items related to smithing, but it gets the job done. Standing tall, he looked William in the eyes. Now, time for us to get you ready for the big battle. Jake climbed the hill as he got higher and higher. He avoided all the beasts he could, as he had no intention of getting into any melee brawl for now. Basic stealth, while undoubtedly a skill he didn't notice often, still proving itself useful. With it being night, there were plenty of shadows around to activate his bracer's bonus effect. Sneaking up, he soon found himself at a crevice. He called it a crevice, but it was more like an immense valley in between two mountains. He had to admit that he had underestimated the size of the inner area by quite a bit. Sure, it was about the same size as the entire outside area in pure square kilometers, but the big difference was in verticality. This area was filled with mountains, crevices, and valleys, the tallest mountain in the center of the area upwards of a kilometer tall. While that didn't sound like too much, one had to consider that the mountain had no top but looked more like volcanoes, as in, it had a hole on top. Something the three other mountains he could currently see also had in common. Hopefully they weren't volcanoes though. He didn't see any smoke coming out of their tops, but then again, he was pretty sure that was just something that happened in movies and cartoons. As for the type of beasts in this inner area, raptors, a whole lot of raptors. They seemed to be the primary enemy and came in all kinds of colors. Few other dinosaur-like beasts also roamed about, but the vast majority were raptors. However, the raptors only occupied the open area on the mountains and sometimes between mountains, but they mainly appeared as filler beasts. In the crevices, like the one Jake was currently overlooking, the biodiversity increased tremendously. The world below the cliff seemed like its own entire world, pulling out his bow as he observed the first beast he saw roaming about below. It looked like an evolved version of the badgers found outside in the forest from where he stood. His high perception allowed him to see the beast clear as day, not to mention Hunter's sight improving his eyesight significantly. Another difference between this area and the outer one was the behavior of the beasts. Here they didn't go into that weird comatose state during the night, but instead continued milling about. Nocturnal animals like the badger actually got even more active during the night. Taking out an arrow, he grabbed the arrowhead with the palm of his hand as he channeled blood of the malefic viper to turn his blood into a toxin. Allowing the arrow to cut into his hand, he thoroughly soaked it in his blood. After the fight with the survivors, he was starting to run a bit low on poisons. He had started throwing them all around him during the battle, wasting most of them as they harmlessly broke against ground or trees. Heck, despite throwing so many, he only got a single kill as healers were present on the battlefield, coupled with people seemingly being aware of his use of poisons. Thanks to that William fellow, no doubt. Shaking his head, he got back to the matter at hand as he nocked the blood-soaked arrow. Drawing his bow, he started charging a power shot as he traced the movement of the beast. After about 10 seconds, he released the string to an explosion of force as the arrow was released and flew towards the still unsuspecting badger. The poor beast didn't know what had hit it before it suddenly got slammed by an arrow that completely disintegrated as it hit its back. The poison proved to be thoroughly unnecessary, as the kinetic force behind the arrow alone smashed the beast's insides into an unrecognizable mess. The beast was dead pretty much instantly, and what little vitality remained in it was quickly snuffed out by the poison that, together with the arrow disintegrating, had been spread all over the broken form of the beast. The notification confirmed the death as he felt the level up. You have slain Venomfang Badger LVL 48, bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 56,000 TP earned ** ding. Class, Ambitious Hunter, has reached level 26 stat points allocated, plus 4 free point a level 48 beast one-shot by him. He didn't know if he was overpowered or what, but it sure as hell seemed extreme. Then again, he didn't have others to really compare himself to. Though based on that spear attack from the fire caster, he too could likely reproduce the result. One also has to remember that the only reason why he could channel Power Shot for so long was due to his high defensive stats. Sitting down, he relaxed his numb arm as he allowed it to slowly recover. While he could kill a beast many levels above him in a single attack, it didn't come easy. His stamina expenditure was insane, and the strain on his arm also got bad enough that he even lost health points during the charging of the shot. He knew 10 seconds was too much, but he was still testing. He would improve it slowly and find the perfect balance. Between rotating stamina potions and firing arrows, his hunting speed should be extreme if his theory was correct. And whenever he did get too low on stamina, it would just mean a great chance to make a few more potions, and maybe even a concoction of poison or two. As he relaxed, he thought over his plans, as he also pondered other exciting parts of the tutorial. The number of tutorial points per kill also seemed to go up 2,000 per level for all beasts above level 25. Based on the raptors, the boar, and the badger that Jake had just killed, that is. He still had no idea what use exactly those points had. According to the description of the tutorial, they would likely show their worth whenever the tutorial ended. Getting up, he exited his thoughts as he saw other badgers had started gathering around the corpse of their fallen comrade. Taking up his bow once more, he massaged his shoulder and cracked his neck as he prepared another poisoned arrow. It was time to get this hunt started for real. Chapter 57, Metal and Nature. The inside of the cabin was far too hot for William, and yet he couldn't make himself look away. With every swing that brought the hammer down and every spark released upon impact, he got more and more entranced. The smith had been planning all of this for a long time. He was currently doing the finishing touches on his magnum opus with vigor and skill that William could only sigh in admiration at. He was making what looked like a breastplate at first sight, but if one looked closer, it could be seen that the shape was slightly off. This piece was only part of the final product, after all, a single layer of the armor that would be combined with the rest upon completion. William's greatest weakness was, without a doubt, his defensive capabilities. While he could kill almost anything in moments, the same was true for himself, being killed in return. The fight with Jake was a great example. A single cut and he had nearly croaked. The smith was aware of this weakness, or he at least had assumed it was so. What he was making was not just a chest plate, but an entire set of armor. The metal looked like silver, but based on how hard the man was hitting it, and how little it gave away, it clearly was something else. He wanted to ask, but based on the man's facial expression, he seemed to be in deep concentration. William had quite a bit of insight into metals due to his class's nature, and he could nearly see the mana and stamina oozing out of the man as it entered the armor. But what was even more impressive was how easily the armor absorbed everything. When he injected mana into metals to attune them to his use with his manipulation skills, it usually came with a lot of waste. Especially if he had to take control of metal he had not used before. But this armor greedily took in everything like a famished man at a feast. He briefly considered it worth killing the man just for the metal alone, but for some reason the thought just felt wrong. Wiping the sweat off his brows, the smith smiled at William as he summoned another piece of the final armor as he started attaching them together. With his hammer raised once more, he continued the work. It looked simple, almost comically so, but William could see the intricate patterns in which the mana moved through the hammer as it entered the armor with every hit. Hours passed, and even though it had been so long, neither of them felt the passage of time. William was too engrossed in the creation process while the smith was wholly absorbed in his work. Nobody came to disturb them during this time. Everyone was busy preparing for the final fight with the now-dead Hayden's faction. With the isolation barrier in place, the cabin's intense creation process didn't make any disturbances to outsiders either. Finally, the smith breathed a sigh of relief as he put the hammer down. Taking the completed piece off the anvil, he smiled in satisfaction as he started cleaning it. William wanted to jump forward and grab the armor but decided against it. It was his to begin with, but it felt wrong to take it before the smith gave him permission to. With a nod, the man finished cleaning the now shining silver armor. It looked like only a piece of plate mail that only covered the chest. It was solid but looked easy enough to move around in. But of course, William knew it wasn't so simple. The smith had attached several pieces of armor to it, parts now seemingly integrated into the plate mail, a complete set of armor covering one from head to toe. Helmet, leg guards, bracers, gloves, all of it had been melted into this final piece of armor. This clearly showed how prepared the smith had been. All of these were made from the beginning. He only had to do the final part, and for some reason he had wanted William to bear witness to this last part of the armor's creation. Placing the now finished armor on a table, he called over the young man waiting in the room with him. "Come over here, kid," the bearded smith laughed. "Check out the armor. Not bad, eh?" Not hesitating, William went forward as he identified the armor. Expanding blessed mithril armor, rare. An expertly crafted full suit of armor created by a skilled smith pouring in all their talent. Reaching a high rarity, if barely, this achievement has been achieved not through intricate enchantments but through pure strength of the materials used and the craftsmanship required for its creation. Extremely high ability to absorb and store mana. Enchantments, expanding armor. Kinetic force diffusion. Requirements, LVL 25+ in a humanoid race. William couldn't help but be impressed and yet slightly disappointed at the same time. He had hoped for stats or something, but it sure was powerful. What he didn't understand was what the kinetic force diffusion did. "What is that kinetic thing about?" William asked the smith, who in turn was closely observing him back. "Something you sorely need is what it is," the smith laughed. "It does so you won't get turned to mush inside the armor when a guy hits you with a big hammer or something like that. It disperses the force throughout the armor's surface instead of a single point, effectively allowing the armor to absorb more of the blow. In other words, it does so even someone like you can take some hits," the smith finished explaining. With wide eyes, William did a complete 180 with his disappointment. That sounded damn overpowered. Of course, he didn't know precisely how effective it was, but it sure as hell made the armor way better. He could easily see himself get killed by substantial impacts if he didn't have it. "So, are you satisfied?" the smith asked as he smiled at the young man. "Satisfied for sure." William smiled back, not the fake smile he was used to but a genuine one. This armor was well worth the wait. He felt grateful. William hadn't had that thought with anyone else in this tutorial. But for the first time, perhaps the first time in his life, he felt indebted to someone. He felt like he owed the bearded man something. For him to possibly be at least a bit the person the smith believed him to be. "I am happy to hear that," the tired crafter said, as he handed William a plate of metal covered in cloth. "I have left some information on this for you. It's about the war and the armor and what I hope for you to do. Open it when we're done." As he said, he had a sad glint in his eye for a second before continuing. Now, for the second part. The hunter was faster than thought possible by any pre-system human as he sprinted up the mountainous path. Despite his speed, however, what chased him was faster. No higher than up to his waist, the small beasts zoomed up the path as they crossed several meters with every footfall. Their sharp teeth all dripped with acidic spit, making sizzling sounds whenever it hit the ground during their chase. The hunter still managed to stay ahead as he turned into a shadowy form and flew forward, avoiding their assault. The second he landed, he turned around as he fired an arrow hitting the small beast, making it fall to the ground. The wound left by the arrow quickly started festering and rotting as the beast thrashed in pain and confusion. The other creatures simply ignored its death throes as they leaped over the soon-to-be-dead comrade of theirs. The beasts were relentless and numerous. They had started chasing Jake nearly half an hour ago after he sniped a big buffalo-like animal. The beast had managed to survive the power shot and had promptly charged at him. Jake had believed himself to be safe considering the nearly 100-meter-tall cliff that he stood on as he shot at the beast below. Oh boy, had he been wrong. The beast just started literally running vertically up the wall. It was honestly one of the silliest things Jake had ever seen, but sadly he had been too occupied not getting smashed by the massive beast to appreciate the comedy. The fight had been rather long and only ended after he managed to mount the beast while injecting the malefic Viper Touch. He had won the fight, but it had made quite the spectacle, a spectacle that had attracted a few of these pests. To his dismay, the first one who saw him started making loud shrieking noises, which attracted even more of the damn things. They were small green raptor-like animals, the size of golden retrievers, but they were incredibly fast and agile while also having highly toxic bites. Jake could handle being bitten as the poison didn't really affect him due to his palate of the malefic viper, but it still hurt like hell. He had already killed more than 10 of them, and yet 5 still chased him. The buggers were nothing but determined, at least. Shadow vaulting once more, he managed to slip away from the 2 that had got closer as he landed another poison arrow on one of the beasts, making it tumble to the ground. In return, he got 4 spits of acid his way fired by the other small dinosaurs. The speed of the liquid was too fast for Jake to avoid as he simply covered his head and let it rain down on him. It did hurt a bit, but it honestly wasn't that bad. It had to be said that the poor beasts were incredibly poorly matched against Jake. Their power focused on the use of acid and poison, 2 things Jake had significant resistance to. At the same time, they didn't really have any particularly strong poison resistance of their own. Their speed was impressive, and they had dodged a majority of Jake's attempts to strike back, but in the end, it was a battle of attrition. Jake was able to take the buggers down in one shot, while they could barely harm him. Their damage came through the venom excreted through their bites, which in the end only helped Jake recover a bit of mana every time they took a bite out of him. He couldn't just tank their attacks, but he could easily handle their occasional strike that landed, which was why it only took a few more minutes before the last beast was dead on the ground. When it was down to 2 of them, Jake didn't bother dodging anymore as he simply met them in melee. Getting hold of them one by one, he used Touch of the Malefic Viper to take them down swiftly. Exhausted from the chase, he lay down on the ground as he stared up at the sky. Another reason he had switched from using his bow was slightly more embarrassing. He had run out of arrows. Despite having 2 quivers, his starting one, and one taken from the archer who was with the nature warrior, he had used all the arrows in both of them, mainly because of the damn beasts constantly dodging him. If he found another upgrade token, he without a doubt would want to upgrade the quiver. It should also help make his arrows better, making them not always break whenever he shot them. Even now, they often broke when he hit a beast. Speaking of the quivers, he took the one he had stored in his spatial necklace out, as he started injecting mana into it along with the quiver on his back. Another perk of being better at handling mana was not making direct skin contact with an item while injecting mana, though it did make it way faster and more efficient. As he relaxed, he started going through the fight. In the end, the battle had been rather fruitful. Opening his notifications menu, he saw that he had gotten 2 whole levels from the struggle with the dinos and the buffalo. The dinosaurs' levels weren't that high, but he had killed quite a number of them. You have slain a Sidtooth Compsognathus, LVL 42, bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 44,000 TP earned. The highest leveled one had only been 42, with the rest of them being between 38 and 41. But the experience had gotten him to the next threshold, nevertheless. Ding, class Ambitious Hunter has reached level 30 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points Ambitious Hunter class skills available. He was excited to finally get to some new skills in his class. While he had technically gotten Hunter's Sight and Big Game Hunter, the first one was just an upgrade to what he already had, while the other was passive. He had felt that ability during his fights. It was subtle, but he did feel like he got slightly faster and stronger whenever he fought beasts of a higher level. If he weren't perceptive, he wouldn't have noticed it or just brushed it up as adrenaline or something like that. Not that he knew if that chemical compound even had any effect or was even a real thing of consequence after the system and stats became a thing. As was customary by now, he started going through the skills one by one. The ones before he evolved his class were still available save for a few exceptions, some of them clearly because they had upgraded versions available on the list below. The first skill was entirely new, however. Basic Nature Affinity, inferior. One with his surroundings, the ambitious hunter finds inspiration and solace in nature itself. Grants the hunter the Nature Affinity. Allows the hunter to change his energies into one with Nature Affinity, granting it slight healing and regeneration properties. It also allows the user to absorb mana of the Nature Affinity more easily. This skill was his first time encountering an affinity skill. He knew this type of skill was prevalent among many mana users throughout the multiverse who wanted to use a kind of mana they didn't have a natural affinity to. As for the skill itself, it held quite a bit of attraction to Jake. But it was still in the area of only being a bit. Everyone held natural affinities by default, and from the sword earlier, he more or less confirmed that he didn't have the Nature Affinity. An affinity skill wasn't an active skill. It would allow the user to change the property of the energy, but that was about it. Jake could already use his mana currently, but not that effectively quite yet, as he was still practicing and improving. His little explosion of mana during the trap was a great example of this. Mana could be used for pretty much anything. Nature Affinity mana was just another subcategory of a type of mana. Jake had even read that if one becomes sufficiently skilled in a kind of magic, their type of mana could change, so the status window started showing Nature Mana instead of just mana. While this would undoubtedly limit the individual in many ways, it would also significantly empower whatever used Nature Mana. The skill would also open Jake up to many new skills when he reached level 40. There was even a chance that the affinity skill itself would come with another skill, though he doubted it. But while the skill would open a lot of doors, it would close far more. It wouldn't make acquiring other, more opposing affinities impossible, but it would make it astronomically more difficult. In other words, he just didn't feel like committing to path currently. He was also afraid if it would have any adverse effect on his alchemy. While he knew it likely wouldn't hurt it, probably even improve his skills in making potions, he did have a lingering fear it would adversely affect his poison concocting. It was just a little fear, but his intuition advised him against it. And if he had learned one thing, it was to trust his instincts above anything else when it came to decisions like this. With all that in mind, he moved on to the next skill. Chapter 58, Herman Schmidt. Jake moved on down the list of skills, and he had to say that the second skill was a bit more traditional. Piercing Arrow, common. The first strike is often the most important when hunting. Grants the hunter the ability to infuse an arrow with energy to increase its penetrative power. Increases power depending on stamina expended. Adds a small bonus to the effect of agility and strength when using Piercing Arrow. This skill was also fascinating, and it would likely synergize incredibly well with Power Shot too. But did he genuinely need a more powerful opening shot and more preparation for now? Would his arrows even be able to handle the skill, or just break apart? If the skill said that it conjured an arrow, he would be far more excited about it. Many skills had to do that, but this one clearly didn't. Assuming he did get the skill to work correctly, it would bring his opening attack to a ridiculous power level. It was already quite silly with Power Shot and his poison alone, but coupled with this, perhaps he could even have killed that giant buffalo. Postponing the decision, he moved on to the next one. It was one of the skills that had gotten an upgraded version. Hunter's Tracking, uncommon. The hunter does not sit silently in his lodge but actively hunts for his prey. Unlocks proficiency in tracking down prey based on limited clues left behind. Also allows the hunter to more easily identify characteristics of the game, including mana signatures and aura. Adds a small bonus to the effect of perception while tracking. This had been one of the skills he'd wanted back at level 5 in the early days of the tutorial. He had chosen basic stealth back then instead, a decision he hadn't felt any regret towards, but he did have moments where being able to track people would be useful, such as when he was searching for his colleagues. In hindsight, however, perhaps it was good he hadn't been able to track them down earlier. If he hadn't leveled up and acquired Shadow Vault, he would undoubtedly be a dead man by now. If he thought about the current benefits the skill would provide, it was somewhat limited. It was the type of skill you hated not to have when you needed it, but rarely found yourself in a situation where it was actually necessary. But even more importantly, Jake felt like he could learn a lot of what the skill did by himself. He was already starting to get a basic understanding of recognizing energy given off by others. He also had his sphere of perception, which allowed him to quickly search an area far more effectively than he ever could with his eyes. Instead, he would try and get a skill that did something he was incapable of, something that did something impossible to learn for the current him. Sure, the skill would still be beneficial even if he learned everything himself merely due to the stat effectiveness increasing effect, but he honestly felt it wasn't worth it, so he moved on. Hunter's Trapping expertise, uncommon. the hunter has many tricks hidden up their sleeve and are not limited to merely facing their prey in direct combat. The ambitious hunter instead uses the materials found during his hunt to improvise and create traps to get an edge, unlocks proficiency in creating traps and tools associated with traps, along with knowledge of how to use them, adds a small bonus to the effectiveness of stats based on the nature of the used trap. This skill was very much like the prior one, as in another upgraded skill that was more focused on granting knowledge and know-how than actual abilities. He wasn't a fan of it. He didn't exactly plan on going around placing traps anyway. He preferred to take a more active approach. He liked to be the hunter, not the hunted. Instead, he would rather strike with a fast and deadly blow rather than sit back and wait patiently for his enemy to slip up. For pretty much the same reasons as the prior skill, he skipped over this one too. Splitting arrow, uncommon. One arrow becomes many. One fallen prey becomes a field of death. Fire an arrow that splits into several copies while in flight. Each arrow strikes with the power of the original. Adds a small bonus to the effect of agility and strength when using splitting arrow. This one was a bit like the first piercing arrow, a skill that had an active effect, but he instantly liked this one far more. Perhaps he was still quite biased due to the previous fight, but having some area coverage would be very useful. Sure, the damn beasts could dodge one arrow, but could they escape 5, 10? Just like with twin arrow, he still had the consideration if his poison would work with it. It said that it would make an arrow that splits and strikes with the arrow's original power. Did that include poison? He couldn't precisely use logic to figure it out. This was quite literally the creation of matter itself, making something from nothing. Sure, it did require energy from him, but it was still matter creation. Speaking of twin arrow, he was pretty sure this skill was an upgrade of that. They were incredibly similar, but this skill allowed him to make more than a single copy. Overall, he had 5 skills that he considered. He did briefly look back at active camouflage, but decided against it rather quickly. Much like the trapping skill, he preferred to move and chase down his enemies rather than sit in ambush. The piercing arrow was also eventually ruled out. He didn't need anything more to prepare for his first strike. He already had power shot and all his poisons. What he needed instead was something to help him during actual combat. So in the end, it came down to splitting arrow or basic nature affinity. Both of those would help him a lot here and now. Nature affinity would surely help him survive this mess and synergize well with his already high vitality and mana pool, as it would likely open up possibilities to use his mana more actively. It naturally also reminded him of the warrior with the aspiring blade of nature class. Thinking back, that man was still among the strongest survivors he had met during this tutorial. While he did seem weaker than both the spear-wielding fire guy, Richard, and William, he was undoubtedly strong. His defensive powers at least were spectacular, easily blocking Jake's arrows with his energy alone. He hadn't been using nature mana, however. It was instead stamina, or inner energy, infused with nature affinity through some skill. Wait, he thought, couldn't he use his stamina for something other than his active skills? If he could use it to enhance himself like the warrior, why couldn't he? It was clearly stamina the warrior had used. Sure, it had a nature affinity, but what stopped him from just doing the same thing with his unattuned energy? He could do so much with mana without any skill attached to it. Why not stamina? With the epiphany, Jake completely forgot the skilled decision and even dropped the quiver he was still holding in his hand, conjuring arrows. Sitting down, he entered meditation as he allowed the inspiration to wash over him. "William, can you promise to fulfill my wish, to avenge my family?" the smith asked in a solemn tone. "Of course, I already promised you." William nodded. He owed him that for helping him, right? The smith had done far more for him during this tutorial than Richard or anyone else. He had helped him learn to smith, patiently guided him, and now he was even making this armor for him. He felt like he owed it to him. "Thank you," the smith smiled as he went over to the armor and placed both hands on it as he turned to William with a sad smile. "My son was named Gunnar Schmidt, my daughter-in-law Karin. She was pregnant with my grandchild-to-be." William suddenly got an awful feeling as he heard the man talk. "Please fulfill my final selfish request of keeping their memory alive." A glow started to encompass the man as he kept eye contact with William. The young caster wanted to stop whatever he was doing, but found himself unable to act. "Farewell, my young friend. May you find happiness in this new world, and finally come to understand yourself." With those words, an explosion of mana came out of the man as it entered the armor, but soon other energies began coming out too. First, his stamina started pouring out, followed by his vital energy. Every last ounce of energy flowed through his hands and into the now also glowing armor. "Stop it." William finally managed to yell as he stepped forward. He didn't know why. He couldn't understand it, but he didn't want the man to die. "What the fuck is wrong with me?" But it was too late as the final mana and stamina left the man, with only his health points being poured out. It was not just his health points disappearing, but his very life source itself. His already slightly graying hair turned completely white as his complexion withered. The otherwise powerful muscles and healthy skin turned white, thin, and sickly. The smith aged decades in seconds, leaving William completely unable to help or do anything. As the final vestige of energy left, so did what life remained in the smith. No Herman Schmidt. He had told his name to William a long time ago, yet it was only at this final moment that he remembered. At this point, William was dumbstruck. The seconds passed by as Herman's now withered corpse still stood with its hands on the armor. The armor itself had lost a lot of its shine, now no longer silvery, but looking more like regular steel. William, however, didn't care much for the armor currently. He just stood there frozen as the wheels in his head spun at high speed. He was confused, angry, shocked, but most of all, he felt a sense of loss. Snapping out of it, the young man walked towards the corpse. He was unsure what to do when he finally stood right before it. Was he supposed to move him? Would he have wanted William to do that? And when the hell did he start caring about what other people wanted? Gathering his courage, he moved his hand towards the corpse, attempting to move it to the bed or something. But the second his hand touched him, the entire corpse turned to dust and fell to the ground. Shocked once more, William stepped back in fright as he noticed something drop on the floor in front of him. Water. Moving his hand to his face, he felt the liquid coming out of his eyes. He was crying. Why? These tears were real. They were real, and he didn't like it. Didn't like it one bit. It hurt. Something in William's chest hurt a lot. It wasn't physical pain, but something else. He hadn't ever felt that before. When he remembered the old smith that would have admonished him for acting like a scared cat when he jumped back earlier, the pain only worsened. William wasn't stupid. He knew what this was, something he believed to be a defect, a disease he had never been afflicted with more. Grief. Something his parents and his psychologists had hoped for him to start somehow understanding for oh so long. And now, when he finally understood that emotion, he so dearly wished he never had. It was a disease, a weakness. It made one do stupid things. According to William's grand philosophy of life, feelings were the key to all things stupid in this world. Emotions were what made the entire faction war go haywire. It had been the death of Hayden, an otherwise major powerhouse in this tutorial, as he had foolishly rushed to their camp with far too few men after Richard had sent an archer to fetch him after Jake had made contact. It had been the death of Herman. Trying to push the intrusive thoughts out of his head, William tried to focus on something else, the most apparent being the armor in front of him. When he looked at it, he got an oddly familiar feeling as he used Identify on it. Expanding armor of Herman Schmidt, epic. An armor made by the prodigious smith of Kamicus, Herman Schmidt. All of his hopes, desires, and goals, even his very life, have been poured into this armor, giving it abilities far above what its materials or enchantments would indicate. Already powerful before the final sacrifice of the smith, the armor is now even more powerful. The armor's ability to absorb and store mana has been improved along with the material's overall quality. Can only be worn by one chosen by the smith before his death. May his memory and records live on through this artifact. Enchantments, expanding armor, kinetic force diffusion. Grants the ability, legacy of Herman Schmidt, summon the armory of the fallen smith. Requirements, Soulbond the armor had, improved, but the description didn't make William happy at all. It only made the hurt worse. The smith had indeed poured all he had into it. This armor was his legacy, his final memory. All that remained of him now was this armor, as even his corpse was only dust. William knew that this armor belonged to him and him alone. It wasn't something that could be stolen or sold. It was his to keep until the day he died. It was the result of the man's desire for vengeance, along with his endless belief in William being able to carry out said revenge. Emotions had killed Herman, but it had also allowed him to transcend his limits and create something he may never have been able to otherwise. He had managed to turn his emotions and obsessions into strength, and William would carry those feelings, those desires and goals. He had already decided to kill Richard before, but now he wanted to, not because of experience points, tutorial points, or any other tangible benefits. He wanted to do so because he had promised to. Because it was the final wish of his best, no, only friend. He would remember his first real friend's son, Gunnar, and his daughter-in-law, Karin. Placing his hand on the armor, he injected mana into it and found it flowed through the armor more easily than anything he had ever encountered. He instantly felt a connection with the armor along with the knowledge of how to use it. Taking off the robe he still wore, he picked up the armor and put it over his. It was light, far lighter than one would expect. Stats, of course, also helping. The metal felt warm like the embrace of a caring father. Nearly by instinct, he tried spreading out the armor as it slowly started sliding out to cover the rest of his body, almost as if it turned liquid. It first spread down his thighs and down his forearms, slowly taking form at William's own discretion. He felt that he could make it go far faster, but he enjoyed the feeling of the warm metal covering him. Finally, the armor covered his hands and lifting his feet one by one, it protected them in boots. The final part was an open helmet that left his face still visible. Slowly, he made the metal cover his face, leaving only 2 small slits for his eyes, but even those he ended up covering. If one looked at him now, it would look like a golem of steel. By design, William had made it entirely airtight. He could hold his breath for easily an hour with his improved stats, and even if he needed air, he could always open up small holes. It had to be said that this wasn't all a function of the armor itself. Without metal manipulation, it wouldn't be feasible at all to alter the form of the armor. Yet it was so perfectly made for him that he could manipulate it oh so easily. With his skill to see through metal, he didn't even need holes for his eyes. The only scary thing was the sound. The sound of his own heartbeat as he stood encapsulated by the warm glow of the metal. For the first time since entering the tutorial, William truly felt safe. He felt like he could take on anyone and anything. Slowly, he retracted the armor to once again only cover his chest. Putting on his robe once more, he covered his chest, entirely concealing his new armor. Turning back to the clothes on the floor that was all that remained of Herman, William made a sad smile as the tears welled up again. Shaking his head, he instead looked down at the now cloth-covered plate mail. If anything indeed remained of Herman in this world, it would be the very armor he was wearing. I promise you, old man, I shall show them what the two of us are truly capable of. The final thing he did before exiting the cabin was to unfold the sheet of metal Herman had told him to look at after everything was over. Unfolding it, he saw that it carried a voice recording of some sort. As he listened to the old man's voice, he felt sad, but the message within made him smile a little. It was only fitting that his first friend was a sly one. Chapter 59, Stamina. The warm flow went through his body as it quietly circulated through his system. The stream of inner energy was the natural cycle that was ever present in any living being who possessed the energy and subsequently required it to function. This was also why there was a passive drain of stamina whenever awake. Whenever the body was moved, a minuscule amount of this energy would get used. Of course, skills took far more energy as they easily drained hundreds of times the typical stamina consumption in mere moments, which was likely where the name stamina came from. It was the resource that allowed physical actions and skills. It was very similar to mana in many ways, except stamina was the mana of the body. Much like a caster without mana would be unable to cast a single spell, a human without stamina would be unable to even move a finger. The two energies were so similar in so many ways, which made sense as there were ways to change one to the other. But if Jake could do so much with mana, why couldn't he do it with stamina? But instead of injecting it into an item, why not inject more of it into some regions of his body? He could already kind of do that currently. Whenever he used Power Shot, he infused his arms, shoulder, and upper body with incredible energy, enough so that if he channeled for too long, his body started taking damage from it. Whenever he used Hunter's Sight and Archer's Eye prior, he also did so with stamina. With these skills, no conscious effort to move the energy was made by him. It was the skill and subsequently the system doing all the guidance. He simply had to think he wanted to use Power Shot and focus on doing it. Yet he remembered the feeling he got while doing so, which was what he was currently trying to do. At first, he couldn't find this flow of energy coursing through his body, but eventually, he managed to feel the slight wisp of energy. He focused on the feeling as he followed the flow. It was an odd sensation feeling the energy travel through channels in his body he was never aware of. Or perhaps they hadn't been there before the system reforged his body upon entering the tutorial for the first time. If one were into Eastern martial arts and medicine, one would call these channels meridians. Jake had no way to further learn about these channels' details, but he was nevertheless determined to discover the basics. He did discover that these meridians weren't actually physically present. They were more metaphysical channels within his body that could change and weave to deliver energy as they pleased. He also discovered that the core of it was around his heart, the same place he felt his vital energy exit from. Time slowly passed as Jake sat deep in meditation. Every single shred of his consciousness was solely focused on the stamina traveling through him. Slowly, he started to try and nudge it a little here and there. Speed it up, slow it down, even perhaps try and change the way it traveled slightly. While he did find minor success in the first two, he got nothing when he tried to change the direction. The energy was his own to begin with, a part of his body. It was energy just like mana was, so he tried experimenting with treating it more like it was mana. Attempting some of the methods he used when making potions, more specifically stamina potions, he started to find rapid progress. The artificial sun had already come up once more at this point, as Jake finally opened his eyes. Standing up, he started punching the air, or shadowboxing if one wanted to get fancy with the wording. Partway through, he started speeding up slightly as he focused on enhancing himself. It was a small difference, but it worked. He tried increasing it as he got faster and faster. His fists started whistling through the air as the power got higher and higher. As his movements began to look like a blur, he suddenly felt something was very wrong. He felt numb in his arms, followed by pain, not unlike when he used Power Shot for too long. But this was far worse. He tried to stop the flow and the influx of stamina but found himself unable to. The speed stopped increasing and he kept boxing, needing some kind of outlet for the energy. The veins on his arms started bulging and turning red, his fists moving despite Jake trying to stop them. By now he was entirely out of his stupor and discovered how utterly stupid he had been. He had focused so much on being able to do it and not at all on how to stop. Finally, the flow reached a crescendo as both his arms suddenly burst open like they were overinflated balloons. Blood spewed everywhere as he screamed out in pain, falling backward onto the ground. The stamina consumption had stopped, no longer having a medium to travel to with his arms no longer being there. Below his shoulders, he now only had 2 small stumps left. The pain was nearly unbearable, but Jake managed to summon a healing potion from his spatial storage, as he somehow managed to uncork it and empty the small bottle down his throat through the use of mana strings in his teeth. He felt like an idiot as he lay on the ground. He had believed himself to be on to something genuinely remarkable, and while he kind of had, it at the same time was perilous to play around with. He couldn't help but laugh a bit to himself. Within such a short period, he had managed to lose 3 arms, counting the one he lost to the raptors. Quite impressive. He also found it absurd how little he cared about it. Before the system, losing an arm would be a lifelong disability. Now, he just found it a minor inconvenience as it took slightly longer to regrow an arm than heal an ordinary wound. Looking at his health points, they had only decreased by a bit less than 1,000 despite losing both his arms, an amount that was nearly instantly regenerated upon drinking the health potion earlier. But he had learned something. His practice was not entirely useless. If he could control his inner energy a bit better, it should help his use of skills. Say, what if he tried to speed up the charging of Power Shot by forcefully increasing the flow of energy? One of the benefits of Power Shot was the immediate release of energy whenever he let go of the string. All the inner energy stored in his limbs was released at once into a single devastating blow, compared to his disastrous shadowboxing earlier, where the energy just kept building up without any sign of stopping or outlet. He could let out a bit of energy with every punch, but far from enough. It was a bit like having a power supply in a computer. While the power supply was technically drawing power from a source able to deliver far more energy than necessary, it would only take what was required and then deliver that to the other computer components where needed. What he did before was to hammer 2 nails into a power outlet and attach 2 cables directly to his graphics card, frying it real good. Sadly for him, the body didn't have any natural breakers or security systems built in, but at least it only targeted his arms. He could only dread what would have happened if he tried to speed up the flow in his entire body. While it would likely grant a significant increase in power, it would equally as likely result in a rapid decrease in being alive. While the thoughts spun in his head, his arms were slowly regrowing. At the same time, the system popped up in front of his eyes. Warning: skill selection still in progress. Postponing or delaying your choice may lead to adverse effects. Oh shit, Jake thought, as he was reminded of what he was doing before his small moment of disastrous enlightenment. Opening the menu once more, he subconsciously checked the list and was surprised to find another new option. Explosive punch, inferior. A reckless strike may lead to an expected victory. Punch an enemy with extreme strength, dealing the same amount of damage to the enemy as well as yourself. Adds a small bonus to the effect of strength while using explosive punch. Reading it, he felt rather insulted, yet it also helped confirm his suspicion that one could somehow unlock skills through their actions. He did wonder why he hadn't seen anything related to his bloodline, though. It provided at least 2 tangible abilities. Sphere of perception, as he called it, which, of course, allowed him to see everything in a sphere around him, and the danger sense, which gave him a supernatural sense of how dangerous something was, or if something was dangerous at all. These 2 were just among the more tangible benefits. The everyday help from his instincts, along with his intuition, both also did wondrous work, and yet it didn't provide anything but the bloodline ability. Jake opened the window to see it to confirm and was a bit taken aback. Bloodline of the Primal Hunter, bloodline ability unique. Dormant power lies in the very essence of your being. A unique, innate ability awakened in the bloodline of Jake Thane. Grants the sphere of perception. Grants an improved sense of danger. Enhances all instincts and intuition. Plus 15% to perception. The description had changed. It hadn't been a massive change, but it had changed nevertheless. Looking at the log, he couldn't see the old version of it, but he could remember the wording quite well. It had merely said that it enhanced innate instincts, enhanced perception of his surroundings, and enhanced his perception of danger. Did the system just copy my thoughts? He pondered as he kept reading the ability. The function of the ability hadn't changed, and he didn't feel any difference either. It was just the wording. The wording used was the same terms he had made up on a whim to describe the ability more easily. The ability had always been rather special. First of all, it was the only system message Jake had ever seen that mentioned his name. Even those that alluded to his name did so by addressing him. But this one clearly said that Jake Thane was awakened, speaking of him in the third person, making Jake wonder that if others somehow obtained this ability, if it would say the same. Warning: skill selection still in progress. Postponing or delaying your choice may lead to adverse effects. Yeah, Jake thought as he dispelled the message that popped up once more to warn him of how much time he wasted just thinking about stuff. In the end, he settled on the splitting arrow skill. Skill gain, splitting arrow uncommon. One arrow becomes many. One fallen prey becomes a field of death. Fire an arrow that splits into several copies while in flight. Each arrow strikes with the power of the original. Adds a small bonus to the effect of agility and strength when using splitting arrow. This skill would give him a more practical approach to handle crowds of enemies and provide an additional attack he could use during direct combat. In the end, basic nature affinity just didn't appeal to him that much. His intuition told him the same, and as he had just gone through, that one was good enough to warrant its own unique ability. Feeling the knowledge enter his mind, he instantly wanted to try out the skill. Remembering his current lack of limbs, however, he sadly had to postpone it as he sat up. The dead beasts were still all around him, and his sphere didn't pick up anything within it, nothing of importance anyway. He decided to meditate once more to regenerate his stamina and mana faster. While his mana was pretty much full, his stamina was reduced to less than 30% after his battling and experimentation earlier, so calling his reckless use of stamina inefficient would be a colossal understatement, too, it seemed. Jake focused on the vital energy during this time. Meditation had the considerable drawback of completely cutting off all senses in the body. Except for touch, that is, which meant that he could still feel the energy moving about as it reconstructed his limbs. He didn't even attempt to influence it in any way. Perhaps he could have tried to speed up the healing process, but he decided just to let it do its work. He had done enough experimentation with the energy for now. Learning from the movement, however, wasn't out of the question. This energy didn't move through any set channels, but inhabited every single piece of Jake's body, his flesh, blood, bones, everything. The vital energy concentration in other parts of his body started gathering towards the two limbs as they slowly regenerated, rapidly being restored by some unseen source around his heart at the same time. The bone grew out as if it were a small tree slowly reaching towards the sky. The flesh was like the moss and bark growing on the tree as it slowly piled on top. If one looked from the outside, it would look like the small stumps gradually extended down his arms, as the ends of it seemed to ripple slowly. Disgusting to say the least, but far above what any modern medicine could achieve. It took a few hours before the regeneration finished. Jake's arms still felt weak, but they were nearly perfectly fine once more. As it wasn't his first time losing a limb, he knew that in just a few hours they would be as good as new, or well, as good as old. He also found his bracers that had been blasted away and put them on again. Having more spare time, he took out his mixing bowl from his necklace. No reason to slack off even if he couldn't fight properly. Besides, he still had to replenish his poison storage at some point. His blood infused by blood of the malefic viper was undoubtedly strong, but the common rarity necrotic poison was more potent. But even more importantly, his blood could only take on the necrotic properties. He still had other more acid-like poisons, hemotoxins, and he was even thinking of concocting some powder he could turn into gas. He had held himself back from doing so before. He still had some moral inklings. Using poison mist or powder was no different from many modern chemical weapons. Something outlawed by every civil society, and its use was generally considered an atrocious war crime. As he had no way to control the poison mist or gas once released, he was very reluctant to use it. Yet he was slowly beginning to get over some of those moral barriers now. If poison would help bring him such power, it was worth it. He still had his own morals, his own code. The weapon, no matter how despicable, was always just that, a weapon. His deployment of said weapon was the only thing worth considering. The mixing itself was soothing, and he went on a bit longer than he anticipated he would. After hours, he was finally rewarded with a level. Ding. Profession, Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper, has reached level 46 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points *. Ding. Race, Human E, has reached level 38 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points smiling. He enjoyed the warm flow of the stats. He had decided to try and get his profession to 50 before the end of the tutorial. He was pretty damn sure the skill offered would turn out to be useful, considering the epic skill he got last time. Checking the tutorial panel to see his time remaining, he was a bit shocked. Tutorial panel duration, 22 days and 22:54, 11 total survivors remaining, 204 1200. The number of survivors had dropped significantly. As he had it open, he saw the number go down. Total survivors remaining, 203 1200. First time catching it, he thought, but seconds later it happened again. Total survivors remaining, 202 1200, and again. Total survivors remaining, 201 1200. Total survivors remaining, 200 1200. Total survivors remaining, 199 1200. What the hell is going on? Chapter 60, Idiots. A few hours earlier, while it was still early in the morning, the base was in full motion. The smiths worked overtime, the tailors doing the last work, and all the warriors readied their weapons and prepared themselves to make sure all their resources were fully replenished. The order given was to march towards the now-deceased Hayden's base only minutes from now. They had all expected the command to come sooner or later, but it nevertheless came a bit earlier than most would have predicted. As for Richard himself, he was currently in the large cabin functioning as the headquarters of his base. With him were Caroline and 3 other influential members of his team. Notably absent from the regular group of leaders was Jacob, who had yet to soften up after the whole Jake debacle. Richard didn't sweat it much. They still had more than 3 weeks remaining, and despite his anger, Jacob had always done his job. Not happily, but he did it. His sense of responsibility seemingly trumping his anger. Looking around at the other leaders in the camp, he was quite satisfied with himself. He had chosen to have a leader from each starting class present as if to represent their faction. Caroline naturally was the representative of the smallest group, the healers. Warriors had been bundled into one, Richard taking charge of all of them, while the 3 others were an archer and the scout, a caster who had recently been replaced by William, and Joanna representing the craftsmen and craftswomen. His desire to conquer the base of Hayden was still being questioned even now, especially by the middle-aged woman who saw it all as utterly unnecessary bloodshed. Richard believed that the light caster and former second-in-command of the enemy faction's remnants still wanted to fight. The caster likely thought that Richard wouldn't risk storming their somewhat fortified base, even with their advantage in numbers. It was illogical and unnecessary, just like the craftswoman said. He would agree if not for small detail. Tutorial quest. A leader is born objective. Become the sole leader of at least 90% of the other humans during the tutorial. Current progress 57% eliminate other leaders. When the quest had been obtained on the 2nd day of the tutorial, before he had even properly established his camp. He had been surprised at the notification, but at the same time excited. There is no way such a quest wouldn't reward something worthwhile. Of course, the only obstacle in his way had been Hayden, a man who, as the quest objective showed, also had the same quest as himself. Or at least the man had also been recognized by the system as a faction leader. His aim was naturally not a measly 90%. He wanted to complete the quest with a 100% completion rate. The quest clearly said, at least 90%, which indicated rewards for having more. A bonus he would gladly claim. All he needed now was to wipe out what remained of Hayden's goons and then hunt down that troublesome archer Jake, along with any other stragglers. Striking down any dissidents within his own faction shouldn't prove much of an issue, either. Looking about, he saw all of the people as his skill made him aware of their loyalty. Many of the recent defects from Hayden's camp weren't considered loyal quite yet, but that was kind of expected. Richard was also annoyed to see that William, that moron, was no longer considered loyal. He was joining their assault, however, so all was good. He would make use of the teenager to wipe out his enemies and then put him down. Having concluded their meeting and William confirmed his tactic, the 5 people exited the cabin as everyone except the craftswoman went towards the gate. "Listen up, people," he yelled as he made his way to the middle of the camp and stopped. "Hayden is dead, but his people remain, and I fear they thirst for revenge. We have given them the chance to step down, but they refused. Tell me, are we going to let them truly start another war again?" "No." He heard several yells from the group, his own planted people, along with a few others. "Exactly," he continued. "We should crush them before they gather themselves and attack, show them that we aren't afraid." Cheers sounded out as he smiled to himself in satisfaction. It was only a stupid act, but it had always worked to build morale and cohesion. More and more people came to the middle of the base as the nearly 200 people stood in front of him. Some of them weren't combatants but had simply come to send off their friends, but most were there to join him in his conquest. Seeing a figure in the front, the warrior smiled to himself, a young man with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. "William, I am happy to see you join us," he said as he smiled at the teenager. He didn't fear William, not in the slightest. The young man had shown himself to be deceitful and powerful, but he hadn't shown himself to be foolhardy or overly stupid. He should know that Richard would only bring him benefits. He couldn't imagine the caster turning on him anytime soon. Purely from a pragmatic standpoint, then Richard was extremely favored in the coming battle, and for William to try something would be stupid. "Will the smith join us also?" Richard asked as he looked around. "Sorry, partner, he isn't a fan of stuff like this," William answered as he cheerfully laughed. "You know the old man cares more about smithing than anything else in this world." "A shame, his hammer would have been more than welcome," Richard said regretfully. The smith would have been a great asset, but then again, perhaps it was good to leave him behind. He was another of the unloyal subjects that Richard would turn or eliminate in time. "We have you here, so be sure to show us what you are made of, my friend," Richard laughed as he patted the young man on his shoulder. Feeling metal below the robe surprised Richard a bit, but he didn't think more of it. He was a caster focusing on metal, after all. William kept up his fake cheerful smile while he inwardly sneered and seethed in rage. Who the fuck does he think he is to call me a friend? That was only for Herman to do. Suppressing his emotions, something he never believed he would ever have to do, he followed the rest of the merry band as they made their way towards Hayden's old camp. William learned on the way that the light caster's name was Desmond, a soldier who was working under Hayden, who had exemplified himself during the tutorial. A lot of defectors were more than happy with sharing every little tidbit of information they could. While no one knew it for a fact, chances were that some of these people were the ones behind the atrocities committed against their factions. With that in mind, Richard believed they did this to get the other leaders as fast as possible in the good graces of himself, which was also why practically all of them had joined this attack. Besides, it gave him an excellent excuse to throw them all in the front. William didn't care either. What faction you belonged to was irrelevant. Today would be a slaughter, with William happily taking on the role of the butcher, and he wasn't picky on what to put on his chopping board. Less than an hour later, they finally stood within eyeshot of the wall erected by Hayden and his comrades. Walking closer, they stopped only 20 meters or so from the gate, as they heard yelling and confusion from behind the wall. They hadn't exactly been subtle in their approach. "DSMOND, you coward, get the fuck out here." Richard yelled as the sound boomed out, the volume far above what a human could ever do before the system. No response came from the base, but a few people were peeking over the wall in shock and horror. After only 10 seconds or so, Richard's slim patience was spent as he opened his mouth once more. "If you aren't coming out," he said as he walked towards the wooden gate, "then I am coming in." Raising his tower shield, he pushed it forward as a shockwave shot out of the shield, easily smashing the fragile wooden gate off its hinges. What met him was a beam of light, followed by a string of other spells as they bombarded Richard along with the other warriors to his sides. "SHILDS up," he yelled as they all raised their shields. Blue barriers appeared and enlarged in front of their shields, making an impenetrable wall, easily blocking all the spells and arrows. "Advance." The warrior yelled next as they all started marching forward in formation. The people on the other side struggled as they slowly backed off and kept firing spells to no avail. A few spells were thrown the other way, but the other side kept retreating as they clearly focused on defense rather than offense. Richard was a bit confused at the response. It seemed chaotic and sporadic, yet planned, but he didn't worry much as he spotted the unique robe of Desmond among the retreating people. The caster was also clearly firing light beams here and there, though he seemed to be doing a rather half-arsed job as the spells were on the weaker side. The advance was slow but steady, as Richard happily let the other side waste their mana. The shields currently deployed by him and the other heavy warriors were skills they had all learned at level 20. The shield barely consumed any stamina to keep active once deployed. Everything was going far better as expected, though Richard was surprised at the lack of people. There were perhaps 40 people in front of him, even though Desmond should have more than 100. Did that many people desert or flee into the forest? Or, before his thoughts could go further, he heard an explosion from behind, followed by screams of pain and panic. "Shit," Richard thought as he turned back. "What the fuck is happening?" What Richard didn't know was that the man he was currently suppressing wasn't Desmond. Desmond wasn't stupid or reckless. Hayden had never been the brain of their operation, especially not after his son died. He had been overly emotional and spontaneous, which was why Desmond had taken charge of most of their planning and management, which was also why he had more easily united the remaining survivors of their camp, far more quickly than Richard predicted. From behind the attacking force, the forest shimmered as dozens of people were revealed. Ironically, Richard had been struck by the same trap he had used against Jake. Simultaneously, the plants that Richard had thought to be deserters turned towards the weaker casters as they charged towards them. Sandwiched between the two forces, and with Richard having pushed together with a group of other warriors and elites, the mediocre fighters started a desperate struggle as they were beset on all sides. While he had surely underestimated the enemy, Richard wasn't a total slouch, however, as he quickly remobilized his men as they charged backward once more to face the so-called deserters. Chaotic fighting ensued as the groups started clashing and mixing. Richard had issues trying to make it back towards Desmond, as he had a mix of allies and enemies between the two of them, all fighting desperately. It had to be said that the majority of the survivors were barely fillers, people who had barely managed to get their first-class evolution, with even a few not having them at all. Most only had the basic evolutions, not offering them much power at all. This meant that the truly powerful individuals who had got more powerful classes easily distinguished themselves. A caster with a stone staff fired spike after spike into the masses, killing Richard's men one by one. However, he soon met his end as a glowing red arrow fired with a power shot blew off his head, shattering the mana barrier he had hastily erected. The one who had fired it, the scout, didn't exactly have an easy time either, as he was cleaved in two by a two-handed blade as it descended from a warrior surrounded by weird energy giving off a deadly feeling. A warrior who soon found himself at the other end of a barrage of spells, tearing him to pieces. Individual strength distinguished you, and naturally also made you an obvious target, but not every such standout fell. The genuinely extraordinary, despite the many attacks coming their way, managed to prevail. Richard simply shrugged off most attacks or blocked them as he confidently rushed towards his enemies. Desmond also quickly blocked ranged attacks with a barrier of light or dodged away with an ability akin to Jake's Shadow Vault. Caroline easily defended herself as several transparent barriers revolved around her. Other standouts were also around, such as a former light warrior, who was now drifting around among the casters, cutting them down one by one. Not everyone had an incredibly high vitality and toughness like Jake or powerful defensive techniques such as Richard and Caroline. Most were also used to fighting in tight-knit teams, using coordination and planning to take down beasts and other enemies. This fight, however, was not one of planning or deliberation. It was a senseless slaughter, where cohesion and teamwork lost all meaning. The number of former allies felled by their friends was not just one or two, as big spells were flung out among the crowd. The deaths piled up as the stench of blood permeated the otherwise peaceful-looking forest. The number of survivors dropped each second, as the weaker survivors quickly got thinned out by the more powerful. Casters were naturally the most vulnerable as they were the class with the lowest defensive capabilities. Archers did a bit better due to their high agility as many of them fled to the outer area of the battlefield, taking up a position to shoot from there. Healers were few and far between, but those around did manage to attain the closest thing to teamwork. With warriors on all sides, Caroline, as an example, easily kept herself and the surrounding warriors safe. Even finding time to assist Richard and some others here and there, warriors were the ones that shined the most in this mess. The melee brawl was their natural element, as they slashed and smashed with their weapons at anything they determined an enemy. All the resentment that had been suppressed by framing Jake was now back with a vengeance. The anger and brutality revived with more force than ever before. Barely anyone had liked playing nice, and now they could finally let loose. Soon less than 50 people remained as the fighting slowed down. On one side stood Richard and more than 30 others, all but a few covered in blood and gore from the brutal slaughter. On the other side stood a pale-looking Desmond, with a rapier-wielding warrior at his side. The warrior didn't look too good either, as apparent wounds were present all over his body. Not that Richard and the dozen or so fighters at his side got off scot-free, but they had an advantage the other side didn't. Only a single healer remained, likely in the entire tutorial, Caroline. The passive aura given to all healers and her powerful skills from her class above level 40 replenished their side. "Give up, Desmond, and you may still live," Richard said as he smiled viciously. The results were clear and he was the victor. Briefly looking at the number of survivors, his grin only got bigger. Total survivors remaining, 108, 1200. He knew that everyone who wasn't here had to be back in his base based on a quick head count. "Just end it quickly," the caster said as he made a sad smile, looking somewhere or at someone behind Richard. "With pleasure," Richard said as he walked forward, preparing to stab in the man. Instead, he was met with an explosion of light as the ground shook. When the light died down, all that remained was the light mage's body, along with several of his dead comrades surrounding him. And of course, Richard, who stood with a transparent barrier in front of him, with Caroline right behind, her hand raised as she channeled the spell. "Fucking idiot," Richard chuckled as he walked towards the now even more injured warrior who had dropped his rapier. "I agree," a voice said as the barrier in front of Richard shattered. Turning back in shock, he saw Caroline with her eyes wide as a spear impaled her heart from behind. To make it worse, everything around the wound started slowly turning into metal as her body looked like it rusted. "William, what the fuck?" Richard yelled. Metal that looked like steel or perhaps silver covered the young man's entire body except for his face as he stood there. His goofy smile gone, and a level of hatred in his gaze Richard didn't know he could even display. Instead of answering, William simply repeated Richard's own sentiment. "You are indeed all fucking idiots."